We know.
We know that you know that we know.
Yes.
Does this mean I'm not allowed to make war and peace jokes anymore?
No, I mean, like, you're free to make jokes, but I would just say there are a lot of crazy people out there, and I don't want to have to be discharging any firearms in self-defense.
Because I used to make those jokes from time to time.
Well, that's how I got discovered. It was thanks to that.
Bullshit.
No, I'm just kidding. I basically discovered how it happened. Of course, mistakes were made by myself, but it was basically a backstabbing one way or another, and we saw the rift coming. So it is what it is. It was, these networks run deep.
Is it an S? Is it an S?
Well, an S may have been involved. But
an S was certainly.
The S wasn't the one that acquired the info. The info was sort of, communicated on an app, and I forgot to use a different telephone number because it was a meaningless type thing. The person who was quite friendly, and now they just sort of run in different circles. I was doing them a favor anyway. So this is how these things sort of work. But, hey, look, it is what it is. We all live to see another day. And sort of like the final message is just fuck them. Fuck them. If they weren't very fragile and feeling vulnerable, they wouldn't do these sorts of things.
And by the way, these things can work, these things do have a boomerang effect. So just saying.
It's really interesting, isn't it? I think Von Clown knows what I'm talking about, of course. But it's like a badge of honor, fuck these fuckers. Yeah, so I think it was Current Revolt that said, oh, so now are you going to start to attend events? It's like, I'm not sure. I don't think so. These conservative events, they're incestuous, and all you get is like some sort of lunch. What was that?
What? You cut out.
No idea what you're talking about.
Oh, the soup of the day apparently was, was me. So
soup.
Happy to see it. No soup for you.
It's kind of funny because they didn't get anything other than, holy shit, you're Tolstoy's grandnephew.
Yeah, that's like their big reveal. It's like, you guys are so weak. Like, you couldn't figure out anything about me like the last 12 years, 13 years. It's very sad.
Also,
very
apparently, sad. You host spaces. Huge revelation.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm a fifth columnist that hosts spaces. It's like this was definitely called in as a favor because, plenty of people write like annoying comments in this guy's thread and history, and he doesn't do anything. So obviously, through some other means, I must have poked some sort of a bear, and that's what happened. Man, this is these people. They're so scared they won't come into the space. They won't talk about it. So
it's what Nuance said,
pretty much. So
wait, isn't this that guy that posted it? Isn't that the guy that Kaiser was so excited came into space the other day?
Yes, this was the guy that after Kaiser was saying that he would reject Satan and Satan wouldn't have power. I literally, and then Kaiser said, I'm not talking shit, by the way, but he's like, oh, Pekka's here. Pekka, let's get him up. We can talk. He was happy. And I was like, Kaiser, I mean, this is an example. Maybe Pekka's Satan, and he's not going to come as Satan. He's going to come as your friend, or you're going to want to talk to him. And boom. What does Pekka do today? He does our friend Zaganal dirty, right? There you go.
Oh, 100%, and I told Kaiser, I was like, this guy's not here for fun. This guy's here to dox. He's probably going to dox me in the next, few days. So I told him yesterday, I was like, if you're going to dox me, you might as well at least give me a follow. And he did. So, these people are kind of sick, but...
the comments are
so rude.
My favorite one is...
Oh, I just don't even look... I didn't look at any of the comments.
Oh, he probably has a Russian girlfriend. Really? No? A name like Tolstoy? Your guess is he has a Russian girlfriend? These people know nothing.
Yeah, they're really stupid, man. They're really stupid. It just emphasizes it further.
It's just extremely rude behavior.
Oh, it's very rude behavior. I mean, like it's like it's sort of I look at this thing being like, hey, you really hate my sports team and you make fun of them for losing, so I'm going to go berserk on the internet because like all of these sort of NAFO trolls, none of them are really Ukrainians. They're like the true fifth column. They're the idiot EU citizens. They're the idiot Canadians, the idiot Americans that just don't know what they're talking about.
I mean, they think you're a communist.
And they're very graphic and are sex obsessed and all these things.
They unironically think you're a communist.
And they think I'm a communist too, which is like the funniest shit. So they're like, how a communist? How could a communist own Lockheed Martin stocks? Ha ha ha! Wah ha 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 ha! We've outed him. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, they've really fallen. They've really fallen.
Also, he tagged me twice in that thread, and like, what the fuck?
Did he also tag Scott?
He didn't. He didn't tag Scott. I got tagged twice. I don't understand why. Like, what's the point?
Well, somebody was telling me that like people get him angrier than others. I would imagine you're one of those people that gets him quite angry. Evidently, I'm one of the people that gets him very angry, but I didn't really see that. I just felt like I got to be honest. I think somebody went to him with my information and was like, "Please dox him," and he's like, "No." And they're like, "Please, like, look at all these horrible things he said." Okay, let me go in and start listening and figure some things out. And then you start poking around and you ask like these little groups that do research for you, what do you have on this guy? And they go, oh boy, he's been a real pest. He's been hosting spaces with Scott Ritter. It's like, oh, one time. So no, there's definitely people have been butthurt for a while. So I was kind of I wasn't expecting this, but I think given what's happening with Israeli interesting, I think that's
Oh wow,
going to be the catalyst.
they just doxed BZ. Jesus, what the fuck's going on
Oh,
today?
just now?
Yeah, I
Who
saw
did?
the
What the fuck's going on
Yeah,
with this?
I can show you the. We were talking about that in a previous space actually.
Wait, who got busy?
Liberty
Liberty
Sean, he's
Sean
going to get
post.
suspended for
Yeah.
this. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not going to put it up
Who's
in the S, but
BZ?
he's Mario's co-host. I mean, he's always been nice to me. I don't know. I mean, it is everyone's got their experience, but I don't know what's going on with
BZ
this.
scammer is my understanding.
What's that?
The BZ guy is a scammer, is my understanding, allegedly.
Yeah, but is
Here,
that him?
apparently, this is according to Liberty Sean. He's been pretty good about this sort of stuff, from my understanding. So,
Yeah,
I've met Liberty Sean.
I don't think he's right about this one.
We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, I just have to look at the photo and I'll tell you. No comment.
Yeah, that confirms it. See.
At least the ladies that were calling CPS on us didn't actually put my personal information out openly.
Yeah, but you're not a criminal.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Allegedly.
True.
The only thing that the only sort of reckless behavior out of all of this, aside from doing something that you didn't want to have done that you didn't give your permission for, but whatever, life is life. These things happen. But it's when they have some sort of like a 0, 1, 3 people following this like random account that starts like posting not the exact property address, but like the street that you like live on, like where my parents live, because they don't know where I live. My address isn't registered anywhere. So like that's the only annoying thing. And if somebody does something stupid, Nah, then it's like you feel responsible or you feel guilty. So I did tell that fucker that if anything befalls me, I'm going to sue his ass because there is like a roadmap for it now, and he will be fucked. So um, anyway, so he can rest on that. But otherwise, I think it's just fine. I think it's just more so just teasing and fucking around. But I think the reason it did occur now was because of the space we had a couple weeks ago. It is what it is.
I just don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Oh no, I don't like it, and I appreciate that you don't like it for me. That's very nice. A lot of people reached out today. They're like, "Oh, I'm so mad." It's like, "Well, don't be mad. Fuck them. It's the type of people they are."
Just gross. Like, just leave people be. I mean, if you were doing something legitimately awful, maybe that would be different. But, just because you have strong feelings about Ukraine or whatever, like,
Well, they're
who
not even
cares
that
that much?
strong compared to like most of the people. When they call you like a fifth columnist, like I mean it. Like they usually call people, this is a Kremlin agent, this is an asset, this is this person, this is that, this is disgruntled foreign national, this is the. But a fifth columnist is basically what a lot of us are for like the things that we believe in. We're like, no, sorry, not going to have that. Um, like Nuance Bro's a fifth columnist for U.S. gun rights. He's one of the groups of Americans that won't stand for things. It's sort of so their whole thing is just crying. They're crying over spilt milk. I mean, if they wouldn't need to do these things if Ukraine was prosecuting a better war. So it is sort of collateral damage in a
It's a
way.
concerning
It's
frame of
like
mind, though. It's every dissident idea is what's the word I'm looking for? Is sedition. Is basically what they're getting at with the whole fifth column asset bullshit. It's that's how fascists think. Just saying.
Oh no, they're certainly fascists, and that's why they hate communists. So that's probably why they threw in the fact that they think I was a communist. Like, oh, and of course you must be a communist. It's like, okay,
So which is funnier, Zav? As you being a communist or me being a libertarian?
yeah, right. Like, or aren't you some sort of like undercover right winger
Yes,
in my
apparently.
spaces? The whole thing is funny, man. Like, it's just that's why I'm not too upset about it. It's just so pathetic that like I really don't know how else to categorize it. It's really pathetic. To think that you're doing some sort of service or you're doing something righteous or like good. It's so misguided. It's so misguided. Um, I think a lot of this stems from these people not being able to get laid easily, or they are so angry and they have no other outlet. So this is what they do. This is what they do. So it's but like I would say that eventually it's like they're going to want to figure out who all the anonymous people are on here who are some sort of presence. And until that guy's account is gone, this is going to keep on happening because he has some sort of an in where he's not suspended, because it is like abusive behavior if you do this 250 times. Eventually, Twitter should be like, yeah, this is toxic. Look at all of look at the types of responses and behavior that this foments. That's toxic behavior. Riling up all these little shits. That's toxic behavior. I mean, like, can Twitter account for people's sanity? No. Some people are crazy. So that's why it's sort of abusive, if you want to use words like that. But it is. It is. So, but and then the whole thing, like, oh, you should have just gotten public anyway. Yeah, I hear that argument. I see that reason, but yeah, it's just you do things on your own terms. But so I feel like if you just continue to do your thing and keep pissing them off, what more can they do now other than start taking it to a criminal level, which would be a big mistake for them.
Sorry, I got distracted by a thread by a quote unquote trans woman about a straight dude she hooked up with, and it was an adventure. The reading the thread, I mean.
A trans woman hooked up with a straight dude by tricking him?
No, she's like, oh, I was watching him wrestle with his sexuality right in front of me because he suddenly found himself like performing fellatio on a woman, and it's like, it, yeah, no, that all sounds really gay, actually. Poor thing.
I think that's where a lot of the tranny hate comes from, is men who have hooked up with dudes by mistake and didn't realize it.
Yeah, it's actually it's a legal defense in some places still. That doesn't seem to be what happened in this situation, but it does happen quite a bit.
Yeah, you see this in the movies portrayed quite often, where like an unassuming guy is, yeah, he gets tricked, and it's like, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think in Louisiana it's still considered like a legitimate legal defense. What do they call it?
Go
I don't. There is
crazy,
a
like kill him or whatever.
It's the Admiral
yeah,
Akbar
pretty
defense.
much. Like they freak out and kill them because they realize that they are actually a man. Yeah, there's a term for it, but I'm kind of blanking on it right
Can
now.
we pretend it's the Admiral Akbar defense? Like that moment where they go, "It's a trap."
Yeah, I was about to make a joke about what you guys were talking about, and you were literally talking about what I was about to joke. So you can kill someone for like pretending to be another gender if you have sex with them in Louisiana. You could just like you're free and clear, just like fully
I don't think
defensible.
I don't think
Free.
it's that easy, but apparently,
Yeah, this
uh,
is
being sup-
Cajun justice.
apparently it is a legitimate legal defense, not just in Louisiana, but in other places.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was one of the few
Hey,
funny
we
Saturday.
the chicks with dicks is a no.
Yeah, it's a gator
If
trap.
she's not a Sherry, then it's not going to be.
I think there was like a semi-famous case in Baton Rouge where this happened, though.
You're like temporarily insane
No way, I
or
should have.
something.
She's not a Sherry if she has a wee wee.
Richard, did you have a nice Christmas?
Very relaxed. Um, Let me just address the issue. I was just very disappointed in the doxing of. Oh God, sorry, I just lost my connection. Do you guys hear me?
I can hear
Okay.
you,
Yep.
yeah.
I was very disappointed in the doxing. For one thing, I don't really consider you a public figure. And this like looking up into your business just struck me as very odd. And I don't mean this as any sort of insult, but I mean, perhaps I'm missing something, but I just don't feel like you're spreading propaganda or like profoundly influential or something. And I know that might even sound like I'm,
No, you're right, and that's the way I like it. Yes, of course.
yeah. So I just found that very unfair. Like that guy, I've seen a number of his posts. Yeah, he's clearly coming from a perspective, and he has his friends and enemies and angels and demons. But I did always find that he was doing like legitimate work, looking into connections, etc. I don't know. It's just I just don't like. I did not like the look of that at all, and I don't know what to say. Um, I have been, as you guys know, I have been rabidly pro Ukraine nonstop, and no one has stopped. I mean, you guys have argued. Sometimes it's gotten vehement, but no one has stopped me from saying these things. I mean, you've effectively platformed me. So I don't know. That whole thing struck me as just very wrong and unfair, and yeah, there I. That's all I have to say about it.
Well, I mean, we generally don't care about what someone's background is, and we're not going to out it just because we might disagree with someone. That's childish, honestly.
Yeah, just the fact that he was calling me, I mean, I'm sorry, it's very personal, but it's like neo-Nazi Richard Spencer or whatever. That was just some like meaningless dig. And it just kind of, I don't know. I mean, even from his perspective, wouldn't you want to kind of say that Spencer has clearly taken strong stands on this? I probably spent like 20 hours on, I mean, these are the influence that I have. I've done hundreds of tweets on Ukraine, all of which are pro Ukraine. I've spent dozens, if not hundreds, of hours on various spaces that are seen or listened to by thousands, tens of thousands of people. I think that's safe to say. And you're like,
I
oh,
wonder,
neo-Nazi. It's like, man, that's just
didn't
not very
didn't someone else
serious.
call you a neo-Nazi recently,
Yep.
Richard?
Who is that?
Hmm.
Yep.
Monica,
Well,
or who are we referring to?
Monica runs in a certain crew, and it's really interesting. It's really interesting that these things are just happening now, and that you're conveniently roped into all of this. Um,
Right.
when it's clear that if you're coming after a quote unquote Vatnik, there are plenty of other ties, to not mention people like Scott or Dee Dee, who I was having, not to mention any of them, and just, oh, Richard's a neo Nazi. That's the influence of an outsider, not Pekka. So that's why this whole thing stinks to high hell.
Yeah.
And that's why it's contrived in such a way that, I know who I shared certain information with. So I know exactly who's behind this. And I mean, I'm not going to react just now, but I think it's quite telling that
Stand by.
you were brought up in it.
Well, the last person, Richard, was when we had that marathon space, when people came in here and they called you the metrosexual, and went in
Oh
the other
yeah,
space
yeah,
and referred to you as the neo-Nazi. Yes, those are the people behind this.
yeah.
It's the
That's
new coalition of NAFO and pro-Israel Likud.
that is so stupid. If NAFO does that, they deserve to lose. That is so stupid. Secondly, you know, I do take it. I'll stop talking about myself, but I do take it kind of personally when I try to like meet people halfway, or like for instance, I'm forgetting the name of the woman, but I said like, were you referring to me as a dried up white supremacist metrosexual?
Hiya, hiya.
Right,
It's a
and
stealth.
yeah, I kind of laughed it off. I was actually the one who was kind of not escalating and making accusations. I was like, listen, all right, I've called people, mean names too. It's not a huge deal. This is it's kind of a guy competition thing. Whatever. Just move on. But then to like when I kind of like offer them a little bit of forgiveness, and it's like, listen, I'm a fair dealer. I'll address your points, etc. And then they just go back to that shit. I'm like, can you please fuck off? Like I just, no good deed goes unpunished. I just
Yeah, no, it's clear. I mean, it's clear who like the reasonable people are on this platform, and many of the people we've just referred to are not them. It's telling when you have a different eclectic group of people with so many nuanced opinions and beliefs that can sit on a space together for hours without blowing up or getting insulting or rude regularly. I mean, this is the type of conversation many of them would like to have and wish they could have, and they can't have it.
right.
So they just get angry about it.
And
It's the
dried up
kind of conversation that they
metrosexuals,
claim they want, but they could never
exactly.
actually have it.
And to be fair, dried up metrosexual, that's kind of a good dig. I mean, I will give cred where it's due. like I don't know what to say, but like
Dried
just
up is pretty rude, though. Like, I'm sure you moisturize.
true, granted, yeah. We have
Any
to bring
proper
more nuance.
metrosexual would.
It should be
Yes.
washed up, right?
Washed up, yes, but dry came. I don't know if that has some
I think
secret
the
meaning or
term
something.
was washed up white nationalist
Well, that just
metrosexual.
means that I'm washed. I'm washed. I'm very clean. Like, and clearly
It
I washed
sounds better.
myself
It's
up.
alliterated,
Yeah.
At least we can all agree that the Holocaust happened, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I just that just
Stay that
again
one away
that just
from me,
struck me
period.
as very odd and I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I think there's something else to it because it just seemed like an odd thing. Like you guys, the Pekka, etc. If they care about this issue, they should be looking at David Sachs or Elon Musk, etc. They should be going after big players that have actual financial
Well, I mean,
ties.
they do on occasion, but it's mostly just
They do.
it's just mostly just hit pieces in those cases because they're not digging up anything nobody that isn't in a public sphere. They mainly target people who dissent from their worldview. Basically, it's always struck me as an attempt to because you know how it is, right? You have your big platform, you expose someone's personal details. It's all by implication. You're sicking your audience at them.
Yes.
It's to intimidate people they disagree with off of the platform, basically.
Yep. So like when people are posting like where they know you live or where they think they might, that's just a way to scare you to get you to remove yourself even for a little while. They would say, because they say that I'm known for spaces and not threads and things like that. So being able to do this for them is the most harmful aspect of what I'm up to here. So that's part of the reason I opened one tonight. It's just like fuck them. They're
Yeah.
not going to be able to. This is they want you not to have these conversations and to discuss. They want you quiet, silenced. In some cases, they want you dead. So I mean, this is the biggest fuck you possibly is turning that light on, shining the bat signal, and being like, "What are you going to do about it? I haven't violated any rules of the platform. You can't get rid of me. Sorry."
Yeah. Just to add, and I'll shut up about this one issue, but do you know how many neo-Nazis are fighting and like people who are you could probably more plausibly refer to as a neo-Nazi who are fighting and dying on behalf of Ukraine right now? I mean, it's just kind of when people do this crap, I'm just like,
Yeah,
you're
Richard.
clearly
Like
not serious.
what our friend Pekka said to me, because he and I were chatting quite a bit on DM leading up to this, and I even told him, I said, look, if you're going to dox me, you should at least follow me, right? So he did. He was polite about it,
Mm-hmm.
but he basically was just like, listen, I I think that at this point, given what you've been up to, you should just out yourself. And it's like, I don't think that that's anyone's sort of job to say. And like, I think that these intimidation tactics just aren't going to work. And you should probably give it your worst. And
Mm-hmm.
he was like, "Why the olive branch? Why this? Why that?" It's like, because like I don't really care. I have nothing to lose, and you're not going to get rid of me. So I see this seems personal, and I don't know you, so something's afoot here. And basically, it just seemed very artificial and contrived, and I was suspicious from the beginning because it's
What is
like
his background? He's from Latvia,
Oh,
is
he's
that it?
finished.
he's an academic. He's from Temporary University, whatever. So like this guy's like actually involved in high level academia, and he's behaving this way. And because of like the general psychosis in his university against Russia, nobody gives a damn apparently because people have like contacted them and they're like, we don't care, thanks.
Right. So
It's
what is his field of specialty?
He's a research scientist, and I didn't.
He reaches
and then
his propaganda in like human network interactions, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, that's right.
Interesting.
So he's like fascinated in propagandists and or fascinated by propagandists and
But it feels like he's got that, you know, the old expression, if you have a golden hammer, everything looks like a nail. So everyone looks
Yeah.
like a propagandist or a foreign agent. To him is what it seems. That's a huge differentiation between that group and other groups, I think, is we're not fighting a war on the internet for like the good of mankind or whatever. They legitimately think they're fighting for the future of humankind, and the front line is Twitter. So that explains why one side is a lot more hostile to the other. Like, I don't think any of us here care about what any of them are doing in their own time, you know?
Yeah, no. I've noticed this throughout my career. It's a one-sided obsession. I mean, the obsession of left of Antifa leftists and liberals, in fact, with the right, it just goes one way. It's a very odd thing. Um, yeah,
but he
I
encourages people to dox other people. He was just like, "Oh, I encourage you if you have any information about anonymous Ukrainian accounts that you don't like, please do share. Like everyone should be outed who engages in propaganda as an anonymous. I just choose to target pro Z accounts, and like that's just what I do." It's just like so they're all for it. It's a culture of this. It's totally a protected sort of industry now on this app because they technically don't violate any term of service directly
Like,
in
except
that
that they do. That's the thing.
they do and they don't. It's a safety hazard, right? So you have to get them on that, and that's arbitrary, and that
There's also
requires
targeted
a
harassment,
button
and
seat
Elon
actually reviewing
decreed
this.
that doxing is a bannable offense, but apparently only when it comes to people sharing
himself basically.
his publicly available flight data that's publicly available. So if Elon
Oh
doesn't
yes,
like
that's
it,
right.
it's a bannable offense, apparently.
No, because that's a bit of a different circumstance where it's about he allows it if it's delayed. So if it's like a day later, totally fine. But if it's live, like it's like a live tracking of the plane, then that's a bit of a different story. Because he's had people literally like stop him and harass him based on that flight data.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
like his baby was on that flight, wasn't he?
Yeah, with like his kids, like yeah, everyone.
Yeah. I don't know. I would probably use any tool I had available to make that stop
Oh,
if
he
it happened to me.
yeah, he's done things to like cover the registration and change and like do all these like crazy change things and stuff. But still, there's like that Elon Jet account would find ways around that. And, so it
Well,
wasn't like
what I'm
super public.
no, what
Shit.
I'm saying is like I actually can't blame him for like flexing whatever resources he has to like make that kid chill out when it comes to his kid at least, you know? I don't know. People can say it's not fair, but like that's his child or children.
Yeah. And again, the info's all available like a day later on this app at least.
Yeah. I'll look more into him. I'm kind of curious about these people. There are a number of people who seem to, I don't know, maybe it's like a justification of their Twitter addiction or something like that, but they're just obsessed with this notion. And I agree that it is a real thing. Like I actually read this or listened to be accurate, this book called "This Is Not Propaganda," and it talks about a lot of like do care take counts. Um,
Richard, you've got to get
like
closer to your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
okay, let me go downstairs.
oh, I can hear that clearly.
Closer
I
to
think
my
you're good now.
neighbor's Wi-Fi. That's kind of funny. Uh,
You're good now.
okay. Uh, yeah, there were these accounts. I mean, if I remember, it's been like a year and a half since I read that book, but like there were there were accounts that would tweet, thousands of times, just like dozens of tweets per day on the Green Revolution in Iran, and then they would go silent for five years, and then they'd come back as like a pro Duterte Twitter account, and then they'd go silent, and then they'd come back as like a anti-Trump account or something like that, and it was just a very odd thing. Like I agree that there's just strange behavior like that, and that someone should be looking into these kinds of things. I mean, I kind of get it on some level. Maybe I just make this exception for Zag and other people like him in this space, thing that we have going, in the sense that everything's above board. I mean, it's just like, are you really against informed debate on a subject? It's like, are you so self-righteous that like no one can be against Ukraine? I'm
Yes,
not that self-righteous, and I'm pro-Ukraine. You know, like
yes,
I
and
understand actually why
I could
people.
confirm yes, because none of them come after me on methodological grounds, and as you all know, I'm big on methodology. Come at me on my methodology, that's fine, that's great, I welcome it. Come at me because I had an edgelord goth phase 20 years ago. I mean, that's a bit retarded.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm still in my edgelord goth phase.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who would come after somebody for their goth phase? That's crazy. It's like something to compliment someone on. What's wrong with that? Honestly, just tells you more about your enemies than you could ever know.
Wait, what happened? Why are we talking about doxing?
Oh, it's superfluous. It's under the bridge.
Apparently,
You know?
it's not Christmas. It's Dox Day.
Doxing Day, not
Dox
Boxing
Day?
Day.
I thought it was Dox Day.
Dachshund Day, like dog.
Yeah, Hi Dad Soup. I was doxed by the Vatnik Soup people.
What?
Go base. You should send them something funny, like, would you like a dick pic as well? Question mark.
No, I mean, because like they're the type of weirdos that would like make like an image out of an image out of an image of it, and you'd be able to zoom in and see. They're
Well,
sadistic.
don't actually
No, I'm not
film
saying
it.
you
Just
send it.
offer it.
You just kind of instigate by saying, "Oh, would you like this as well?"
Vatnik Soup, is that the NAFO people that always
Yeah,
dick all the time? Okay.
Post a bunch of fake information, like post
but it was sketchy,
your
man,
social
because
security
like
number, but it's not your social security number. You know.
I must have been on the list to be revealed, but just like sometime much later, because when I did some research on our friend Pekka, it's like, who should I soup next? Like David Sachs, like this guy, like these are all big accounts, and then there's even like an anonymous account in there, whatever, and it's like.
Was that the guy
when
Fish kept clamoring to bring up the other day?
Yeah, I mean, Fish has nothing to do with any of this. Fish,
No, but like that guy that came up
yeah,
and like
exactly,
he apologized.
him, yes.
Okay.
But Israeli interesting, isn't it, Hi Dad? How these things work, and I think the NAFOs have some strong ties to the Bibi camp, and mistakes were made in the past with certain friends in other sectors of discussion that one would never even think or conceive could come back to get you, and of course somehow does. So that's how these things work, because everyone's networking and keeping logs and lists, and and that's why this group is a little bit refreshing, because we don't do any of those things. It's nice.
So fucking stupid. Like I don't know.
It really is. It's a bit much. Yeah. So I mean, and totally ruins like the whole spirit of Christmas in a way, because instead of talking about interesting things, we're wasting time, sort of having thoughts of these idiots that are really so low brow at the end of the day. But it does sort of evoke like an anger in you, where you're like, well, who are you to do this and that? But we do play sort of with fire, those of us who are anonymous on this app. Some of the anons with the big accounts who you'll DM with will be like, you're insane for even revealing your voice, or just going down that road of talking about your personal life on this app. with people wanting to dox you if you're controversial about anything. And this is a circle that really likes to do it, these NAFO people. So
well, it's just it's a defense mechanism, right? Like they just want to
it is a
shut
defense
people.
because
They want to shut people up.
Yeah, because they can't come at you as for your methodology, as Vaughn was saying, or as Richard was saying, they don't even think about these things logically because they call certain people fascists, but they're the ones who are not allowing people to speak in the Myria report space, and they're harassing you and doxing you. Like that's more fascistic behavior than
It's
just
also,
having
I don't
disputes.
think they realize that it's something you could only do once. So if you're going to oust someone, go big. The last many of them, they didn't really get anything embarrassing or incriminating about me. They got virtually nothing on you. It's
Because
okay.
there isn't anything, man. Like I don't like I
Make it
live.
big. Make it big.
Yeah, like
Make it
most of my life.
because if you're just gonna go like this and it's not gonna get your target to move off the platform, then you have nothing on them again, and they after that, and they have free reign because what are you gonna do? Dox them again? You already did. Cat's out of the bag.
I agree with that, and go big means you better do it right. And I would say the Mike Benz expose was an example of going big. Like NBC did an article, and then I watched all 200 fucking videos of him and went big. And it's the only, and then you just lay it all out, and then you want to keep amplifying the dude. I mean, then that's on you. It's fine, but if you're gonna do something, and it also it's like it sort of has to be worth it. Like if somebody's really a nobody, and I don't mean you, Zag, but I mean if you're not
No, I don't have a high
public
profile
figure
right
of
now.
stature or well known, then it's sort of like a waste of time. It's like, what's the point other than to troll them, right?
Or they try to get you fired from a job or like have your reputation or name sullied in like an industry that's sensitive to these sorts of things, like foreign relations, international affairs, certain that sort of academic world. People will be like, "Oh, you support the Russians? Ugh."
I think that
No
if you were
promotion.
working for a corporation, Zag, they wouldn't have even doxed you. They would have just called the company. That's if they were,
Well, that's
because
another
that is
tactic
what
too, yeah.
they'll do. They won't even bother doxing you. They'll just go after you in your personal life.
Well, or they'll dox you, and then they'll have people in their network start making the phone calls and start sending the emails and start sharing the screen grabs with like every email address they can find on like the company server, and just be like, "Oh, do you know that this employee engages in like anti-Ukrainian rhetoric on a daily basis?" Can you imagine like some random corporation being like,
Dude,
okay,
they absolutely do that. And I mean, a bunch of them were harassing one of my MPs to get me added to a sanctions list for foreign influencers, which I don't think they realize that's not how it works. I mean, Canada doesn't sanction Canadian citizens who are in Canada.
Oh, shit, dude.
And that means they can't collect taxes, you fucking
I'm in
dumbasses.
for a ride, I think, And can you imagine them going to the DC government and be like, you know that you have a Vatnik operating within your borders? The woman would be like, who? No. This isn't the type of city where they really give a shit about those things. Oh, man. Oh, I can just see it now. They're like trying to find like, why we can't contact his member of Congress. It's like, because I don't fucking have one, you idiot.
It's not quite the same, but someone did once DM Tony about me being in these spaces with heathens all night. That it was just like
I
wildly
remember
inappropriate.
that. Well, Yeah.
Oh no, this wasn't that long ago. It's happened a few times. He's like, I don't need you to tell me what my wife is doing. I know. Like, what the fuck?
You kind of have a member of Congress, though. Kind of.
Who? What's her name?
Is it Eleanor Holmes?
Eleanor Holmes Norton. No, I mean, listen, they're not going to do anything to a taxpayer.
Can you imagine
pays
someone?
high property taxes and income tax? They'll be like, no, we'll keep him here. Thank you.
Can you imagine someone contacting your employer though and saying, "Hello, I represent the North Atlantic Fellas Organization, and I'd like to log a complaint."
Oh man, I'd hang up if I worked. I'd be like, goodbye.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the joke that it's become. And if you just go back, like if you're to be like, okay, we have to look at this link, we've received something, and you go and then you just look at like the furry characters who are in all the responses, you're like, oh, okay, this is some sort of strange cult or an odd like cosplay situation here.
It's not cosplay. It's because it's furries. It's expressly called a fursona. And whatever you do, I'm not trying to bait you here with reverse psychology. Honestly, don't do it. Do not look up fur affinity ever. It will scar you for life. Do not do it.
Well, it's like a fetish,
Noted.
the furry thing, right, Von Cloud?
You could call it that. Yes, I'm not. No, I'm not. I will suffer this burden alone. I'm not like inflicting you guys with this information. I spend a lot of time on the internet, and you know, especially in the old days of the internet, where you discover all these things. So yeah, it's to call it fucking degenerate would be an insult to degenerates.
Ryan Long did a podcast the other day about like atheist furries versus Christian furries. I haven't gotten a chance to listen to it yet. I'm very interested though.
The one good thing to come out of them, though, because you reminded me, is during the Trump Hillary election, there was a split in the furries on Twitter between the alt right furries and the liberal furries, and the alt right furries were calling themselves the Third Reich, and it was fucking gold.
Yeah,
Richard, tell us about the alt right furries, please.
I don't have any personal knowledge, but it was definitely a thing. I can remember this back in 2016. It's very. Do you think that NAFO was based on the alt right, in effect?
It actually, I never thought of it, but their founder, Camille, is, I mean, previous to NAFO was known for Hitler posting, so it's entirely possible.
Well, I don't. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but I wasn't even referring to ideology. It's just it reminds me a great deal of Frog Twitter from 2015 to 2016, and I think it still exists. They've kind of broken off into certain things. I think BAP still, and again, just for the record, BAP has constantly claimed that I'm a CIA agent or that I'm employed by the SPLC, which is fascinating. But yeah, I think he still calls it Frog Twitter, and then the Groypers is a kind of spin-off from the original Pepe meme. So it's never really gone away, and it does exist. I was just curious if NAFO was. I think it, in all likelihood, was a kind of conscious attempt to, you weaponize that type of behavior, not necessarily the ideology.
The NAFO thing's kind of weird because they're, according to our own polling, they're majoritarily boomers, which is a little bit concerning. Spending
no fucking way. I'm sorry.
No. Oh no, yes, it is. They are, especially in like Western Europe.
And from when I was infiltrating their Discord server, or a lot of us were, in fact, like we got the link from Digital Forces Ukraine. Like there's government backing in there, and Reddit moderators for some reason, because there's always Reddit moderators, right?
Yeah,
but I definitely do see the similarities to 2016 Twitter. I don't know if it's the same people. I don't think so, because these are all boomers, but I see it.
I don't think it's the same people, but it's been weaponized. I mean, there's this guy, Jeff Giza, who's been around a while. I have no idea where he stands on anything, to be honest. But he wrote some like memo to NATO on weaponizing troll armies, and I mean he's got a long-term connection to Peter Thiel. He co-wrote this, like, the diversity myth, or some, this book that was
Maybe
produced
that.
at Stanford.
Yeah.
Yeah, and um I don't know even what to say about all this. There was a memo that he wrote. The memo wasn't terribly, I mean, it was kind of like describing a phenomenon. It was almost like a boomer whisperer, like describing a well-known phenomenon to people who are ignorant of it. And I don't know what to say, but it did it, like, if you were to implement that memo, it would be something like NAFO. And I don't know. I guess I'm ambivalent about it because I do support NATO and I do support Ukraine, but I think there's limited uses to this kind of thing, and again, like, absent a broader vision, I think it's just, it starts to fall flat and becomes shrill and so on. I mean, like, the original NATO certainly engaged in propaganda, but it didn't engage in this kind of annoying, shrill behavior. And it was obviously far more successful and conceived as legitimate in the United States than it is now. So it's just something to consider.
I mean, the thing is, like, I get the strategy. It's they're filling the information space with noise, right? Increasing the signal to noise ratio, or rather, the noise to signal ratio.
Yeah.
So information gets lost in all their gibberish. But the problem is because it would make sense if we're just going after diplomats or normal people, but you're trying to signal to noise analysts who have developed followings who are like, no, but you're just being retarded. Like, I'm not gonna pay attention, kind of thing. So their efficacy is compromised because they don't know how to target it to the right, to where it's necessarily going to be more going to be most effective, especially because of how the algorithm works. If you're flagged as being spammy, like a lot of them are, you don't even see most of them. Especially if you have a blue check, they'll go below the more replies fold. You don't even see them. Nobody sees them. It's
They
it
were
might
all
have been the
over
intent at
Musk's
first, but
feed.
now I feel it's just a cult.
Yeah, Vaughn, they were all over Musk's feed for a long time with the Starlink, like brutal, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of NAFO replies. So Musk must have been like, get rid of these fucking annoying pieces of shit, like, and they're like, okay. Basically just like run with like an early version of Grok, like all the variations of the things they say. And it's like anyone who says this sort of thing just gets relegated to the bottom. And like I'd be like, you'd be surprised to see like, oh shit, like I know that guy. He follows me. I never see his replies because for some reason he's always tagged as like mischievous, but he doesn't even say anything that bad. It's just your tone, kind of, and their tone's always so bad that they just get hit by these things. And then, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much an auto block. None of them have blue check marks, and they're just a waste of time. But
It's kind of weird because it's like I said, we spend time infiltrating their Discord. They're very tech savvy. They have all these AI tools for a real time auto translation and whatnot, and it's pretty impressive. But they don't know how to leverage the algorithm. Like before Elon, a lot of us who, by us I mean the group where people are where these guys are going to be targeting you, use them to signal boost ourselves, and then signal boost each other, and just once we got to about a lot of us did this. Myself, DD, Garoman, Armchair Warlord, a lot of us, Lviv Tyler, a lot of us did use them to amplify ourselves and each other. And once we got to about 20,000 followers, that's at the time was critical mass where you could just organically grow based on your own thing. We all started mass blocking them after that. The other thing now is Elon just destroyed their efficacy because they go below the fold. We don't see them. They can't because the people they're targeting are all blue check monetized. So they can't get the blue check to get visibility because then they're monetizing the people they're targeting.
Vaughn, did Lviv Tyler ever come back with another account, or are they still gone?
Lviv left Twitter, as far as I know. Her and Anna left. I'm still in I'm still in contact with Anya on occasion, but not Lviv. I don't know what happened to them. It's because the Russian Twitter was when it was going a bit too hard on Poland, and they're both Polish, so.
So I don't know what was already discussed in here this evening, but Zag, I did see that Pekka thread. I hope it didn't ruin your Christmas festivities.
No, it actually made it better. I got a lot of followers and no little nafos following me, so that's good. No, I mean, listen, I think people who are anonymous that get on spaces for a long period of time and share things and chat with people, whatever. There's like I always knew that there's no such thing as like total privacy if you share things. So it is what it is. I mean, I think some people would say, "Oh, it serves you right." Maybe it does to a certain degree, maybe not, but it doesn't really matter because I've always sort of approached what I say and what I write on this platform as if I've already been exposed, because I'm not one of those people that says crazy shit in the first place or like tolerates other crazy people saying crazy shit. So yeah, I mean, and who knows? Maybe it's going to end up benefiting me somehow, or increasing my reach. But
We have people who say crazy shit in here all the time. What are you talking about?
well, yeah,
Zag
but it's
himself
harmless.
keeps it pretty tamped down, though.
Richard says crazy shit every day.
Well, but we like it. So I mean, we like to
Wow.
say it.
I have to say,
Richard's
I got
like,
quite a smile across my face when I went to the replies, and the first thing I saw was Kaiser's righteous indignation. That was great. I felt the same way, to be honest. After he came in that space here the other night, I really thought maybe he was trying to tread a new approach, but clearly not. So,
no, I knew it, but I just didn't want to stir anyone's suspicions or act hostile. It's clear. He has a method. Oh yeah, good for him. But like, is the juice worth the squeeze in this case? As Richard was pointing out earlier, like I don't think so. Because if you're going to do it, you really have to do it well and find some terrible information. Or if you can't find anything, you're like, well, I assume this person's fairly like boring and
That's the thing.
normal.
This
They're
was
just
yeah,
not
this
worth
was a
no
doxing.
waste
offense to
of.
you, Zag, but it was a rather lackluster doxing.
It was.
Yeah, it was
It
very
was
boring,
absolutely. It
man.
was a
Like
waste of time.
they didn't
No,
even
again,
talk about like what I do for a living, what I like, how I earn my money, what I do here, blah, 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 blah. No, nothing. It's just sort of lame. But it almost seemed as if it was a favor. Um, yeah, almost looked like that. Almost looked like someone put that group up to it. That's sort of my understanding.
the other thing is, it's not even okay. You say things about yourself in spaces, whatever. They're not even listening to spaces. Like, for instance, one of the big revelations in my soup was that I studied art. Is that a secret to anyone here?
Did they even say where I went to school? I don't think so, right?
Nope,
I
they
mean, I
didn't.
didn't know that you studied art, but I wouldn't
Oh
consider that
God!
to be like
Oh my God!
scandalous.
Oh my God!
Because I talk about it a
Done
lot.
very
I studied art and
haphazardly.
transferred into political science afterwards. That's and like, oh my god, he's lying about his degree because people don't know what a double major is because they haven't gone to school. Self-report.
Yeah, I don't think we go into a lot of the same spaces though, because I don't talk about geopolitics. But even if somebody was like, "Oh my gosh, you studied art," that's not like scandalous to me.
Well, I thought it was really funny. I mean, what this was trying to essentially do was shame me for being anti-Ukrainian, because I was reading a lot of people were doing research and they're like, so and so stated that their family or originates from 13 something in a region that's technically part of Ukraine
I
today.
saw
Say it
that.
out loud, like stuff like that.
A
So
region with
it's really
strong
just
Russian claims,
spurging.
though, right, Zag?
Yeah, but it's just spurging to such a level that it's like normal people would like start reading and be like, "Oh my god, this is crazy talk. This is crazy." Sorry, like yeah. Oh, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry they revealed who you are. That's rotten of them." But yeah, these people are crazy. That's basically the gist of it. So yeah, it's just sort of lunatic behavior.
Well, it would be
I
very
love the
funny if
ones who are
Charles
like,
had like a complete change of heart in regards to you once he finds out that you're, the Russian aristocracy.
Well, Charles and I have always gotten along because like I've never, Charles has known who I am sort of for a long time. And that's how you know Charles isn't like some two-bit doxer. A lot of these people would have immediately run and so it's just it seemed rushed, it seemed sloppy, like it seemed just very basic bitch Google search. Like, yeah, it just really didn't seem even all that targeted. It just seemed to just a grand way of saying I know what your name is. That's very sort of weak. If you're in this line of work, the doxing, it's kind
they
of,
don't even know what you did last summer. Like, come on.
yeah. It was one of the worst. It was one of the worst ones I think I've seen. Um, Honestly, it's quite bad.
I also love the whole, oh, he's disgraced the name of his turbo Russian, mega Russian aristocratic ancestors who, like, bro, have you ever spoken to a tsarist?
Yeah, these people just don't really know what they're talking about, and and now I mean, it's just it. Yes, somebody told me, oh, it'll be fine, nothing will come of it. I've been doxxed, but like randomly, like random, like odd things online will like happen. Like it's to like make sure that you have all these people blocked and you put them in like whatever, because they really don't have a life, and for like the next 2 or 3 weeks they'll be like, like that's right. Let me go back to the last few soups and let me just start spurging here. I'm angry that Ukraine lost a village, and that's sort of what they do. So I mean, like I'm all for somebody having their own position. Richard and I don't agree on a lot of stuff relating to Ukraine, but I think we agree on more than like we think on just like the decency of it all and like how to handle proper debate and civil discussion. And that's where they don't, because I don't think they're sort of intellectually resourceful enough to be able to like tolerate any sort of pushback on a position, or they immediately become
Well,
personal.
I think, yeah, I mean, someone like Pekka is really an expression of my good faith constructive criticism, although it has been a bit acidic, of the Ukrainian side and the conception of NATO, in the sense of, like, you really have to answer, what is the point? Like, why are we doing this? Why would we risk something? What is the meaning of this? That was articulated in the beginnings of NATO. And this plucky little Ukraine got attacked by Russia. It wears down at some point. You can't keep saying this. And it's like this fanatical notion of, how dare you conceivably think differently? It just becomes very annoying. And it is a kind of narcissistic way of thinking about it. Like, it's like, listen, it's not about Ukraine. I mean, like, do you, I mean, I genuinely feel sorry for people in Ukraine, but they're not the center of the universe. They're a kind of geographic center that's extremely important to Russia. But that's not really an accomplishment, for the Ukrainian people. Like, I'm sorry, like, this issue is entirely about Europe, NATO, the unification of Europe, and the white race, just to be blunt about it. And it's not about you. I mean, I don't know what to tell. It's like that, it's just not really fundamentally about like the glories of the Ukrainian nation state. And the fact that they would even think that is almost just demonstrates it's kind of like my ongoing Kaiser and my, kind of ongoing lambasting of polls and people. It's like you just don't matter. But the good news
That's the
is that
sad thing, Richard, is because this is patently obvious to everyone else who looks at this whole conflict from an analytical view, right? Ukraine is the venue, or a pawn, let's say, but it's not about Ukraine. And this, as you say, it's patently obvious if you spend more than 3 minutes thinking about it.
yeah, it's hugely that geographic placement of Ukraine is hugely important to Russia and its conception of its ability to remain a stable empire. And again, I don't have any bad feelings. I've actually met Ukrainian refugees, believe it or not, in Montana, and they were extremely good people. And again, I don't know how many more times I need to say that I support their cause. But like again, it's the good news for Ukrainians is that you can be part of something bigger. And but just to think that it's about you, it's very grating. And again, it's just myopia, excuse me. What I suffer from terribly is the way that I would describe a lot of these people. They just don't get it. They can't see beyond like 6 inches, beyond their nose, and it just becomes very annoying.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I I just think that uh, they just try to do these. Uh, I don't know what is it, the noise making that Vaughn was suggesting to drown out any sort of normal discussion, but then like they don't come into the spaces ever to ask to speak. And when you rarely do enter their spaces, they won't say anything. But if you stay for more than like 10 minutes, finally they'll be like, well, Zaganel and I disagree on many things, but like even he's aware that like this blah 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 is going on, and they'll never send you a mic to speak. And if you ever request, they won't let you up. And it's just it's so childish. I've never really cared to engage in
It,
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 and
it depends on who though, because
well,
okay,
that's true.
like
You're
Squirrel will
yes.
heckle you from speakers and not give you a mic and not give you a chance to answer back because he's a man baby. But let's say a strategic Jane, she's fucking wonderful. I used to go on NAFO spaces and talk with OPSEC and talk analysis. They'd invite me up to hear what I have to say. Some of them just have the affiliation and don't do all the childish signal to noise ratio, but they drowned their own what's the word I'm looking for? They drowned out their own coherent voices. So it's the competent people in that group all got drowned
I
out
just
by
wish
the
I knew they were
masters of
giving out
retardation.
bounties because I've known who Zag was for a while. I could have. Times are tough, dude. Times are tough.
I think
Yeah,
they
you
should
got
be
a few
given.
tenants refusing to pay. You could have used this for leverage.
To be
Like,
honest, I think they should be given out Pulitzer prizes for that journalistic piece that I read. I mean, it was like beauty and art, and
yeah, I mean, I like
Woodward
I
and
said,
Bernstein stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
no, it was just and it was very predictable too because like I said, I've been chatting with our friend Pekka for a little while about this. I don't know, the last 3 or 4 days. So it's very predictable, and I even said, "Oh, you got me tomorrow, today, when?" It's like, "Oh, well, you'll see." So, and he's like, "Oh, feel free to share any of our DM correspondence." It's like, "No, dude, no, I don't care." Um, that was most of my responses to him when he like randomly he like throw out a query. Is like, "Would XYZ bother you?" Like, is this a burden to you? Is this that's like, dude, I don't care. Come into the space and have a
Did you
chat
guys not
about things.
exchange nudes? No nudes exchanged
Yeah.
for.
She's like, I'll show you mine if you if you show me yours. But like, it was like getting to that point where it's like, all right, dude, just do your worst and fuck off. Have a Merry Christmas.
It's always like
Is
the
there a bit of a
vulnerable
weight lifted
people
in a
who
sense
are
there?
like,
They're like, oh no, you come from a good bloodline. God forbid.
Yeah, they're like, oh, fiddle dee dee, you're. It's like they're just. It's like, oh, nothing was exposed. Couldn't figure out anything. He's in terrible debt. He beats his wife. He's had 3 divorces. He's gay. He's this. He's like, oh, he's secretly like, Filipino.
Oh
No.
no!
It's
God
probably the most
forbid.
None
incriminating
of
part.
these things.
A
None of
little,
these
a couple
things.
of those are redundant, but
And so, like, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, he's like a normal person. How about that? And then, like, here's the normal trope I've received. Hey, you must be, you're living in mom's basement probably. So disappointing. So disappointing. Like, so that's sort of the level of these doxes now. It's come to sort of, oh, he's probably some sort of Will Ferrell-like character calling for the meatloaf upstairs. Like, no.
no,
Sorry.
you have a loving family who cares. Wow.
Yeah, but they can't
Consider
have.
me doxxed.
But here's the thing: they can't have it both ways. You can't be dangerous and also live in mom's basement. Like that's the weird thing, right? Like,
Exactly, but boxing. You know how I know it? It's the Israelis, our friends in the Israeli space that are behind this, is because Richard was brought in on it. I believe Pekka and Richard are actually mutuals on this app, and the Ukrainians have almost no cause to go after Richard Spencer on. So that's why I was kind of shocked when I saw that he was brought into this, and that's when I was immediately assumed that it was the
well,
person.
I mean, it's easy to use his name because his name is pretty polarizing
Yeah,
for a lot
But
of
but
people.
see,
I
but
don't
see,
know.
the thing is, Richard is pro-Ukraine, so he's one of theirs.
That's not
That's what makes
relevant,
this
though. You
bizarre.
don't understand, like the level of quote unquote journalism that they went into this. All they have to do is put Richard's name out there to slander Zag. I mean, that's what it was. Like, I mean, it's not. So I understand where you're coming from, Zag, but I don't think it's that deep with that, to be
I
honest.
don't know, man. I like you don't know what I know about this, but
All right, fair enough.
I'll
Yeah, stop with the Hasbro unboxing.
All
yeah.
right, I'm sorry.
I mean,
On the flip side, guys, the BZ docs was heavy. Wow.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Wait, which
Listen,
B?
you
Like
take one of
BZ the
ours, we take one of
yes,
lawyer? Or...
yours.
yeah,
The
Yeah,
guy who
BZ the
hosts with
lawyer.
Mario?
Oh,
Yep.
everyone knows who he is. I know who he is. I have his phone number and
I
shit. Like,
don't.
Richard, are you familiar with
A
this?
I mean,
couple
so
of
do I, but
I,
like,
I don't care that much. I have a couple other questions. So, what's one? Okay, I'm curious about the Israeli angle, but because I actually searched just a Twitter search, and Twitter has a bad search. I should go to my computer. I searched for Israel in that and Pekka's name, and I didn't really find anything. So he hasn't been merging the Ukraine and the Israel Hamas conflict. I was almost expecting that he would have, but I was incorrect. I don't think he's tweeted about it at all, which is kind of almost interesting in itself. So I am curious about that the Israelis, maybe the NAFO people, maybe they didn't like me on their team perhaps, but they at least tolerated the fact that I remain pro Ukraine and etc. But the Israelis, yeah, um,
Yeah,
they I'm not the number one enemy, but I
yeah.
they certainly am consider me one. Um, the other thing I'm curious about is do you do you think that some of these people, like the real hacker, autistic, social reject, antisocial personality, or just that kind of like flat, boring personality of like the entire nation of Finland, to put it mild, like I mean, I'm sorry, but it's true. But like, they almost believe in this kind of like radical transparency. Like he has an put Pekka aside in a way. Like there are people out there who they want to dox. They genuinely want to dox everyone. Like they believe that there should be no privacy,
Yeah,
and
Nikki
that
Haley.
Yeah, Nikki Haley.
It's like a
she wanted
weaponized version of sunlight is the best disinfectant, just taken to completely unnecessary levels.
right. But it's almost like a weird libertarian ideology or something for autistic people.
It's
Good point.
Did he cut out or?
Yeah, he.
Yeah,
I
he cut
didn't
out.
hear that.
Yeah, but Richard, if you can't come to like a fundamental like argument or idea, I guess if
Go
you're
ahead,
hold
Brennan. Go ahead.
I think that there are some like serious things related to that, and one of them is actually voting. Okay, and if you think about voting, and you think about some of the challenges that we've had recently, um, a lot of it actually comes down to there's some hard computer security problems that actually go back to identity. Okay, and in the disinformation space, there was a conference like roughly 2001 or so around Washington D.C. where all the prominent Russians that were, the political Russians, were coming to D.C. for this event, which was a big brouhaha with the Air Force. This is a while back, and what I'm getting to say is in this there's a valid case for the reason why we have some problems, and one of them actually is identity. And I'm not saying that we need to be anonymous, but I think we need to rethink some of the systems that we've came up with. And the reason why is because whenever you start doing vote by mail, among other different things, and you can't actually ascertain that it came from a specific person, or you can't actually check that your vote was properly rendered as the way that you had rendered it, it really causes some issues, and I think it leads to a crisis in confidence, which is, I think, an institutional problem that we're having across much of the West right now.
Brennan, we're not talking about the 2020 election, and I think you're almost making the opposite case. We're not talking about same day voting. I mean, we're talking
But
about
aren't we? I mean, isn't that the question of life?
Well, it apparently is for some people.
Right, but the voting question is related to your identity question online. It's the what's the basis of your identity, and how do you present yourself, and what a lot of these disinformation ops are all about.
Are you just stringing together words? Like, I'm genuinely
No,
curious.
I actually work in the space.
How you present yourself?
No, I work in the space. Obviously I don't hide my identity in terms of what I do. I work for the government, and one of the things that we don't.
In what way?
In what way?
Yes.
I'm specialized in identity. The basis of identity and the locking down of sensitive systems to require cryptographically secure identity. Okay. And why that matters is, if you think about things like, now I don't buy the Nikki Haley argument, but I understand it. And the part of the argument is it's very easy, if we have a loose concept of identity, to put out disinformation, to run up ad campaigns and do all these other different things. Now I know it was all hyperbole and overblown, and particularly with the pathetic sum of money that was spent supposedly by the Russians on Trump disinformation and all that kind of stuff. That was way overblown. But there are some valid parts of that, and the valid part of that is if you think about, for example, I'll give you an example that's very concrete. If you think about sensitive federal systems, what is the level of rigor to which they go to make sure that someone can authenticate to a system, to a specific federal system, and what's the corresponding equivalent that they use for voting, or for things like going to the DMV and getting a concept of identity there? Okay, it has a measure of similarity. Okay. Now, on the federal side, we do background investigations. We hunt down people's information. We force them to go through training. If it's a really sensitive system, then they're doing extensive years of background investigations, among other different things, on people. Okay. And then they build up an information trail that's the basis for an identity. But we do nothing like that for sensitive things online. Now, it's kind of interesting to me from a computer security perspective that, if you think about most of our systems.
So you're saying Zag's OPSEC was lacking, and that's why he got doxxed?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think that there's actually a gap in the industry around some solutions that would give us high security, high anonymity, but also a validated identity behind that. That's abstracted in a way that's
So, Brendan,
not
are you
available
saying
yet.
we shouldn't have the ID verification aspect of this with a third-party company, such as a Chisraeli company?
I don't know about a Chisraeli company. Charles has a company, so I'm sure that they could do that kind of service.
Yes, they could, but of course they wouldn't be hired because certain companies and groups prefer to have access to this info.
Yes,
and that's why they're
yeah. And I think that information is being used, and I think that's why it's so valuable. Just like some of the old phone analogs that predate some of our current systems were also very, I think, interesting to the Israeli contingent.
Well, Merry Christmas, Charles. How's it going?
Greetings from the Woodlands, Texas.
Houston, how is it?
I love it. I'm with my people. Not really, but spiritually.
That's Tom Slocum's group, though, no? The oil and gas
No,
crew?
he's down south. I'm the king of the Northland. Yeah, I love my Houston people. Gonna have some barbecue. Maybe fuck a fatty. We shall see.
Is that an
Just
American?
kidding. Just kidding.
Is that an American Airlines hub? The Bush Airport, is that
No,
AA or
it's United? United is. I'm a United person.
Wow.
I like to be abused. What can I say?
No, I'm from Jersey. That's all United out of Newark.
Yeah, I like to be abused. I accept it. I even kind of enjoy it in a way. So, what's up, Mr. Tolstoy? How you hanging?
I'm hanging well, Chuck.
By the way, like, you should fucking rock that. You should put up a big old fucking War and Peace and just be like, come at me, you fucks. That's
yeah,
what
I mean, it's interesting because I think Charles may have known about who I was for a long time, and people were like, "Oh, Charles is such a piece of shit. He didn't dox me." Lo and behold, it was the Israelis who did
I
it.
have no beef with the old school Russians. They make me laugh because they live in a fantasy land, but it doesn't mean I'm doxing them. I have most people's doxes that I deal with on this app, and frankly, I just save them. I keep them like Pokemon cards, Like, if I got to use them, I'll use them, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? I think people don't really understand just how many, like, you don't have anonymity on the internet. Like, that's over. That was over like 4 or 5 years ago. Even with the best OPSEC, it's just kind of done.
Especially if you're of a certain age, Charles. Like you have a LinkedIn, you have this, you have that. How many of these you have to go and deactivate and remember to scrub before you make one?
So when I got arrested in China in 2019, they have you read something when you get busted there for like any offense, and they have you read this thing and they collect your voice print. That's like how it works. So I assume if China has that, other countries have that. I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, hold up. What happened with BZ? BZ got outed too, right?
Evidently. But didn't they say that he's some sort of a criminal?
Yeah, what is the BZ thing?
It was pretty complicated. Like stolen license plates, claimed to be a connected dealer, jewelry thief.
Impersonating a doctor who could cure people's sick children.
Who is
It's a
BZ?
Can
long,
somebody share this up
long.
He
on the
was one of
jumbo chat?
Holy
Mario's
shit! Holy
co-hosts.
shit! This is so much more interesting than I thought it was. Why don't you bitches throw this up in the
Yeah,
jumbotron?
please post this, someone.
Yeah.
Now, hold on.
It's Liberty Sean's top post on his profile.
Who the fuck is Liberty Sean?
A
Somebody
Spaces
has called
host.
me.
It's up
Somebody
top.
called me. There's a guy who basically keeps tabs on all this shit for me in all these spaces, and he called me and he was like, "Ooh, they got him," and I was like, "Ooh, who'd they get?" I was like, "It's Christmas, man. Like, get a hobby." But what is it? Yeah, Liberty Sean. Yeah, that's the top one. I've come forward to share a difficult and personal story about someone I once considered a close friend and confidant. Benjamin Zev, co-host of Mario. His real name is Darko Yav.
One thing, if you know Liberty Sean, he's like a nice guy that doesn't engage in this. So if he felt compelled to come forward, like he's an honest dealer. He's not like he doesn't delve in the muck.
Oh man, it's a federal crime.
Liberty Sean hosts that space, right?
I mean, he's like a map bro. Like he analyzes like local political. Like
I
he's
will
no
point out one thing. I believe Liberty Sean is aligned with Stealth, and I believe Stealth is against BZ. So this could have been a twofer. Certain people's enemies getting revealed today, but it is what it is, folks. But an
Well,
elephant never forgets.
Well, there was a lot of criticism of anybody that would speak in Mario's space, including BZ.
And
So I
Chris
think that was a
Boxy
lot of.
making
takes two of
excuses.
Well, what do you mean? I was defending. I was actually never mind.
I just think people are dumb motherfuckers if they think they're not going to be anonymous anymore in these spaces. Like, you are dumb. You should just post your nudes now. Just post them up there.
Are you gonna
Let's
be
see those
the
big old
pioneer in that
titties,
field,
Mr.
Charles?
Tolstoy. Let's see them.
Are you gonna start posting your nudes and just hopefully create a trend?
It's rude. It's rude if I post my nudes because I don't want to. I don't want people to be. I listen. It's kind of like at a certain point, if you post your nudes, is it bragging? I don't even know. I just don't. It's not gentlemanly to show you all how big my dick is. Just don't want to do
Why
it.
not?
It's just rude.
Yeah, let's not have this conversation.
It's rude,
It's not done. It's
Yeah, I mean, if one of you wanted to hack my phone and post them, I mean, I
But
wouldn't.
why are you
I
taking
wouldn't.
so many
I
pictures
wouldn't
of your
disavow
penis,
them.
Chuck?
I would say it was. I would say it was. I too am shocked that it's that big. You know what I mean? But
E2.
I have to live with it. It's terrible having an 18-inch cock.
Et2, Charles.
That's the thing.
Et2.
I've often found it funny that people just kind of put up with this stuff. You know what I mean? They just sort of think like, oh, my life is over. People know that I'm, random internet troll 6. It's like, bro, no one gives a fuck.
I mean,
yeah.
everyone knows the important ones are Random Internet Troll 5 and 7. Nobody cares about 6.
My brother used to say to me when I got really fired up about something on the internet, he's like, hey, man, we're going to go to the mall, and I'm going to take you to the mall, and you're going to talk to like 100 people. And if a single person knows what the fuck you're talking about, then it's important. But if none of them know, then you need to get out of your internet ghetto and start interacting in the world. And I think that's such a great heuristic for thinking about these things, Like the fat Mexican chick who's checking me in my hotel room, she has no idea what any of these things we're talking about is.
You stay at hotels with fat Mexican chicks at the front desk?
Of course. Prodigal,
Yeah, they
I'm a
It's how
wasp.
you know the food's good.
I'm a wasp, Prodigal. We don't spend money if we don't have to.
Yeah, but all the Indians
Best
own
Western.
the other hotel,
No, I never stayed in an Indian hotel. Are you crazy?
They seem to be
No.
monopolizing the Holiday Inn Expresses. I
I don't
mean,
fuck around with Holiday Inn Express. I am a Marriott man. Thank you very much. I am a United Marriott man. You could practically just call me the CIA with those two choices of brands right there. I mean, holy shit.
Charles, are you playing the point game?
The one about with women or what?
No, with the hotel chains.
Oh, I do have so funny story about that. So Christmas Eve 2017, my wife didn't want to be my wife anymore, whatever, these things happen. So I then went on a tear just living in Marriott hotels, and I accumulated something like 600,000 points, which I didn't even know could be done, but I did it. And I was like living on it as a currency, basically, like in the hotels. And then what happened was COVID happened, and I just treated COVID like it didn't exist. So I would just go and get all these super cheap Marriott, would stay at all the Marriotts basically as like a gypsy, as I was wont to do, wandering the land, going to my various businesses, staying in the Marriotts. And by the way, the Marriotts have this I mean, this should be a sponsored post. God knows, but they have this autograph hotel collection, which has some of the nicest, weirdest hotels in America. And so I have a sort of just general rule whenever there's one of those that I stay at them. So I've stayed at some really wild, fascinating hotels around the world, and I don't know, man. I'm a fan of it. I stayed something like 60 some odd days in the Marriott properties in Turkey. I've been to all of the Marriotts all around. I stayed at the one in El Mati too. The place was sick. So yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, but didn't
Do
they
you like
buy?
the Marriott Marquis the best, or do you like the JP Marriotts the
No,
best?
the autograph, like he said, is the best because they bought up a lot of these properties that were
I
just
like the
not.
weird fucking ones. I like
They're
the
called
ones that,
boutique hotels, Boxer.
yeah, I like the
Nah,
weird ones.
I
I
mean,
mean,
like,
it kind of depends. I've stayed at so many Springwood Villages, or what? Not Springwood Villages, City Place Marriotts, or Spring Hill Suites. I've stayed at so many of them that they all kind of blur together, and so like I can't really tell. Like I have these like weird moments where I stay at a hotel where I'm not totally sure if I've been in the one before, so I sort of have to like look around, and you know what I mean. It's like, do you know like this like modern architecture where you're like, hanging out in a city, and then you go into a lobby of a hotel or something. And you're like, have I been here before? And then you realize, does it even matter, right? Because everything is so standardized. It didn't even matter that you were actually even there, or maybe you weren't there. Maybe you're not even there right now. So it gets very metaphysical very quickly.
well, didn't
But
Ritz Carlton merge with Marriott? Am I correct with
Ritz
that?
Carlton did, yep. I used to stay at the Ritz Carlton in L.A. That was quite nice. And then Sheraton, of course, is also a Marriott property. So they have a lot of good Marriotts there, or good Sheraton properties. But yeah, I love them. I love them dearly. I never liked the whole Airbnb thing. It always struck me as some kind of like weird scam where I would like go in and lose a kidney. You know what I mean? It just wasn't my thing. So I don't know. And then they started just fucking everyone on the hotel fees, cleaning fees or whatever. And I would just be like, this is a scam. My theory about it is that one of the reasons that real estate is still so expensive is because we're the only one of the OECD countries that doesn't have anti-money laundering policies in place on real estate. I think we're like literally the only one. And apparently the Treasury is putting some new rules into effect next year on this. And then the other thing is every mobster I've ever met owned like a shitload of Airbnb properties. And I've always tried to figure out like what was that about? And the answer is like Airbnb properties are a great way to just like move people, move product, move whatever. And I think there's something to be said for that. I think it's basically a criminal syndicate.
But you don't think it's also a convenient way to pay off a mortgage, Charles? Like if you,
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I don't think many of these people
Does
have mortgages.
Airbnb take cash though? I think it would be hard to have so many
No,
credit
here's what
cards.
you do. Here's what you do, okay? This was explained to me by this guy who used to work for me. Is you go and you find an Airbnb in an area, and you go and you negotiate with these people. And you say, "Hey people, I am going to by the way, don't tell Nuance I'm driving a Tesla today. God help me."
Oh
Um
wow.
yeah, I know. If I die, you'll know why. You will know why.
Get him, Elon.
Um but anyway, so yeah, I'm kind of afraid of this car, to be honest with you. It kind of scares the shit out of me. Because it was like I could swear it was talking to me earlier. But anyway, where were we on this point?
Airbnb scam.
Ah, yes. So every sketchy person I know, what they would do is they'd go to a city and then they'd go to their landlord or whatever, and they'd be like, "Hey, landlord, how are you? What if I paid cash? Could I get a cash price?" It's kind of like I do all the time with Ubers. Is I'll get in an Uber and I'll be like, "All right, man, how much are they screwing you? Like, what are they offering you for this ride?" and then they'll be like, today it was like the guy's like, oh, I'm making $85 to drive 2.5 hours with you, and I was like, well, fuck that. Like, they're charging me $160. What do you say we do 110? We call it a day. And he's like, 120, and we shake on it. And because your boy always walks around with shitloads of cash on him, I just doled out the cash and we called it a day. We even stopped at Buc-ee's. It was lovely. I loved every minute of it. But anyway, so I guess what I'm saying is that like this whole like sharing economy is just another way of like having gypsy cab drivers and gypsy hotels. And like we should just be real about that. Like we shouldn't pretend that this is like some kind of sharing economy. It's like no. A whole bunch of young people are broke, and all of these Airbnbs, they should all be on the market. Like people should be renting those properties, and it should be driving down rents. And I'm sorry if you can't afford your mortgage, I guess you're going to lose your house or your Airbnb property. Like nowhere is it written in the Bible or even in the Constitution. I've checked that boomers have a right to passive income through, Airbnb properties. Like it's not like there were there were old people in the past that didn't turn themselves into like illegal hotel magnates, right? Like that was they retire, they like played with their grandchildren, they like volunteered at the library, like all the basic bitch old people things, you know what I mean? And but yet somehow these fucking boomers think they're entitled to run all these side hustles on all of us, and it's disgusting. It needs to stop. And when I'm president, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but Charles, isn't there like a byproduct of this? Because I know there's certain buildings that restrict it. So then, don't they raise like the HOA fee to be so high that, in other words, like you
Yeah, they're
can't
doing
pay
it
your
with single family homes too, genius. It's not just limited to apartment buildings. Like it is fucking up the market. It's
well,
been known. But they haven't
well,
been able to regulate it. I know New York tried to
Bro,
do it
have
like
you seen that
Vegas.
picture? Like, have you seen that picture of all the properties in LA that are Airbnb? Have I shared this shit in this Jumbotron? I will share this shit right now.
Yeah, I've
yes.
seen that. It's crazy.
It's like one of the wildest things. And you're supposed to be like, oh, Matt Iglesias, we need to build more homes. We need to, we need to build more construction. No, it's like, no, no, no.
1 billion Americans.
1 billion Americans. No, no, no. No, no, no. We need to solve this shit first. You know what I mean? I think I might have initiated self-destruct mode on this Tesla, so I got to get out of it. Hold up a sec.
Yeah. I don't know how neighborhoods do that, but they restrict Airbnb purchases. But you said prodigal, like in single family homes, like there's not a neighborhood can't.
If there's not a homeowners association, there are no regulations. I mean, it's not easy to enforce. I mean, this isn't just limited to that. I mean, you see it with in a lot of states that get marijuana legalization, regular vape shops just sell it right out of the vape shop. Like it doesn't. You got to be able to enforce it. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to, unless they pass a law forcing Airbnb to disclose their clientele. I don't see another way that they can enforce it.
They
That information.
they had rules in DC against Airbnbs for a long time, and people were running them anyways. And my sister runs an Airbnb's her house, but she's kind of thinking now that Airbnb in general is a crummy place to do business. So she's moved on to other sites, and then she'll regularly tell people, "Hey, I got a house in wine country, right next to Napa, so you can get a house for me for X amount of money." But I think a lot of their reason why it's attractive is if you're like in a pricey place in California and you're paying like a few $100s a night per room, and then you multiply that by a number of rooms. Uh, some of the Airbnb places, they're a good deal if you're particularly if you're able to negotiate with an owner and go off of one of those websites. I know that's what she was doing exactly. She doesn't like, I think, some of the short term business because it requires a lot more care and feeding, and then sometimes people try to scam you around, giving you low ratings on a space and things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is fucked. The Airbnb, I don't know. I mean, a gated
Well,
community.
Charles, do you think Airbnb is single-handedly killing the American dream of buying a home? I mean,
Yeah. Because think about it,
wow.
right? Yeah. I mean, I think it's I think it's to blame, man.
And
I'm
how
not.
many of these do you think are foreign owned or foreign interest owned?
Oh, quite a number. I mean, you can own a home with an LLC, and it's not like people do, KYC on those LLCs, right? It's just, I mean, it is what it is. Swedish fish at this hotel. Don't mind
Yeah,
if
but
I
I
do.
mean, so I don't know, like in my area when I was trying to buy a house, I'm pretty sure a lot of these people that were buying these houses like right off the market were prospectors, Airbnbs, but I don't know how many of them were Airbnb versus just renters. So there's no way to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality of it is that there are lots of, like, we're one of the few countries that allows foreigners to buy our property, right? Like, that's what we do as Americans. I don't really know why we do it. I think it's kind of weird, frankly.
Once we
But we do
nationalized
it.
all the cartel and Chinese property, we're loaded.
Sorry, I'm checking in. Hold up.
I know there's a shitload of cartel owned Airbnbs in Arizona. I think there was like a 60 Minutes about that.
That's crazy.
I mean, but is Airbnb just like making the process of like renter homes and like because people like it for many years have owned
It's
properties,
not
right?
renter homes if it's short-term rentals. Like it's a completely different business model. You do like they're competing with hotels. Initially, the first people to bitch were hotels, but once they were able to basically make a market for this, you have everybody entering it. I know a bunch of people, at least who have places in Florida, that they don't even touch it. You can hire like cleaning companies now for it. So I mean, it removed supply from the market. I mean, people went into it heavy. At least people I know. There's nothing worse than a short-term rental. I mean, if that's a different thing. But I know people who own like boutique luxury hotels, and can you imagine like turnover? You know, 90% every couple of days with clientele who expect the top of the like. I'm like, this is the worst fucking business in the fucking world. That I would kill myself.
Oh, Peck is here. I don't know if you see that, Zag.
Yeah, I invited him up.
I mean,
How
they
kind of
should
you.
worry more about the battlefield than anything else. It's not looking too good over there.
I would concur, Prodigal. I would concur.
Pekka
Um,
doesn't deal with battlefield updates.
that
Okay.
is
It's
true.
more of the gossip.
So I just looked at my neighborhood and
Wait, so that was a
just
man? I thought it was a woman who did that to you. I didn't think a man would do that. That's actually like a grown ass man did that. I thought it was a woman.
Well, there's laws in Europe, so we have to be careful about such things.
Oh boy.
It's going to be funny to see like the Ukrainian crime wave. Like it always happens after the Yugoslav wars, the crime wave hit after Russia fell. The crime, like people are going to realize the crime wave that are coming from these Ukrainian refugees shortly thereafter and regret it immensely.
Oh no, he left. Oh no.
Brighton Beach is going to be back in the news again, Prodigal.
I don't know. It depends how many young men they have left. But the ones who come out, they're going to be a different demon. Like life is going to be, they're going to kill for nothing.
So wait, did Pekka put your docs on his page, or was it somebody else that did it, or something that he was related to?
I think they work together. There's like another little group. It's ne'er do wells and degenerate NAFO people that are involved in this sort of thing.
Isn't the issue with Brighton Beach? There's a lot of public housing put there. That's what kind of fucked up the.
Oh yeah, near Coney Island. Yes,
Yeah,
certainly.
it's pretty rough. Yeah, it used to be Russian mob, and now it's.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's still pretty rough, but
Well,
they've
it's
all moved
rough
to
in different
Manhattan
ways.
Beach.
Yeah, yeah.
Prodigal, did they rebuild like Breezy Point after what was it, Hurricane or Sandy or Irene? Which one
I
was it?
have no idea. I've been to Brighton Beach like twice. I went fishing there once, believe it or
I'm
not.
just you're the resident tri-state guy in
No,
the United
I'm
States.
Jersey. I'm
So
New York. Honestly, unless it's like a steakhouse, a show, or a venue, I tend to avoid it like the
You
plague.
don't like riding Cyclone once a week?
No, no. What city? You're from Florida. Now, what fucking city are you from, my friend?
Me? I mean, my whole family is like in New York. I agree. So I know New York pretty well, but
What part of New York? Westchester?
No, Park Slope.
Oh my!
You gentrified that pretty well. Huh? You even built the Opera House out there. What do they call it? BAM?
Yeah.
That's Alan Fishman of Chemical Bank, and that's he played a big role in that development. He's over at Ladders. They do mezzanine financing. That's
Well, you're talking
Trump
about a
used
little.
them for a while.
You're talking
I'm
about
just saying it's a little fishy.
I mean, no. I mean, that's
Where were we here, friends? Uncle Chuck is back. He's got some Skittles.
Boxing was telling
He's
us how
got
he's
some
juicing with
Twizzlers.
Alan Fishman of
Oh, you got
Chemical
some
Bank.
snacks. Very nice.
Got
Charles,
snacks.
our friend
I'm
Pekka came
35 years
in and
old,
then he
but
scampered off. I think he saw you and ran.
I'm 35 years old, but I eat like a child. That's Christmas. Actually, it's Boxing
You eat
Day
like an
now.
NBA player, don't you? You eat like an NBA player.
I live
I
like an
don't see
NBA
picky
player.
eaters.
I live like an NBA player.
No, well, what was the NBA
Straight
player
up hustling.
from Memphis?
Straight up
John
hustling.
Wall? No, Kentucky. Yeah, he just ate like candy all the time.
all
Apparently,
the football players. After they would work out, they would just eat like
Dude,
Starburst.
my great aunt Alta lived to be 105 years old. That bitch smoked. She drank. She partied with she gambled her social security check. She was a fucking legend. And you know what she told me? She said the secret to living a long time. She said it was not having any stress in your life. So she had been a widow since she was like 49 years old. And I was like, why didn't she get remarried? And she's like, do you know anyone who would have married somebody at 49 years old? She was like, I thought one and done was enough. That woman was a legend in her day. I think they even made some like basic bitch TV thing about her at Oklahoma back in the day. Anyway, but yeah, no, I'm definitely a believer that you should just mitigate your stress, and that stress is the number one issue. But I think global capitalism makes us all like kind of precarious unless you're like dumb and you figured out ways to escape it by either having like rich parents or being eccentric. But basically, yeah, that's kind of my read on the whole thing. I don't know. Friends. I don't know. By the way, I got all the money I needed to run my new genomics lab. So stay tuned.
very nice, man. Very nice. It's
Thank
it's a nice Christmas gift, isn't it?
It was a great Christmas gift. I spent Christmas with one of my investors because I'm not a normal person and I don't really have a family. So there's that.
Well, but you technically have like several siblings or a couple siblings and
I got some
parents.
siblings. I got some siblings. But
But you're of like many people who sort of grew up in the sort of the WASP boarding school home. There's like no love lost there. There's always yes. Like I know many people like that, and then like even my own family. It's like, hey, geez.
Do you shake your father's hand when you meet him? When you see him?
No. We're not that bad. No.
I do.
You do.
Do you call him?
Like,
Do you
hey,
call him?
sir.
Do you call him
Damn
sir?
glad to see you, sir.
Do you call him sir? I call my father sir.
No,
I do
I didn't
too.
call him.
I'm a handshake family for sure.
Yeah.
Like, hi, Dad.
My dad told me he loved me one time, and I asked him if he had cancer.
Oh my god.
I wasn't even trying to be mean. I was just like I was so shocked by it that I asked him like, "Are you sick? Like, are you all right?" Like it took me by surprise.
And then when he said no, Charles said, "Well, are you gay?"
No, everybody knows every WASP is at least half homosexual. What do you think we were doing in boarding school?
Learning how to chew tobacco. That's what I was doing mostly.
Yeah.
Is that a
I knew
euphemism?
some
My
kids.
grandma is the one who taught me how to roll cigarettes, though.
Yeah, Chuck. I knew some kids that like.
Do you smoke a pipe with your dad? Are you that?
No.
Are you that?
I would have drinks with my dad.
What
sometimes.
about tweed jackets? Do you have the shoulder pads or no?
I can't remember. Maybe there are shoulder pads.
Do you know somebody named Reginald?
These are getting very specific.
No, yes, but I know where you're
I feel like
going.
we're playing Guess
I have
Who.
a list. I have a list of like all of these things you know when you know you're a WASP.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yes, I
smoking
mean,
jackets.
Smoking jackets.
Knowing somebody named Reginald.
I'm not even
Wearing
kidding. Like
boat shoes.
I pack a mean pipe. Okay, like I make a fucking
Whoa, whoa,
great.
whoa, whoa.
I don't even drink gin and tonics, and I make a fantastic gin and tonic.
Yo, PG, please.
My grandparents came to visit me when I was living in New York, and I made my grandpa an awesome breakfast gin and tonic, and he got loaded up, and we just went around. It was a good time. It's a great time.
Chuck, would you say in WASP families the kid is often closer to his grandparents than his parents?
Oh, of course, because your grandparents raised you.
100%.
Your grandparents raised you.
Yeah, like I spent a lot of time with my grandmother, and yeah, no, there are lots of truths to
I
that.
legit don't know what my parents think on a great number of subjects, but I could tell you chapter and verse what my grandparents and my great uncles and great aunts thought on numerous subjects.
I often thought it was weird when like there's some sons of like in like high school they'd be like, "I love you, Dad. I love you, son." Like,
disgusting.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid seeing somebody hug their kid, like dropping them off at prep school, and I was like, "Oh, those are the Jews." And sure enough, they were Jews. Like I was aware of it even like age 14. You know?
Nah, I didn't have this. I didn't have that upbringing.
the boxing wasn't hugged.
Charles, did
No,
Milton
but
have a
my
lot
mom, but not
of
my dad.
students
No, my
from
dad
like
did not.
Japan or Korea or Taiwan?
We had a lot of Koreans, and
We had like inter-Asian gang wars at my boarding school. Like the
yeah,
Korean kids were just brutal kids from Taiwan. It was
yeah. So the
serious.
Koreans hated the Japanese, and then the Korean girls, like right around the time they discovered their sexuality, they were all over. Like Korean women are aggressive. I don't know if you've ever had that problem, but it's an acute problem. If they decide they like you, you have to be careful. You know. So I did not care for that personally when that sort of happened. But unfortunately, I was a day student, and my parents and I was the white scholarship winner, which they all kind of knew when I was there. And
What are you eating? Ferrero Rochers? What's going on over
no,
there?
I'm having a Twizzler. Like, calm the fuck down.
The
So
peelable ones or the old school ones?
the old school ones, please. And I
Fucking
had
Twizzlers? What are you, 5?
I have a tropical Skittles and a fucking Twizzler because I'm 35 years old. And
Twizzler, hardly know her.
First of all,
He's on the Ja Morant diet. Didn't you hear?
Yeah.
you couldn't even get Red Vines?
I couldn't even get Red Vines. These
Red
fuckers.
rope licorice.
Jesus.
They don't. Well, I don't know about Red Vines are kind of ghetto. I've only seen those in Black
Dude,
Mirror.
Red Vines are legit. They're way better than Twizzlers. Twizzlers are ghetto.
No, you
At least
take a
get the
bite.
Poland joke.
Listen, I've got a
Nerd
water bottle.
ropes are way better than either
I've
one.
got a water bottle here, and I'm going to bite both ends of the Twizzler, and I'm going to turn it into a straw, and that's what I'm going to do.
Fine,
Wait a
an
second, is that
adult
a
in the room.
Twizzler or Red Vines? Because I got in an
Yeah, Red
argument with
Vines
my
are
wife about
you can make a
this.
straw out of.
You can make a straw out of Twizzlers.
That's
No,
what I thought.
they're dense.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm using a straw right now. What the fuck are you talking
Really?
about?
They don't have holes in them. They're like
I'll show
pull
you. I'll
apart and
fucking take a
shit.
picture. Hold on.
No, Twizzlers have a little hole in the middle of it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
do they? Shows you how much I eat Twizzlers. Those
Look at
fuckers
this. Look at
like
this.
It's been
5-year-olds.
many of years.
I'm being Twizzler truthers in here. What the fuck?
Yo, real hours right now. Let's go.
Jesus Christ. I'm doing a picture of myself.
Charles, do you know the legal firm Morgan and Morgan? Obviously, it used to be Morgan, Collins, and Gilbert. Do you know that?
I do. I know John Morgan. I met him.
Yeah, so it used to be Morgan, Collins, and Gilbert. And Collins, his son, I got into a fight with, and I had to go to his house and apologize to him. And my dad called. He goes to me. He goes, "The next time you get in a fight with somebody, you shouldn't pick such a fucking pussy." Because I had he had like he's a very rich man, Collins. You know what I mean? They were this malpractice insurance attorney, and the whole scene was pretty funny. But yeah, so I had a different upbringing than a lot of these
Yeah,
men
but didn't his
basically.
son kick your ass though? I mean, you didn't even.
No, I beat him up. I had to go to his house, and the cops came to my house, and then they called
The cops.
Yeah. But then you know how it works. You know, my
Who
dad
calls the
called his
cops
dad.
as a kid? What the fuck?
He's a pussy.
Well, I
You know how it
mean,
works.
they bloodied boxing pretty bad. I mean, he was clean.
No, it was the other way around.
It was a hate crime.
No, the issue was that
Yeah,
I
he
went
knocked off his keeper.
No, because I
She was like, "He's killing him! Tell him to stop!"
no, because I thought I went to his bus stop, so that's kind of where I got in trouble. But anyways, the point
My
is that
dad said.
Boxing
My
versus
dad
the
said to me
Gentile.
when I was a kid that if I ever got in a fight with somebody, I just can't make it racial. He's like, if you make it racial, son, your life is over. It's like it doesn't matter who won the fight.
Don't
So-
make it racial.
yeah.
So I remember being in a fight with this Vietnamese kid, and I remember thinking to myself, like, don't call him a slur. Don't call him a slur.
What are you, Mark Wahlberg?
The whole time. No, man. Fields Corner. That's how it was. I know that Mark Wahlberg story, though. That's a great story.
Well, every young Bostonian does, and of course,
Mhm.
he was able to make it racial and still get ahead. So just
It
goes
was a
to
different
show.
time. He wouldn't have gotten away with that now.
No, could you imagine? Yeah, in 2023, you
You don't
blinded an
have to
old
make
Asian
it
man and
racial
then tried to
anymore.
star in Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Oh boy. I mean, it's
The Boston that I'm from, though, is a much rougher place. Now they all have there's gay bars in Southie. Like, what is going on?
Southie's
Yeah, how do
expensive.
they have an Asian
Southie's
mayor,
very
dude? Like,
expensive,
what
Richard. Man.
happened to
I mean, not
Boston?
Richard.
I thought that was a joke, but they have an Asian mayor.
Yeah, how did that happen in Boston? Like, I don't get it.
It's very liberal.
Who was the
Yeah,
mayor
well,
for
there's a
years there,
couple different
Charles? What
flavors
what
of
was his
liberal,
name?
you know.
Mumbles Menino, right?
Yeah, he was a good friend of my grandfather's.
Yeah,
Mumbles Menino.
she's like a white. She's a hot Asian, relatively speaking, right?
She's got the white husband.
Yeah.
It's good enough. It'll work. It'll do. I hate her a lot more that not that she's Asian. I hate her a lot because she went to Harvard. That's her real problem.
I thought you were a fan of Harvard now because of the whole black deep state.
I just want them all to fight or fuck or whatever. When the Jews and the blacks are fighting, we know best not to interrupt them, right, Zonigal? Like, we know this, yes?
Yeah, let them duke it out.
Let
Yeah,
them sort it out.
I would tend to agree.
Fight it, fuck it, or eat it.
I mean, what do you think, Charles? Should minority groups in this country be at each other's throats so that we sort of regain that collectivism and get people back under control?
I think it's much better when we have race wars. Personally, I'm for them. I know this is a strong stance to take, but I'm prepared to take that stance. That race
I did
wars.
watch Zulu last
Answer
night.
such a similar stance.
David secretly approves.
I was gonna say I watched Zulu last night.
Absolutely
At a
not.
certain
We
point,
already listen. We already
turn
had
on the
one in the
Turks.
'70s that did not work out very well. It was very bad. I don't want to see that again. That was horrible. Let's not. Peace.
When did they get to you, David? When the fuck did they get to you?
When I fucking dug and I dug and I dug until I came out the other
I mean,
side, and it
in a
scared the
way, when you
fucking
move
shit
to
out of me.
Idaho, you're sort of admitting that you don't want to fight the race war. You just want to be with the whites. That's kind of what
It is
that
true.
is. You know.
So, Charles, when you were talking
Throw
about
in the towel.
being in school with the cliques, I went to school in some of my years in California. What I noticed was the Asian cliques, the Chinese, Japanese, and the Koreans, they actually like the white people. They hate each other. They really hate each other.
Yeah, I mean, so I was a white nerd. So basically, I could only fuck the Jewish chicks and the Asian chicks. So that was just how that worked in high school. And I accepted my status accordingly. You know what I mean? I didn't make a big deal out of it. But
Why were you having sex in high school?
prep school, sir.
Nerd.
What else were we supposed to do?
Study?
You know how it was? I mean, if you did well in school and you were white and a male, there were Asians and Jewish chicks that would just line up to fuck you. I don't make the rules. Like, it was what it was. I was like a pudgy little redhead, and all these, I don't want to name names. I'll get in trouble. Last time I did that, I got in real trouble. But I had this Japanese chick that I liked. She was probably giving away too much. I had this high end Asian, we'll call it, and so I had this high end Asian chick that I was really into, and she had this low end Asian friend who is Vietnamese, and so what happened was the Japanese one broke up with me because I was not rich enough, and this was explained to me that I was of a low status, which was kind of painful, age 16 to learn like how the world really works. That was a good lesson. So I got the low end Asian, and that was a lot of fun, to put it mildly. But almost too much fun. And then
Would
she
you
wrote a
put
book about it years later.
Would you put Vietnamese below Filipinos or the same level, Charles?
I think Filipinos have more love in their heart, so I'm into love. Like Filipinos just like want to share their love. That's why there's like 100 million of them in a place the size of New Jersey. But um, what can I say about this? Vietnamese women have no soul, and they will like kill you for. I mean, there's a reason they won the war. You know what I mean? So
I think Filipino women are pretty brutal, Charles. From my experience, they're pretty soulless in a way, right? I've seen them take a lot of American troops over here and rape them financially. Um,
I mean, they are women, right?
Fair point.
I mean, that's how it works.
You just described every 50-year-old divorcee.
Yeah, but here's like Navy Central with all the divorced Filipino wives.
I mean, it's how it works, man. They get in there, they take the money. It's how it works. It's an age-old tale. I didn't say you should marry any of them. That's crazy. What are you, nuts? I think they call them the Navy. They call them LBFMs, right? Little brown fucking machines. That's my understanding.
Yeah,
my nomenclature is a bit off, but I was raised in a Navy household, so I do know some of these things.
How are you with the boat glossary terms, Charles? That's a pretty waspy
I'm
requirement.
extremely good at them.
Your port, your
I
starboard,
won
your
the rain
aft, your
gutter
galley.
regatta. Age 15, I won the rain gutter regatta where you take all this they put you in the dump. You have to make a boat out of all the shit that's in the dump, and then you race. And most people's boats fall apart. But mine, we won it, but there was no steering on it, so it was like a rocket ship. I made this sail. It was an awesome, good time, man.
Did you go to like
what body of water would you take that out on?
That was on the Charles River, sir.
Oh, very cool.
Did you guys have cotillion when you grew up? And like the
we did,
My
but
town
that
was way too Jewish to have cotillion.
We did have cotillion, but only the Jews and the Irish and the Italians did it because the WASPs were assumed to have already learned those manners.
Oh, I don't know a single Jewish girl that had a cotillion, and I went to school.
No,
with literally
cotillion
hundreds
is where
of them.
they learn manners, not a quinceañera, dude.
No, I know what a quinceañera. Yeah, no, I know. I still don't know anyone that had a cotillion.
Yeah, there was not that many Jews in my area.
Did you have a sweet 16? Did you have sweet 16 parties in your town?
Not really. I was saying there was a kid in the town next to me, this gay black kid who was featured on that MTV show, My Super Sweet 16. But, there were so many bar and bat mitzvahs. That was just kind of, we did the big partying a couple years earlier, and I don't know. No, I never went to a Sweet 16, I don't think.
Charles, did you ever go to bar mitzvah or bat mitzvahs? I'm sure you did if you went to around those Jews, right?
I did. I went to one. I was not a big joiner.
How was that?
Did you put on a yarmulke, Charles?
I did. I had a lot of. I knew a bunch of Jews like in high school, but I wasn't really. The people that I rolled with were like the old school WASP money. Many of those people are still investors of mine, by the way, which is kind of funny. Yeah. My best friend, his father served in the Eisenhower administration, which is kind of crazy. And then my other like really close friend, he was related to John Forbes Carey. And he was from the Forbes family. And yeah, those were kind of my people. They sort of adopted me. I like the people that were like sixth generation money. You know what I mean? I had this guy, he didn't want to be my friend because his father liked me too much. Because like I reminded him of him because he was like self-made guy. But What would happen at these prep schools is that you get these wealthy Catholic kids where their dads were like shut out of those schools back in the day. And they're like, I'll show them. I'll donate all this money to their school and get on the board or whatever. You know? That sort of thing.
Why they didn't allow Catholics at those schools then, back in the day?
Goodness, no.
They regimented them. You would only be allowed in if you were a Jew that was more waspy than the wasps, or a Catholic that was more waspy than the wasps. You know?
Yeah, I
That's
thought
how
the
it was.
funniest thing was when what was it, Mark Meadows or what is it, whatever his name is. No, Kevin McCarthy was dancing. And they were like, "Oh my God, like why is he dancing so weird?" I'm like, clearly none of these people have ever been to a fucking country club event. That's how these people dance.
No. He is Irish mob. That was a mob thing.
The
He's not a
dancing.
very serious person.
No,
Not a serious player.
Yeah, it is true though. It's the same thing
So,
applied for the country clubs too, Charles. You couldn't just join unless you were a waspy minority.
no.
so what do you all have for dinner tonight?
Well, I'm surprised, David. I thought you were Catholic. Isn't Christmas Eve a little bit of a bigger to do than
It's
Christmas
Christmas
Day?
Day. Well, yeah, we did like the Feast of Seven Fishes, except we only did 2.
You got to be
But
careful with your fish purchases in Idaho.
oh yeah, what do you know that I don't?
The further away from the ocean I am, especially up in Montana, the more desolate towns I would say, and I would be very hesitant with my fish purchases. But when I lived
And
in Bozeman,
definitely, like people don't know this, but like we have good fishing here at like Coeur d'Alene and on the Spokane River and stuff, but those fish are all totally poisoned with like mining shit and like runoff and silt or whatever, like heavy metals. So it's a really easy way to get autism or something. I
Hey
would not
Charles, when you're talking to
eat
the
it.
phone, do you use a headset or do you like talk through your phone or how are you doing it?
Oh boy.
I talked through the car.
Are you in the car right now?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, you get a lot of feedback, and so I was just like wondering if you switch your
No, I'm
microphone
just
to
chewing
voice
this.
isolation.
I'm just chewing the Skittles.
Gotcha.
And
Are you are you
it's mostly
alternating
to
between
avoid you.
Twizzlers and Skittles, Charles, or are you just going one and the other?
I complete one and then I hit the other.
That's how you get diabetes.
No, diabetes you're born with. It's like being elect.
Zag, I'm loving this docs. This docs is the weakest shit ever. This is actually kind of glowing if you think
Post
about
it
it.
in the Jumbotron. I want to see it.
Don't
I'm gonna go
post it to the
troll them in the
jumbotron,
replies.
but you can go
DM it
ahead
to
and
me so I
search
can
for
troll
it.
the replies at least.
It is weak. It is weak. I don't know. It's
They were like
just what
trying
it
to
is.
tie you to like white Russian resistors of like communism as if that was like a bad thing. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
it was misguided. I don't think it was meant to happen now, and I think it was
I
spearheaded
love these
through
Jews
other
attacking
groups.
you on Christmas, man. That's my kind of thing.
Exactly, Charles.
I love it.
You know it's the Israelis.
I mean, they attacked Christ on Christmas. No, wait, that was Good Friday. My bad. Same thing.
Easter.
Is this guy Jewish, Zach? Do you have any idea if he's
Oh no
Jewish or
no no!
not?
Listen, here's the thing, man.
Look into that.
Some of these Scandinavian, Baltic people from the NATO circles are some of the more outwardly in their societies anti-Semitic people. They don't really care for Israel whatsoever. They think what the Israelis are doing is actually abhorrent, unhumanitarian type action here, but they just don't say anything about it because they're very much in their lane. They hate the Russians more than probably
Well,
the
you're talking
they're
about the
also just
Israelis.
very jealous that their historical grievances don't carry the same amount of cultural weight that the
Exactly,
Jews do, and it just
exactly.
Are you
So,
referring to the
rubs them, it
Polish?
burns them.
Polish?
Well,
but
the
they do rub
Estonians, the
shoulders.
Latvians.
Yeah,
I think Pekka's Estonian, I believe.
yeah.
Uh,
So he doesn't give a shit about any of this Israeli nonsense. So
Like we were having way more heated discussions about Ukraine long ago. This is, oh, your account's so big. No, not really. I don't think I have a very large account. Certainly not worth, some of the, or not the same size as a lot of the other ones that he's messed with. So I think somebody sort of put him up to this. That's sort of my feeling about it.
You should own it. You should change your name and you should use your real name. Fuck them.
Yeah, I mean,
And you should
The
post your
problem with
name.
that is people know him as
I don't see
Zaganel.
why not.
Well, people know you as Zaganel though, and so it's like you know be able to find you in the search report, like the search results and stuff.
Don't be a pussy, Chadigal.
You could rebrand as Zonagol, right?
Don't be a pussy.
Yeah, you
But
can
Well, I
do
mean,
it.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it. I'm just saying
Don't
that
be a
it's
pussy.
hard to find him.
Well, I
what
mean,
what
like you could figure out ways to incorporate it all. I'm sure, but I don't know. I just think that if we weren't having issues with the Hasbara friends, this wouldn't have happened. And all sorts of things coincided at a weird time. Weird people unfollowed me. Weird people started following me. Started sitting in spaces. It was all coordinated. I mean, you hear about these back channel efforts, and it's quite clear.
So I've been meaning. Pekka did a podcast. It looks like in the last couple of weeks with the Visegrad. I don't know who it is. Like
Oh, I've been
speaking.
pestering Visegrad a lot too.
Have you seen that interview that he did? Is that the guy who runs the Visegrad account? Because
It might be,
that would
but
actually kind of make sense with the
Charles, aren't you
Israeli stuff.
suspicious of Visegrad a little bit? That account sort of went.
Oh yeah. But then again, I'm suspicious of all these people because, like, I actually know the Ukrainian defense minister, and like, he doesn't say what these fucking weirdos are saying. You know. I guess the problem I have with most of these guys is they all pivoted real fast on October 7th, didn't they? You know. That's all I do is I look for that shit.
Just noticing.
I mean, if you're, an Insta expert on Ukraine, and then October 7 happens, and you're only talking about, Israeli stuff, and it's like, put this one down in the old ledger there, friends.
I mean, Malcolm Nance made a very interesting switch in those few days. I don't know if he's kind of gone back to Ukraine or if his attention has lingered on Gaza, but that was like a total just
Did he put a Star
switch.
of David on his profile? Is that what you're saying?
I'm kind of old school. Like, I've always hated Zelensky, but I've always wanted Ukraine to win. So like, I have my own specific hatreds. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like these people that are like country specific hatreds. It's like, I like Israel; they're fine, whatever. But I hate Netanyahu. You know what I mean? You got to have the personal beef. You got to have a who in the story. You can't have like you know what I mean? It doesn't quite work. You need like a villain. You need, just it's gross to just do the whole country thing.
Charles, whenever the Civil War started, and before then, I was in Ukraine in like I think 2010 or 2012 or maybe both. The East-West split between the country was incredibly apparent to anyone who was in the country.
Yeah, dude, I tell people this all the time. Like, I was in Crimea like a year before it switched, and like they were flying like the Russian flag and singing Russian songs in the bars I was in, and
Yep.
like people can say whatever they want about it being Ukraine, but like, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with them, but I'll just tell you my lived experience of being in Crimea was seeing it was Russian, so whatever. I haven't been to Eastern Ukraine, so I couldn't speak to that. But Kiev was very obviously, or Kiev, or whatever the fuck we're supposed to call it now, it was very obviously Ukrainian, just like Crimea was very obviously Russian.
Yeah, but wasn't there a thing that people in that region were given the option to get Russian? I don't know exactly what part of the region, and
No,
they
so
didn't.
I'll tell you. So I had a buddy who worked for me from Crimea, so that's why I ended up that's why I ended up over there, because he was getting married, and he was like, "Oh, you should come to my wedding," and I was like, "I don't really believe in love, but sure, like whatever, I'll go to Crimea, I'll see it." And so I went there, and what was interesting about it is all of the Ukrainians basically were tired of getting paid Ukrainian prices. Like they wanted to live in a world where they got paid Russian wages, but paid for things with Ukrainian, your prices. It was like kind of weird. So people were kind of like they were kind of whatever they wanted to be to get what they wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like they'd be like pro Ukraine. They were like kind of like flexible, shall we say? And I think that what happened is Ukraine is like kind of it was like one of those. It was like one hand milking two cows. The cow being the American European Union world and the Russian world. And they kind of liked that system, that kind of hustle that they had going. At least that's my impression of things.
Yeah, I'll
But
add to what you said, Charles. I think the people that I met in Kiev wanted to stay Ukrainian, but be paid EU type of wages.
yeah, totally. And who could blame them? I mean, I want to get paid like fucking Switzerland wages. That'd be
Yeah, when you're
dope.
$3,000 GDP per year, per person, that's not very good. And
See,
so,
I don't believe. By the way, I don't believe any of those numbers because I did not. I'll tell you, like one thing I saw in Ukraine, so Kiev is a straight up mob city. So like, I don't care what people are saying, but like, I went to this nice restaurant there. I got fully dressed, whatever. I went there to this restaurant, met with this friend, and this like 2 tables over from me, it's like piano bar, like whatever. It's like nice, right? Like in the movies. Everyone's dressed up, everyone's looking good. 2 tables over from me, these two guys bust in, like central casting European thug, and they just go and they beat the shit out of this guy. Just like wail on him, punch him, whatever. This third guy runs in with a phone that has a different picture of a guy, and he's like yelling at them. And they like kind of apologize, whatever. They take out a wad of euros and they throw it down on this guy. And the waiter comes over to us, apologizes for the rude interruption, and then the music keeps playing. And the guy's like kind of rushed away. The guy who's just like had the shit kicked out of him. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, that's Ukraine in a nutshell. And that image has stayed with me the entire war. That like, it's just how it is.
I mean, but Charles, so like in a restaurant like that, right? Because considering allegedly the GDP is $3,000 per
Yeah,
person.
I don't believe any of that, by the way.
Yeah,
I think
so I
it's
was
all
going to say,
fake.
are the prices like significantly cheaper even at a restaurant like that, or is
I
it
mean, things
just?
are cheaper. They were cheaper in Ukraine than they were in like Germany or whatever, right? But like all these things, it's really about labor. Ukraine was I don't know how it is now. Like I couldn't speak to it now, but Ukraine was a mafia state, and my cousin opened them for CIA, like when they became their own country back in the day. So he kind of has more of an experience of like going to the place and just telling them what the exchange rate should be for dollars, right? Like, so he had more of a Wild Westy kind of experience. I was there, basically like the year before Russia invaded Crimea or whatever. So that's kind of that was my interpretation of it or my recollection of it. It was a place though where like everybody kind of spoke Russian. They also kind of all spoke Ukrainian. They also kind of spoke shitty English because like a lot of them had tech jobs that were like outsourced. Um, it's kind of like Hungary where they're kind of pimping their women at you constantly. That was kind of weird, because you're like, I'm here to get a coffee, not a prostitute. That kind of thing.
Is it? Would you consider it religious?
No, no, no.
they say it's so devout. It's so devout. Oh, Ukraine.
I mean, I couldn't speak to it, right? Like, I went to Crimea and I went to Kiev, and like, I think most national capitals are kind of whatever. You know what I mean? They're not. I can just tell you, that, as I was saying, like it's been like almost 10 years now, I guess, since I was there, and I don't know. I guess I'd be more religious too if like my country was in an existential war. I don't know. Maybe you'd try to call in whatever superpower or higher power you could get. Superpower, higher power, I guess. But I don't know. I found them to be kind of annoying. Like that was my real knock on Ukraine at the time. There was like kind of like a pushiness around everything. There was even more than I'd seen in like Czech Republic or Hungary.
Have you been to Russia, Charles?
I have not. I'm banned from Russia,
Oh,
unfortunately.
that's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah.
When did
Yeah.
that happen? How did that happen?
Oh, I don't want to get into it. It was rough. It was rude of them. Rude of them. Rude.
Yeah, maybe.
But I had no. I mean, I want to go to St. Petersburg someday, but I'm not
We'll
terribly
have to
excited about
maybe
it.
we'll make some phone calls. See what we can do.
I don't particularly really want to go to Russia. I'm gonna be honest with you, given that I've invested in companies that have killed a bunch of them.
Trotsky.
I've kind of
Yeah,
killed.
maybe.
You know what I mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
Listen, I take it. I understand their point of view, right? Like I get it. No harm, no foul. But I'm probably going to go to Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan and fucking Uzbekistan this summer. I want to go to Turkmenistan. That's the one I want the most.
Isn't
Hard
that very
visa
difficult
to
to
get,
get into?
right?
What's up?
Pretty
Isn't
hard
that very
visa to
difficult
get into Turkmenistan, right?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to get in there.
Yeah,
So
it's like a closed country.
Yeah,
I'd have
do you
to use.
consider
have a
those real
friend-
countries, Charles?
I have
Or are
a
they like
friend who.
Now, Charles, it wouldn't be your Turkish friends who are dispatching you out that ways, would it? Maybe working on some sort of Turco-hegemonic
Well, as you
supremacy
know,
across the Central Asian steppe to further divide our Russian and Chinese friends?
as you know, as our strange Canadian Jew friend tells us, I work for the Turkish intelligence services. Right? That's what they want you to
Oh, is
believe.
that
As if they could afford me.
Is that AB Sachs
A
saying
gray
that?
wolf through and through.
How could they? How would they? No, I'm of course just there as a private citizen, FDM, as you know. Just curious about all that good stuff over there. I will tell you, I do like their women. Their women are all pretty good looking. I'm for all that. I like the Asian features with the big tits. Like I'm for that. I'm into that.
They're very robust, hardy women.
They're hardy women. They like to ride horses, and women who like to ride horses like to ride other things. Has been my lived experience, and I'm down to accommodate them, as the case may be. But yeah,
Turkmenistan? Is that what you're talking about?
I want to go to Turkmenistan. Yeah, so I have a friend. He applied 18 times to get a visa to Turkmenistan, and on the 19th time they gave it to him, which I find really interesting. Right? Like,
What was he making like a little mistake, and finally he said the right thing?
I don't know. I think maybe they just but he hasn't gone yet. He's going to go in the spring. So I'm
Is
going to have
that
him.
is that one of the oil rich stands? Because I know Uzbekistan, right? They're the one who has a lot of oil. There's like
No, the one that's mostly oil.
Turkmenistan has a lot of oil on the Caspian Sea.
Turkmenistan has a lot of gas mostly.
Right, sure.
A lot of gas.
Right,
They have 10%
that one gas leak they haven't been able to put out for 60 decades
they have
now.
10% of the world's known gas reserves, and like 4 million, 5 million people. But they're a closed society. So the question is, what are they going to do with all that gas? Who are they going to bring it to market through? All that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I remember
that TAPI pipeline has been talked about for some decades now. That Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline. Is that ever coming online? I
don't think so. I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a pipeline across the Caspian Sea, and that's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, good morning.
Shall we go to our
Servus.
Servus.
So
Merry
is it
Christmas.
Merry Christmas? It's already, what do you call it over here?
Happy
Boxing Day. Exactly. It's Boxing Day.
Happy Boxing Day to those who celebrate.
Yeah, we do, absolutely.
If you're a wasp, you know what that is.
It's a holiday here as well, Always a little bit strange.
Oh, so of course.
But yeah, I take every holiday I can get.
Did they bring that? Did they bring that when they brought democracy?
No, it was always actually, I think. Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. I don't complain. I mean, it's cool.
You take your federal
absolutely, Charles. Absolutely.
Maybe it's like an old Hanoverian House of Windsor
Zach,
tradition.
so basically,
one of the holidays I wanted to import the most in America is Boxing Day.
Actually, it should be, man. It's like really a cool day. Like people, like family, go together out bowling or to the cinema. After all the Christmas festivities, you eat a lot. I mean, the fat, what's it called? The fat duck and all that shit. No, not shit.
Yeah,
I mean, it was awesome. My mom, she made a delicious duck. No, not duck. What's it? The goose. Yes, goose. But it's always so heavy in the stomach, man. It's always very heavy in the stomach. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have goose. You have goose, it puts you to sleep.
Oh yes, Charles. And then a little bit of Weizen and a beer here and a schnapps there. You know how it works. Yeah. That's Christmas. Yeah, but I love it. Honestly, I mean, people, maybe, I don't know, maybe people sometimes put too much effort. Oh, it must be perfect. But I just like when family comes together, and then, yeah, there will be some shit talking, happens all the time, move on and yeah, whatever. Yeah. But Segudel. So basically, the cat is out of the bag, how they say. And,
Mr. Tolstoy to
yeah,
you,
absolutely,
Kaiser.
Mr. This is, and Charles, this is the reason.
Show your due
This is the
deference.
reason why I always got so well along with Zach, because for one cultured person, a Tolstoy, hello? So basically, unfortunately, I'm not the descendant of a Goethe or so, but I get the sentiment. So yeah, I mean, there is something to it. No, but unbelievable. I had to delete. I was attacked by the fucking NAFOs. No, it must stop, Charles. I mean, you know how they work. Charles, the problem is, and I was thinking about it when you were talking, that you understand how Eastern Europeans work. And Seguin, obviously. And I understand it because I'm Eastern German, and the Germans always had a connection to these. But the average Brit, the average Western German, the average American, they don't understand how the East operates. They don't
Well,
understand it.
why do you think I support the Ukraine war? I want them to kill as much of each other as they can.
But
This is what I've been saying for a long time. I don't want Ukraine to win or Russia to win. I want them both to
But
lose.
Russia will prevail.
As many
I
as
want
Charles,
Russia
possible.
to
this is
win.
an age-old lesson as a Prussian. I tell you, never bet against the Russians. Never do. They will always. They have. It's like look, the Russians, when they get their shit together, they will prevail. It is what it is. The Prussians learned the lessons.
They're a bad case of herpes. They'll just keep coming back.
I mean, you can put it like
But
that, but
Charles,
herpes is
Charles,
very
does some part
successful.
of you not worry about driving the Russians too much into the arms of the Chinese? Do you not think if we're kind of headed
Oh,
into this Thucydides trap, this inevitable economic
nothing
collision
makes me
course,
happier.
wouldn't it be better to
Nothing makes
offer the
me
Russians a
happier
larger
than
seat at the European table if it meant sidelining them in an inevitable conflict with the Chinese?
I think the Chinese basically have this big problem, which is that they're Chinese. And I think people know this about them. They figured out that the Chinese are Chinese and they don't like it. So if you look around the world, I mean, have any of you done business with the Chinese? Like, it's fucking miserable. Like, they will renegotiate everything at all times. And the way it's going to be is Russia will not be able to get a lot of their resources to market in Europe. So their only place to sell things is China. And if there's one buyer of a good, that buyer can dictate the price. So they're going to be locked into a cabinet with each other and one knife, and we'll see how that goes. But the areas that I care about the world is I care a lot about the DRC, and the elections there are crucially important. And I care a lot
Yes,
about
yes. The
the
North
libido,
Kivu region, we must stabilize it.
the libido corridor. I care a lot about that. That's being built. No, seriously, this shit's important.
It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah.
And I care about Angola exiting OPEC, and I think Nigeria will exit OPEC this year. That's my kind of crazy view, but I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I've seen you posting about the Dos Santos families a couple times in the last few days. What's going on there? I haven't heard that name in a few years.
They are being shaken down. It's no country for white Portuguese oppressors. That's how it's going to be. I think it's interesting. I mean, we have a lot of oligarchs in the United States. What I'm curious about is when do oligarchs in the US, like when do people feel the same way about them as the Russians do about the Russian oligarchs? I think Bill Gates is going to eat it. That's my prediction for the coming years, that Bill Gates will be taken down a peg.
You think he's going to be linked to this Epstein list?
Yeah, I think we're going to learn that Epstein was. I think what we're going to learn about Epstein isn't that he was fucking around all that much with women, like whatever. People kind of knew that.
It was
But
the tax stuff.
they're gonna learn a lot more about how he was manipulating money
and how he was doing like weird money shit. And that's the thing that all of his Jewish enablers are really scared about.
I mean, when do you think the rug gets pulled out from under a guy like Wexner? Like, he's still alive and just so clearly, deeply tied to all of this stuff. Do you think that we get any more clarity on what his involvement over the decades with this was, maybe?
No, because I don't think he matters culturally as much as he did. I think the one that matters the most is, I think tech matters a lot. Like, I think when people realize all the shady shit that was going on with the Gates Foundation for years, I think that's got a lot of people spooked. You know what I mean? The Gates Foundation stuff is kind of disturbing. Like how they don't actually cure any of these diseases, how it's just a giant money laundry. So I don't know. My impression on this is that they're going to sacrifice Gentiles associated with Epstein because if the story is too Jewish, the media won't report it. You know what I mean? They just can't really do that. It's sort of like not allowed. You only get one Jew per scandal because if you have a few of them, it's a coincidence and you should never talk about it, right? I mean, that's what Dave Chappelle taught us.
Charles, speaking about Jews, did you see the pictures with George Soros and his African handlers taking a?
I mean,
No, what is this?
George Soros he's now British, right? Because his money is run by Mark Malloch Brown.
I'll try to find a picture of it. Hold on.
By the
It
way,
came across my newsfeed today. I saw that.
George Santos was the only Jewish American billionaire to oppose entry into the Iraq War. Very interesting.
I don't know whose account this is, but this is a random account of the picture of his him hitting the beach with his African handlers.
Hey Charles, did you see the Christmas Day message from our friend Bibi Netanyahu?
Yeah, it was nice of him to genocide a bunch of people in the Holy Land, just like King Herod.
Yair Netanyahu had a very interesting thread yesterday as well.
Did he come out as gay or what?
No, he was basically just lecturing us Gentiles on how, if we didn't acknowledge the Jesus' Jewish indigenous claim to Palestine, then we weren't real Christians. I don't know, something like that. But
well, I have no issue. But when I look for advice on Christianity, I turn to Jewish, gay, compromised sons of criminals. That's typically how I go for it.
Does he have another son? He has another son, right? You only hear about Yair.
Well, the oldest one is the one that's in the intel services, but there's Jonathan,
right,
who's named after his brother. But Yair is a homo, and that's kind of embarrassing for Bibi because he's got like all these super religious coalition. So that's kind of like the big thing that everyone's kind of antsy about.
Yeah, Ben Gavir doesn't seem very down with the rainbow.
Certainly not.
So Charles, what do you make of this violence in Syria and Iraq with the Turks? And now the Kurds spilling over, 12 dead, 12 Turkish soldiers dead. It's not good.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, it's terrible on an individual level, obviously. I mean, no one wants people to die. But I will always say, when it comes to Turkish foreign policy, fuck around and find out. I mean, on that regard.
No, I mean, they're going to kill the Kurds. And the Kurds are the ones that are fucking around and finding out.
But the Turks have been trying to kill the Kurds for the last 35 years, Charles. You know that.
Well, they're not trying. They're minimizing them, and they're putting them on their kind of reservations. And look, it's very simple. The Israelis get all of the oil from Kurdistan, so they sell them and give them shitloads of weapons, and then those weapons cause trouble for the Turks, and the Turks are like, "What the fuck, you guys, you NATO people? Like, we're being attacked by people who are getting all these weapons." So they don't want those weapons to flow to the PKK anymore. So they are putting a lot of pressure on Netanyahu and crew. and that's kind of where we are right now.
But Charles, let me ask you a question. I have the impression, and tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, Netanyahu was always he was always a hardliner, but I never took him as a very corrupt hardliner until when he came back in power. Might it be that he was inspired by the Erdogan shenanigans? Because Erdogan, I mean, he was enriching himself with his family, with his son-in-law, and all that shit. It seems like Netanyahu is just copying him in a certain way, just the impressions I get
Well, I mean, all
sometimes.
of them. I mean, everybody who's powerful wants to be rich, and everybody who's rich wants to be powerful. Just how it goes, right? You never have everything you actually want. And the reality is that Netanyahu loved getting paid all these bribes from all his rich friends. Erdogan married into the criminal syndicates, right? Because you forget his wife is from a smuggler family. Don't let her piousness fool you. But they were drug dealers, basically drug dealers and smugglers from Eastern Turkey. It's always the super religious ones that, I'm just a lowly heroin dealer, but I found Allah and Allah forgave me, so I'm giving all this money though. Yes, sirree.
Wonder how Hamid Karzai's brother's doing these days.
I don't know. Probably living in Georgetown.
Interesting, isn't it, Charles? You don't hear about the Karzais. Nothing anymore. I mean, they enjoyed their life, I suppose. I mean, yeah, that's what's going on.
I think it's interesting you never hear about the Khazarians anymore either. That's interesting.
Charles, you're too smart. You know that the Khazarian thing has zero genetic backing to it. Come on.
That's a very interesting question, actually.
There's an interesting video.
Hold on. This is important. This is important. Shut up, Shadigal.
I mean, there's just not the Ashkenazi just don't have any large Turkic admixture. There is no Khazarian.
We don't really know this. We know that the state of Israel, all of the DNA that's been released, which they won't allow anyone to do their own independent assessments. So there's
I mean,
a lot of questions.
you can go on YouTube right now and watch a dozen American Jewish people get their 23andMe Ancestry.com results.
23andMe.
None of them are going to have Turkic admixture.
Who owns 23andMe? Right?
I just don't think it's that big of a conspiracy. I think the ethnogenesis of the Ashkenazis is pretty
Shadigal, go ahead. You
Calls
don't know
him a
shit
dicky.
about this. Shadigal, this is all
you. Hold on.
No, Shadigal. You don't know nothing.
Kaiser, stop.
Shadigal, please stop.
Let Charles go. Let Charles
It
go.
all comes down to reference samples. Reference samples are the name of the game. And if there are no reference samples, then there can be no comparison.
I mean, boxing looks like a Turk, kinda. I just want to say that. I have a lot of Turkish friends, and boxing could pass as a Turk. I mean,
he
yeah.
looks like an Italian or like a Southern Balkans person. Which is
that was a joke, by the way.
That
was just a joke. I think it was a good joke, but now, okay.
I'm sorry.
Just move
on. My bad.
Look, I know that there's a lot of research to be done in this kind of the world, and nobody really wants certain outcomes to come out, so they're gonna read and doctor the studies accordingly. So
the one thing I will say is my mom had a rare type of cancer, and they did do extensive genetic DNA testing for certain things, and there was no. I mean, it's not as shocking as maybe Charles would figure out the points of origin. She's more Ashkenazi, fair skinned than my father, but I don't know. I mean, it's Charles. There's no way to get real independent DNA testing. Is that it wasn't through 23andMe? I mean, it was through Duke.
Well, no. More likely, if your mother had cancer, they would have done the sequence on the cancer, and then just to see the growth rates of it, because it's typically how you do the sequencing there. No, I mean, look, nobody has done the full population-wide, genome sequence of the Jewish people.
All right. Well, you're offering a refutation right
there's
now.
a video
Can you in the direction of any proof of solid genetic proof of the Khazarian theory?
Well, if you read Arthur Kurtzler's book, The 13th Tribe, which I highly recommend, Arthur Kurtzler is British intelligence, so make of that what you will. It is a British intelligence book, super interesting. But yeah, Here, I'll post it for you.
Wait, is Kurtzler like
I mean, my
spelled
whole thing is like the
Kostler,
Khazarian theory just makes them
Koestler? Hold
sound
on,
cool.
FDM. Hold on. Is Kurtzler
My bad.
spelled Kostler or Koestler or something like
Yeah,
that?
Kurtzler is how you say it. Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So there's
But
a video.
FDM,
Oh, Kaiser, shut up! I'm on something. Okay, so there's a video of Kevin McDonald and David Duke discussing this, and they kind of rehash it out and go through it. I mean, neither one of them is sort of convinced of the Khazarian hypothesis. And then, isn't the thing about the
Yeah. By the
13th
way,
tribe how
that
Arthur?
makes me 100% convinced that it's real. By the way,
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's like that's one
because
thing that I've
because
seen before. But
because
Kaiser,
both
stop!
because both of
Channing,
them,
halt doch mal die Schnauze hier, Mann.
You're in the middle of talking, and you just like have to put your shit into it.
David
Stop.
Duke
You always
and
jump into the conversation, Channing.
both David Duke and what's his face are kind of controlled opposition on these
Chuck McDonald.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess then the
So
other
for me, it's
question
really
that I would.
simple, right? Like, we don't know the answer to this question. It has not been disproven. There's a lot of genetic evidence that is mounted over time. The preponderance of the genetic evidence points on the Khazarian theory being more right than wrong. It remains a huge issue within Israel itself, which is interesting because they have debates about it. What do I really think about it? I have no idea. Like, it's one of those things that I go back and forth on, and I've read a lot on it. The 13th tribe was obviously written post 67 war. It's, I posted the synopsis in the Jumbotron. I just don't know. I do
Doesn't he
know.
talk about how he invented the Khazarian hypothesis in that or something? That I haven't read it, and that's just what my buddy told me. So I'm just curious.
No, I mean, what he goes through is he talks about, like, there's a lot of questions here about the book. And there are lots of Jews and others who've discredited it and attacked it in whatever. Um, but there's a lot of interesting stuff there about the genetic lineage between the what were the Khazarians and the Hungarian Jews, or what we might call, like, basically Hungarian Judaism. And yeah, those, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that these people are kind of much more closely tied together. Um, there's a lot there. Now, what I find interesting about it is that the book is widely discussed in Israel itself, which is fascinating to me, right? So we've got, like, Shlomo Sand talking about, I mean, there's a lot of Israeli academics that find the book interesting. Then we also have, when we talk about genetics research involving Israel, the Israeli state gets heavily involved in that. So, like, their intelligence services do not want, basically, they try to control the presentation of a lot of genetics research that gets done. Whether that's MyHeritage, Yaviv Erlicht, who's, the MyHeritage CEO, he's like a huge Zionist who's been hounding and attacking Jewish academics for not being sufficiently pro-Israel. So this question of, like, who's related to who in, around the world, that's all getting kind of blown open in the last 10, 20 years. And it will continue to kind of spill out into the public. And I think certainly as genetic sequencing gets cheaper, you're going to see a lot more historical questions get upended.
Boxer, Charles, can I just add one thing about the Khazarian stuff? It's not that big of a mystery. I mean, always consider one thing: these steppe empires, the Khazarian Empire, 650, 950, roundabout. The steppe empires, the what you would call the Turkic part of it, demographics. They were the warrior class. They were actually always the minority. The same as the Khazarian Empire. The Khazarian Empire was pushing the Proto-Bulgars and the Hungarians out of the region. They were later destroyed basically by the Oghuz Turks, by the Seljuks. But the thing is, a lot of the people in those empires, and that goes for the Magyars later as well, who were basically Slavicized in a certain sense, the vast majority of population could be from everywhere. Could be Slavs, could be people from Anatolia. It's not necessarily that when it comes to the Khazarian Empire that everyone had to be a Turk. That is not how they operated. It wasn't even true for the Ottoman Empire. When you look at, let's say, demographics of the Ottoman Empire, let's say 1900, the majority of people in Anatolia actually were non-Turks. Armenians, Greeks, Jews, whatsoever, all kind of mixed up, Arabs. So the same is true for the Khazarian Empire. So to say, because they have this lack of, let's say, Turkish genetics, it doesn't mean anything, basically. It's not important in that regard. Because what TLDR, too long didn't read, those steppe empires were always ethnic mixtures of a lot of peoples. Since the times of the Huns, basically. And that's how they operated. And there was an upper class, the warrior class. The warrior class, those were the Turks, those were the Mongols. They were ruling over the others. And you see that in a good example is with the Mughals in India, who were basically like the upper class had these. Oh, we are the descendants of Genghis Khan, which is true. There's a lineage there, but the rest of them, they were all kinds of mixture. And in that regard, yeah, there is something to it for sure. And yeah, I mean, is it a bad thing, a good thing? It's just a thing. That's how history works in Eurasia, so to speak. But the problem is things, and this is what Charles was alluding to. Basically, you can make up your heritage however it suits you. And I think Israel has a real problem with that. With a lot of this, and Secular, that ex-Soviet Union or ex-Soviet Republic people who then say, I am of Jewish ancestry, I have Jewish ancestry, but how can you prove that? And because what do you want? You want to get in a sweet country with a lot of money. And we talked about it the earlier day, it's a problem. And they get that. The same happened with the so-called Aussiedler, the folk Germans from the former Soviet Union. Basically, if your granddad was German, that's enough. Okay, come in. But most of these people, what are now Germans, many of them are actually Russians still in heart and mind. They are Germans, but they are also Russians, so to speak. And the same problem as Israel.
So what I find interesting about the book is all the people whose opinions I don't trust hate this book. And that's kind of reason enough to read it, as far as I'm concerned. Jeffrey Goldberg hates it. I mean, there's like all these people who hate on this book. So clearly there's a lot of interesting shit in there. And, I have some friends from Kyrgyzstan and from Kazakhstan or whatever, and they all believe it, right? So they all think it's interesting. There's a bunch of British spies I know who believe it. And, there's a bunch of people in Israel who take it seriously. So is it true? I mean, it's true enough to them, right? So I don't know. I mean, for me, it's the beginning of a conversation, not the ending point of one.
Yeah, I was going to say that I guess in good faith, like the conclusions, I guess, would be, bothersome because you're making conclusions based on a degree of DNA or historical evidence, right? I mean, the research is one thing, but I guess the conclusions is another thing, right? I mean, is
Well, the
that
politics, I mean, so there's different forms of Zionism, right? So there is a form of Zionism that sees Zionism as a colonial state, right? And this is the thing that the Palestinians use to attack it, right? And I think that the Khazarian hypothesis more or less supports that Israel is a colonial state, but it doesn't logically follow that because it's a colonial state, it should be abolished, right? So you could have an argument about the Khazarian hypothesis about modern Jews, and still think that those modern Jews deserve a state, and that state should be Israel. Right? That would be how I would address that. I do think that when states do not actually address themselves and are not grounded on something real, that they ultimately wither and die. And so I think nations try to guard their myths of who they are as a people very closely because they're worried about all that being overturned.
yeah, but Charles, you can't, because I don't know. I mean, I assume you've been to Israel before. You can't say there's not like a degree of like underlining, I guess, homogeny in a way that even other countries don't have, right? So whether you believe there's truths or not truths in
Well, I
the
mean, if you're all about to be exterminated by your neighbors and you sell that story line over and over and over again, and everybody in your country serves in the military, yeah, you can build a pretty cohesive society. I mean, what would American society look like if everybody was in the military and had to it would probably be a lot thinner, maybe even hotter, to be honest.
And boxing, you
That
cannot
is fair.
deny boxing from a purely ethnic point of view. I mean, Israel has all shades of people. I mean, that's good. It's not a bad thing, but it's like to deny that would be stupid. You
Yeah,
have
I've
Israelis
never.
who look like a blonde hair, blue eyes, Europeans. Then you have most of Israelis look for me like Arabs anyway. You know, I don't see the difference there.
Yeah,
Those are basically
I've never.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's why there's this myth. I think that like people. I mean, some people do. I will say that there are certain, but they walk around like there's this like one superior. Like it's not. It's it's not like it's. Yeah, I mean, human beings
Well,
blend
there is
throughout.
one superior race. It just depends what you're talking about with superior in being, right?
I guess.
All races like hyper specialize in certain things,
I
right?
understand, but even with, I get it. I mean, that's not what I'm arguing. But what I'm saying is that, like, I mean, just normalization throughout history, human beings shift and blend and things of that nature. I mean, certain cultures have been more isolated than others. I mean, it's just the way of just human nature and shifts, right? I mean, Kaiser,
Yeah, no,
it's why
it's normal.
there's.
I'm just saying it would be. I mean, I don't know. The whole Kazarian stuff. I never found that so mysterious because, yeah, I mean, it is. There's historical proof. There's archaeological proof. There's context, but it's just. I mean, when I see modern Israel, I see people who are one half of the people are like
Yeah,
basically
it's pretty.
American Europeans, white American Europeans, and the other half is like basically Arabs, so but Jews, so to speak. They look like Arabs to me. Like they have all the whatever, you know, and
Look,
guys,
I mean,
just get it together, man. Honestly,
successful societies are always doing this kind of thing, though, right? They're mixing and matching, right? So I don't know. What I find interesting about it is that the book pisses people off, like they freak out about it, and it's kind of like Solzhenitsyn wrote this book called 200 Years Together about the relationship between Russians and Jews. And that book, like if you bring that book up among the neocons,
Very
they,
hard to find a copy of.
they lose
You get
their
a PDF
shit.
online for free.
They lose their shit. No, the PDF of it is translated by the Israelis, by the way.
Oh
So
shit,
no,
really?
yes.
Yeah, even
Um,
LibGen doesn't have it anymore if you try to get it off there.
yeah, look, I tried to pay the Solzhenitsyn family to have a copy of that translated by a reputable translator. And what they told me was that they were being paid by people not to have that work translated. So then the question is, who the fuck are paying them not to have the work translated?
Why don't you just do it? Like, get a reputable
Because,
translator, get the copy of the Russian
well,
book,
because
and then
people will always have an issue with it or whatever. I mean,
I'll release it for you so you don't have your name tied to it.
oh, thank you, Chatico. I really appreciate that.
I have a
No,
little bit of I have a little bit of
Charles,
experience in
would you not trust the
symbolic
veracity
distribution.
Charles, would you be hesitant to trust the veracity of these tests and this data that shows that modern Ashkenazi communities are probably closest to like Cypriots or the people of Malta, which tracks with what we think of as the traditional Ashkenazi ethnogenesis? You
yeah,
know,
I don't know. I
Levantine
mean,
men
what I
heading
would,
up into Italy and the southern Balkans, taking women, and then that's how
yeah,
they
what
think.
I would say is it's pretty clear that there's a nomadic seafaring people from which a lot of these people are descendant. And
But nomadic and seafaring, I mean, that's completely different. That's those are two
no, I mean,
wildly different groups of people.
no, well, not nomadic as in step nomadic. I mean, nomadic as in like itinerant, as in like they move
Okay.
around.
All right. Sure. Yes.
Um, yeah, I mean, what can I say about this? I don't, until we get large population studies of these like we just until recently didn't even have reference population samples for that allow like conventional genealogical like have you guys ever done 23andMe or Ancestry or whatever and you've seen your
Yeah, yes, I have.
percentages of your races change over time, like you lose certain shit,
Yeah,
they
that's
add
because like
certain
more
things.
people's data is being put into the
Well,
system, right?
in theory, that's what's happening. But they're also changing the reference samples within 23andMe, and that's a political decision because 23andMe doesn't do a full sequence, right? So they decide what reference sample to use, and so my view is that all of those reference samples should be disclosed to the public. People should see them, and they should be like, okay, like we're all comparing ourselves to, you know, Steve or whatever.
Yeah, but isn't it intellectual property, Charles? It could be like, is that the issue?
No, I don't think it's intellectual property to make a reference sample. No.
And
Yeah.
does Traitwell do full genome sequencing, Charles?
We're going to start to do that this coming year. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know if it's going to work as a business model. Frankly, I kind of hope it. I mean, I hope it does. Obviously, I've put a lot of my own personal money into it, and I'll have more to discuss on genetics in the future. But for me, it's just like the reference sample question is like not a stray question because people are like, "Oh, are you compared to like if everybody's comparing each other to it would be like living in a world without like the metric system or the imperial standard system, where people are just kind of like quibbling with each other about different measures or units of goods using their own made up units, right? Like it doesn't kind of work. So what I want is I want the international community to agree, like, hey, these are the 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 reference samples we're going to use, and then kind of like treat that kind of like what is a meter or what is a yard or you know what I'm saying? Like that's what annoys me about this is that we have these conversations that are where people are kind of like talking past each other because nobody has a common language about what kind of ruler we use.
That's deliberate, Charles. I mean, I know where they're
Oh,
coming
it's
from.
definitely deliberate. By
Yeah,
the way,
yeah,
yeah, it's a
yeah.
political and deliberate decision, and I get why people do it. Like, and I get why nations get involved and why they don't want a common reference sample because that's very dangerous for some of them because a lot of the but it's all going to come out eventually anyway. So
I
they're
mean,
just
sooner
kind
or
of
later,
fighting
yes.
against.
Yeah.
They're
But
kind of fighting.
Charles,
It's like these people that like try to like limit genetic collection, and you're like, you do understand that like basically we can draw out to an eighth or ninth cousin in the white population in the country. It's like kind of done.
but Charles, I mean, first of all, the advantages in technology are crazy. Honestly, what happened in the last 20 years, unbelievable. But Charles, I have a question to you and to boxing. What I always found interesting is when I look at, let's say, and I normally don't talk about this topic because it would be considered weird, I guess, if I talk about this topic in Germany. Um, when I look at, let's say, Jews or let's say indigenous Jews in Europe, let's say Germany, German Jews, Austrian Jews, French Jews, and yeah, as FDM is saying, if you would compare them, most of them would have, I would say, have this Mediterranean kind of Eastern Mediterranean look. When I look at Jews in America, on the other hand, I mean, a lot of them look like Aryan. I mean, look like if I would use that word, Aryans, like blonde,
No,
big,
they're
whatever.
Slavic or a
But
little
yeah,
more.
it's different. Boxing, it's completely different. The look is
Well,
different.
they
Like
came over at different. Well, I mean, you have to look at immigration patterns when they came to America and where they came from. If you want to be kind of like, there's obvious trends there. I
We
mean,
we got all the Rhineland Jews after 1848. They came out to Cincinnati and Milwaukee and big, healthy, strong Jews. Yeah.
it's just look. This is not. I don't want to make it weird here, but it's just obvious. Then I could give you real life examples of people, German Jews of today, and they have more like this, as FDM was saying, more like these Mediterranean looks, and then you see a lot of American Jews, and they are just I mean, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know that they are like from the looks. You cannot make any kind of distinction.
Well, then
Like.
the other issue too is you have people that are Jews that convert, right? Or then there's a question of how real was their conversion. Like, do you think that Ataturk was a Don May or not? Right? Like that is, I think, a very interesting question. And then there's also this question too of people deliberately papering over their differences to create some kind of larger identity. So, like you saw that with Ataturk. Ataturk's argument was, if you speak the Turkish language and you raise your children as Turkish, and you sacrifice to help build up the Turkish state, then it doesn't really matter what your ethnic background is. Like we don't really care as long as you're a part of this three-pronged test.
Ataturk was fascinating in that regard
Yeah.
because Ataturk wanted to get rid of the steppe heritage, and he basically wanted to create a lineage from the Hittites to the modern Anatolian Turks. And
Yeah.
now it's completely opposite, Now with the whole Turan stuff, it's a complete opposite. It's crazy how that works.
Yeah. It's funny how though the Turan stuff, there's more science that supports it than what Ataturk and others were doing. Like for me, what's interesting, right, is that like, all right, so you come to America, you say your Declaration of Independence, or your Pledge of Allegiance, you read the Declaration of Independence, bing bada boom, you're American, right? But like, are you? Are you not? Like, what does that actually mean? What does it mean to be American? I guess you can vote, but like, so what, right? Like, so what do these things actually mean in the final analysis? And to me, that's what's interesting about all these like secret histories of who these people actually are. And you can kind of think of it like, you're building a country. So it's like 1923 in Turkey, right? And you want to build this like republic, the Turkish Republic, but you've lost like 80% of your land because the Ottoman Empire has been carved up. You've been in wars. So, like, you create a noble lie, right? That there's such a thing as the Turkish people, that like you create these sort of like elaborate stories where you build a kind of state out of the uncertainty and craziness of the environment that you're in. Does that make sense? That's kind of how I think about it.
100%. It makes absolutely sense, and I love that you used the word noble lie, because I do think that Ataturk was a very intelligent person, and he knew that this whole his side lineage stuff is a
Yeah,
little
but I
bit
mean, like
ridiculous.
he's from Salonika, right? Like,
Yes, but he wanted to create this. He needed this ethnogenesis to create unity in a people. As you said, 80% of the land lost, many wars, civil war, Greek war, World War One, and yeah, you need that. Sometimes you
yeah,
need
he
to get
basically
people
created
united.
this fake story, and I think in America, just like in Israel, our fake story about us all being American is World War II, right? Where everybody goes to serve and there's like this giant military conflict. And like it's interesting
Well,
how many of our cultural discussions like hinge around World War II even now. And my daughter will be, she will be basically she'll be 18 uh like in if you look at the history of this, it'll be 100 years to the day that World War II started, effectively. And so, um, you have a hard time like selling people on World War II if it's 100 years ago. You know what I mean?
well, certainly now World War II is, the undergirding foundational mythology of American society.
Not just
But
American, but I mean the whole world
world,
over.
global, the
Yeah.
West, yeah, sure. But in America's case, it's actually interesting. There's a really good book. I think it's called Union by Colin Woodard, and it was about how different, intellectuals, American authors, kind of tried to create the pre-World War II mythology in the 19th century. You probably know George Bancroft, one of Massachusetts' most famous citizens.
Yep.
Frederick Jackson Turner, trying to synthesize these regional differences that existed between North and South and create, a cohesive American story throughout the 19th century. It's a really good book. I'd recommend it. Union.
Yeah. If you read all these, well, the whole idea of there being a union and a more perfect union, and the use of technology to build that union. I mean, that's kind of what I see the surveillance state as being a part of, is like stitching us all together, or NSA or whatever. I don't think you can have a multiracial, multi-ethnic republic that doesn't have cameras everywhere, like monitoring everyone and keeping everybody honest.
I mean, you might be right, but I don't know if I want to live in that country, to be honest.
Well, I mean, good luck. Because
Well, like you, Mayflower, so I don't know why
yeah.
I have to suddenly consent to my entire life being monitored, but
Well, I mean, it's sort of too late, right? Like whether you want it or not is kind of immaterial. Like name a time in which, like, look, I think the corollary to Moore's law is that basically you have cameras and sensors everywhere because it just gets cheaper and cheaper to make them. You know?
well, I might be going to join David in Idaho then, move back to Montana. I
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
they will find
Everybody's
you
going to
in
be moving that
Idaho.
direction eventually.
I mean, you're on. Everybody here who's talking in this space is on a cell phone, which is a two-way radio. Like what do you think these things are? You know what I mean? Like, how do you think they work? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but like literally every single person in this space right now is talking on a machine that
has a GPS chip.
No,
with
you're right. And if I were to get in
location.
my car right now, it would be tracking where I'm driving. And yeah, the ship probably has sailed,
I
but
mean, just
my
go to a
God, is that
public
still?
place.
It's
And
still a disturbing thought to come to terms with.
Not if you wrap it in
I
aluminum
guess.
foil.
I mean, I guess, but I kind of see it as kind of oddly comforting in a weird way because it's like you have proof of life of where you were. Like you have alibis now, right? You have like there's camera footage everywhere around you proving that you didn't rape that chick or like, beat up that stripper or whatever, and you shouldn't have done any of those things anyway, FDM, you know?
My apologies. Yeah.
No. I mean,
I
honestly,
don't.
like there's a certain world in which like cameras actually exonerate a lot of people, right? Like they actually help in a lot of ways. At least that's my theory of the case.
That drone footage saved Rittenhouse's life. I mean, he'd be in jail right now
Yeah,
getting raped.
100%. If he didn't have that drone footage, he would have gone to jail, I think.
He'd be getting raped as we speak on Christmas.
Well, I mean, I've seen him. Doesn't he look like the big boy? Hasn't he already been kind of raped in a
I
way?
mean, his girlfriend has emasculated him, so he's not the same man. He's not the same man.
I mean, you're supposed to kill two men, not like take on their size, right? Like you're not supposed to like. It's not how it's supposed to work. I
They
don't
got
know.
a big space going on right now about that BV. What's his name? The Jewish guy?
Ben.
BZ. Who's got it
BZ.
going
They
on? Is
got
it
like
stealth?
What?
What are
4
they
people
saying?
in
What are they
there.
saying?
What are they saying?
Yeah, I
They're
see
debating
that.
how many languages he spoke.
Are they going to execute him?
He said that
Are they going to execute him?
They're gonna execute him.
Stealth actually said, not Stealth. Alpha Warrior said that he gave him Stealth's docs and other shit. So some of the
Are they
stuff
going to kill him?
He's
no,
gonna be
he's
the
gone.
second. He's gonna be the second person executed by the
They said
Israeli
he left. They
government.
said he left a note saying, "You might have got me, but boxing's still around."
Yeah.
Interesting. It's
BZ and
really
Eichmann.
interesting.
BZ and Eichmann are gonna be the ones.
But Charles, you made a,
He left a note apologizing for fooling all the Gentiles and promised he'd be better next time.
He said
Charles.
boxing will finish the mission. He said.
Now, Charles, you made a good point. When you commented on when the whole sex stuff happened, you said maybe we should all self-dox. And yes, you're correct, actually. Because, I mean, I'm not totally self-doxing, but people know where I'm living, where I am right now. I can tell you that. I have no problem with that. Because there's
The
so much...
Sashi doesn't want privacy. What a surprise.
No, Prodigal. The thing is, so much grifting is going on.
Post
And
GDR
your
for life.
news,
and
Kaiser.
I'm sick of the grifting here on Pro. And the thing is,
I
Zagonel
agree,
didn't...
man. It's
Yeah.
annoying.
And
It's
the
annoying.
reason Zagonel didn't say who he is because, I mean, he would have so many fangirls around him. That's the reason, yeah? I mean, with that name, come on.
And
Stop.
Russian girls
You
are good looking.
should have just invited all of them over, and you should have said it's true. But let me tell you a Tolstoy about my, you should have just called them all over. Should have just been honest about it. I would have liked you more if I'd known you're a Tolstoy. I just assumed you were one of the lower accounts.
When Zach told me, I was like, keep it private. I was like, don't make sure you don't tell people about this.
Again, there was always a connection between me and Zach. We always had that. He was my Zaggy. And now, I mean, he told me once about this background. I kept it to myself. And because Zach, I'm sorry, guys, I consider him one of us. He's one of the old continent. But he doesn't belong there. But I'm joking. Prodigal is one of you guys. He's the new American, like Tony Soprano kind of stuff. And Zagonel, he's still one of us.
Don't
This
let
is
this
Underhanded
Marxist
prodigal.
butter you up.
Underhanded
Remember
compliment,
what his political group did to the Tsar. Like, don't listen to this
nah.
guy.
It's okay,
You remember
Prodigal. We,
all
we,
the
we
time.
get
I'm the
over
old
it.
school Marxist. I'm the Leninist.
We move on, Zach. We move on. The old world always moved on. Nah.
Eastern Europe doesn't forget.
If I could offer a piece of friendly advice, I typically don't air out if I am a confidant for anybody on Twitter. There are people who I speak to on the phone from Twitter that nobody knows that we talk on the phone. So it's just like, just be aware that when you're telling people, oh, I already knew XYZ about this person, you are in that moment giving people in the space some sort of information. I'm just pointing that out.
And it's true, Caroline, but I'm reaching to the point. I want to see these motherfuckers in real life. Pekka, I feel like an idiot. I was the one who said, "Oh, it's so awesome. We can have an honest debate, intellectually honesty, blah blah blah," and then he does what he does. I feel like an idiot. And honestly, Caroline, I want to see these people in real life because most of them are just pathetic. And this all the anonymity on the internet makes
Wait, are we
out of
talking about Zach?
no, not
NAFOs.
I
NAFO.
warned you, Kaiser. I
Indirectly.
warned you.
Okay.
I know
I
they.
told you.
I feel.
I
I
told
know. I
you
feel
that Satan.
typical German here. We are
I
naive.
told
We
you that
believe in the
Satan
good
would
heart
come to
of the
you
people.
as a friend
Scheiße.
first,
Zach, I'm not
and
going
I
to
even
repeat what's already been
referred to
said.
Pekka being as a possibility. And look what happened a day later.
But this is.
That's crazy.
I'm not going to.
Wait a second,
I'm not gonna,
Luca. A second, your name. But this is so typical for many Germans, man. We really believe sometimes too stupidly in the good side of the, not in the honesty of people. Like okay, you say you, I am me, and then let's go on. But this devious, this betraying stuff, and like this, Pekka was here in the space. He was playing. Oh yes, let's have a debate. Let's have a conversation. And then he does that. It really pissed me off. Segular, I'm sorry, man. I was really angry. This is not how you do it.
He
Kaiser,
came
this
into
is a
Zag's
lesson.
space
There's
and
two
said that he had
people.
like moral issues with the way he had gone about things, and then within 36 hours he doxed the person of the space that he said that in. I mean, yeah,
This
that's
just shows you,
pretty brazen.
there's
Pretty
a couple
brazen.
people you
Wait, so
can't
this is
trust
all
in this world,
Kaiser's
and one of
fault?
them is
This is all
Nafos.
Kaiser's doing?
No.
He let
Stop it.
a wolf into the hen house, is what you're saying?
No, Zach. Help me out here, man. Come on.
No,
Zach.
there were several people that were
I think it was actually me
happy
and
to start
Fish's
having
fault.
him
We
up.
were the ones who said bring him up.
I'd never heard of the guy.
Zach. I'm not going to repeat, what's been leaked because that's terrible. But I'll say this: that's crazy, dude. Because your, I guess, grandfather, whatever, he's one of my favorite writers ever. So I had no idea.
Oh, stop simping, Luca. Come on.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
You were cursing him out last night. Now you want
Well,
to
I
be
had
his
no
friend.
idea. No, thou shalt not kill. That's literally one of my favorite things
Pay
ever. It's one of my
attention to
favorite
Luca's
articles ever.
behavior in the coming weeks. And
If you have the time, go read "Thou Shalt Not Kill." Read that seriously.
Oh,
I mean,
I like Mazegi before he was famous, and I will like him afterwards. This is the thing. And yeah, I mean Tolstoy, I love him as well. War and Peace, one of my favorite pieces of art. Seguin, honestly, man. No, I'm joking. No, I'm not joking. I love Tolstoy, but yeah.
Zach, how much are you blushing between Kaiser and Luca?
Yeah, who are you going to take to the bowl?
We'll have to see here. We'll have
No,
to
dude,
see.
the amount of respect I have for that man is like unreal. Seriously.
Continue.
But it's cool. Luca, can we
so
be now
suave.
nice to each other now, Luca, as well? No
Luca's
fight.
never going to cuss you out again, Zach.
Yeah. No.
Well, in time, hopefully he will again. Everyone will forget about this. But if not, kudos. Thank you, Luca.
Of course. I know you disagree with him on everything, but
Disagree with who?
thou who shall not be named. I just don't want to dox you or whatever.
Our Scandinavian friend.
No.
No, the big LT dude. Come on.
Oh.
Whatever.
The white LT, now the Danian Thomason.
But a short question here, just the cliff notes. The whole stuff about BZ, what's going on there, man? This is crazy stuff.
Well, here's the weird thing with BZ. I couldn't go on that space and talk because I never had, I never DM'd with him back and forth. He was always a very small account, made a lot of claims of, just regular shit that anonymous. Look, the bottom line is if an anonymous person on here makes claims of real life credentials or whatnot, take it with a grain of salt because you can't really verify it. But apparently, BZ was trying to get very close with a lot of people. From what I heard on that space, was having video calls with these people, taking screenshots of them.
And all sides too. It wasn't limited to like
That
one
guy's
Yeah,
side.
he
that
was doing
guy's
it with
insane.
everyone.
That
But
guy's like you ever seen that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, like Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much. He was
That's
Yeah,
literally
being.
what
I'd
he
say
is. That's
I'd
literally
say
him.
more like the
Here's the
third
weird
Mr.
thing
Ripley.
with BZ. Hold on. The weird thing with BZ is he. I think he always had a dog avatar. Okay, as his profile picture on Twitter. And when he started hosting or helping Mario host, I think they needed him to put some sort of picture of whatever. That was his critical error because I will confess I looked them up. Just I don't really do this, okay? But just out of curiosity, and all this shit that's coming out tonight, I knew about it a month ago. Um, I just am not in the business of like doxing people because I never. It's just what do you do, right? But I don't know. So but apparently he was getting close with people, offering to write recommendation letters for school and stuff. But that was his way of sort of getting anonymous accounts personal information. I think. I don't know if any of these people did it. I know
A
Phenom was
lot
on
of
this.
people did it. A lot of
Yeah,
people did it.
Phenom was on the space saying she sent him her medical records because he claimed to be some sort of neuro physician of some sort. So
I mean, I'm sorry.
it,
That's your
it's
own damn
all
fault.
he
Yeah,
does have a criminal.
he never brought
Hold
up.
on, he has a criminal history, and that's what I found and what these people have found and published now in Canada. He's basically conning and stealing money from people, faking credentials. I think he had taken $50,000 from a family saying he was a doctor and was going to help their child. Many cases of that. So I think he was. What it
Yeah,
seems is he was
pretended to be a
trying
doctor,
to.
false diagnosed people.
Yeah, he was trying to carry that con over on Twitter, and I don't know if it worked, but he was getting close with people, and then he sort of blew up when he started co-hosting for Mario.
Also pretended to be a lawyer, like a bunch of shit.
There's a lot of people on here, by the way, that are lying about their credentials. Just keep that in mind, especially if someone's anonymous. Like I've never claimed to be an expert or have any credentials of any sort. So if anyone's anonymous, like BZ, this should be a lesson. Uh, if they say there's so many people on here that say they're lawyers or doctors and they're full of fucking shit.
And name,
So
you know how he came into the Spaceosphere? It was over a year ago. I remember it very well. It was a Donbass Devushka. It was still Donbass Devushka. He came together with Intel Shitsu. They were like basically was like NAFO, but then he realized,
Slow
okay,
down, man. Slow down. You're speaking too fast.
what?
keep
No.
going.
You know, he came into space. I will remember it till this day because Pete and I were talking about this the other day. He came together with Intel Shitsu, and he was totally like an AFO troll, so to speak. And then he changed his tune, and then he was getting very sympathetic towards me. Let's meet in Frankfurt, yada 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 yada.
Yeah,
And
see,
it's
that's what he was
yeah,
doing with a lot of people.
yeah. But I never. The thing is, I actually, let's say, from an intellectual point of view, I liked him. He made from an intellectual point in spaces. But yeah, as you say, name, you
You know he
cannot.
was gay, right? You know he was a
A
homosexual.
prodigal.
He tried to
Wait a
rape. I'm
second. Don't make it.
serious. He
Don't
was
make.
No,
Yeah.
gay.
someone on stage was saying that, dude.
He's
No, he
gay.
is a
He tried to rape
homosexual.
some
Hold
guy.
on,
But
hold on. He took a
this
He
picture of
wanted
his
to.
like nails.
He
Hold
wanted
on.
to
gay
rape some
I
guy.
guys,
remember
gays,
he took a
A
gays,
picture of his
There
guys.
were
nails, and they were
people.
saying
homosexual.
No, there were people. I swear to God, there were people on stage who said he hit on him.
no, he's a homosexual. He's a
One
homosexual,
guy
hundred
in
percent.
the space basically sounded like he got digitally raped because the guy pretended to be his friend.
Dude,
And
he was about to cry probably.
it was
Except, hold on. One thing I will say that one thing that he did know pretty well is he definitely grew up Jewish and pretty religious because
yeah,
he
I
was.
bet you would know that.
He
No,
didn't
I
know
mean, what do
Hebrew
you?
boxing.
No, fuck off. No, he was talking about certain things that you would only know if like you are pretty well versed in like Judaism. No, I mean it's. No, I'm telling you, like
He
it's
had
He
a
knows
more
where
than
they
I
hide the
know.
afikoman.
yeah. He apparently has a menorah tattoo, which you don't really get that.
Who are we
Name, how did
talking
that one
about?
guy sound? Name, please. Tell me he didn't sound like
Yeah, but
describe.
Look,
guys, that's the
here's
lesson
the
is
thing with these con men. Like, these grifters or whatever the fuck they're into is they're
Okay.
always good people, smooth talkers, and if someone comes to you trying to get your personal information, or there's always sort of a catch, like there's usually a con behind that that's going to
Yeah, money.
surface.
But
So
It's
name,
just
always
be
about money.
name
careful.
boxing. 1 second, name,
Yo,
and there's
don't
also one.
fucking
Luca, a second here,
don't
please. A second, Luca. Name, and there's also one another lesson here, and name, and you know it. Judge the people what they say on Spaces, how they behave on Space, not what they say they are. And this is like I respect you, name, because how you come across on Space. I don't care what is your what is your curriculum vitae CV, so to speak. I don't care about Zach's CV. I care what they say on Spaces. Because yeah, name is correct. People can make shit up all the time. But they cannot make shit, they cannot make up a thinking and deduction and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'll
You
say
know?
this. First of all, I never expected it to be this elaborate. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. But I did expect the guy to be fucked up. He called me one time, and I don't know, he was just like talking about weird stuff. Like he wanted to talk about like Bronze Age pervert for some reason. It was just absolutely bizarre.
Holy
Um,
hell, dude! He was calling
Who
everybody.
called you? Wait, who are we talking about?
the Jewish guy,
BZ.
BZ.
Good lord!
Oh,
He went off
He
on like
tried to rape you too?
no. He went off on this insane racist rant.
He spread it for him. Don't worry.
He went on this insane racist rant, and he was like expecting me. I guess what he was trying to do was open up, so I would open
Did you
up.
do a video call them,
He
Luca?
was trying to
No,
entrap you. He knows you're a
I know,
reporter.
I knew exactly what he was doing actually, and I
I mean,
told him.
Luca, you are young and you are sweet. You're a sweet guy. I mean, there's nothing, no
No,
denying
I
that.
didn't
I mean,
mention.
yeah.
This guy's not
Oh,
No.
sweet. What are you
relax,
talking
Let me
Kaiser.
about?
finish the fucking. Let me finish.
So did you call him a bigot, Luca? Did
The
you
fuck
tell
are
him
you
why he
talking
was
about his
wrong?
sweetness? What's wrong
No,
with
he
you?
was. He said something about how when he was into IDF, he like liked killing brown people or something. Like he like got off to it. And I was like, that's fucking weird. And he's like, why do you think that's
He's like, you
weird?
don't like that guy?
I was actually disturbed. I was like, okay, that's like fucking weird. And then, anyway, the call ended in the most awkward way possible. And then he kept like sending me walls of text, like trying to get me to like how people text Hannah and they're like, why do you associate with these people? Why are these people in your spaces? Like he kept trying to do that, and I knew immediately that this guy was fucked up, but I had no idea. I just thought he was like, I don't know, a secret agent or something. I had no
Very
idea.
interesting. He never reached out to me.
I had no idea he was this whole bullshit, like weird, multiple identities, multiple professions, and no idea about that.
Yeah, I
I
mean, he
mean,
had to think.
he should have known better. He should have never posted a picture of himself. He tried to
I,
make it all like grayed out or faded, but sorry,
I mean, either he's Jason Bourne
not
or
smart.
he's a serial killer and
He's a
he's like
con
the
artist, man.
talented
He's a
Mr.
con
Ripley. He's
artist with a
just
criminal record,
killing
Rocco.
people and assuming identities.
Yeah, I mean,
And by
it's
the way, these people like him, they get caught for what they're caught, but there's way more they've done that they aren't getting caught for. And he's just trying. I mean, this is
Yeah.
all he knows, and he was trying to do it on Twitter. It seems
By the
by
way,
through everyone.
genius, but like not that smart. I mean, like there were signs.
well because he's knowledgeable in a lot of different areas and doesn't really
Sure.
know that much. Yeah, that's all
Yeah, I
it is.
bet you
Nothing.
know
But
the tactics, don't you?
anyone with like I don't know, anyone with like like
I
a
don't claim to be
120. I want to say like a 120 is like the threshold. Could tell that this
genetic
guy
testing over here.
could tell that this guy was like shady and like up to no good to some
I mean,
extent.
I
I mean,
figured it out a month ago. I should have said something. I
some
What
mean,
the hell are you
I
guys getting
literally knew he
involved
was a
with
I mean,
on
would he
had a
be
Twitter?
criminal
How
co-hosting
are
record,
you
Mario
getting into these
Spaces if he
situations?
wasn't?
but like I don't
By the
know.
way, the people that co-host Mario, it's not just him, okay? That
This isn't
Solomon
Mario's
guy,
fault either.
that
In
fucking
boxing, they
Solomon
need a
guy.
Well,
replacement.
Tuli's the mutual.
These
Relax.
are
they can't
But
afford.
see, here's
we're
another
talking serial
example.
liars here, like
Yeah,
serial liars.
is the reason this is not Mario's fault, but the reason he connected with Mario was to promote his own sort of brand on Twitter to get other victims to trust him and
Yeah,
establish credibility. That this is what typical con artists or grifters do is they will connect themselves to higher profile people to boost their
So,
image,
so you think Mario's hands are
i.e.
clean?
Mike Benz.
You think Mario's hands are clean, name? You have no idea about that? Because I have
As it relates to BZ, I would. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
He's got a lot of grifts going on.
Because look, you got to understand, like
There's three main
Mario.
things. There's three main things he focuses on. The number one thing he focuses on is getting people's personal information.
Yes,
Probably.
that is the one trend I've noticed tonight.
Yeah,
Is
like
everyone he spoke
identity,
to,
specifically identity.
he was finding ways to get their identities and
yeah,
make
but
them anonymous
Yeah,
accounts.
and
I
then
don't know. I have questions on Mario.
other than that, blackmail is another really big one that he like had troves of blackmail on people.
He was social media honeypotting, and then trying to look for victims who, or potential victims who would fall for sort of a con.
Yeah, he was hitting on a lot of young men.
Honey was not. It did not seem like it was his number one thing, which is because some of his other stuff it was.
And it makes me think, like, am I not worthy of a honeypot?
Who
Like,
is
why
Rick?
And
does
sorry,
Luca
was there
get
a
an
large
advance?
account that kind
Am
of like
I?
broke this story or exposed this?
It was this guy named Sean who got information.
Oh right, okay, yeah, that was posted earlier. Right.
Yeah, what's
name
wrong with
who's
me, BZ? Why
hold
didn't you
on.
see?
Name
Go ahead,
who's
Bob.
Rick?
I think the reason people were thrown off is because his primary concern was not money, and usually that's what people associate with being a grifter.
There was a lot of people that brought up having him having financial sort of.
No, that's certain, but that was not like a number one.
He was trying to turn you into a catamite, dude. This is fucking disgusting.
What's your question, Boxing?
Yeah. So who is Rick associated with Mario? Do you know that name, Rick?
I've heard the name. He's just one of the guys that works in the background. He's
okay. I'm just wondering. Yeah.
But name, can I say one thing? And
I think he's
I love you,
Filipino.
name, I love you, man. But there's a German
What do you mean
saying.
works in the back? Was he the guy? Does he hold up the phone?
Wait a second, Luca. There's a German saying: Scheißfliegen ziehen andere Scheißfliegen an. Basically, literally translated, shithouse flies will attract other shithouse flies. And this is where I will stop. I will not comment on any other thing because they are mutuals. But again, this German saying, there's truth to it. Scheißfliegen.
Do you think Mario?
All right, Kaiser, go ahead.
Do you think Mario is one guy holding the phone up?
I'm just going to say this on Mario, okay? He is trying to build his little brand on here. That's fine, okay? He can't do it alone. He needs people to help him run that space. And if you've all been following him for a year, he's gone through so many different co-hosts. So it gets to a point where he gets desperate to get someone. And if you get a good talker, someone that can like ask good questions, he's going to bring him up. So yeah, on this situation with BZ, I would say that, yeah, that's on
because
BZ.
okay, I will say that
it's pretty obvious to me.
Yeah. So one time, I mean, this is like a long time ago. I was like, all right, let me message him. This maybe like had something to say in his space. So I messaged him, and he like asked for like information and stuff like that. Not BZ. I never give information. I'm not an idiot, but like he asked for like information. Mario did through Rick. I gave general information. I'm not an idiot, to give out my personal information like that. But I don't know. I mean, I guess he just wants to like.
It doesn't seem like he was the only one doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just very.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Look, the bottom line with Mario is that if you become a full-time co-host, or he wants to actually, have you work with him, they will do a whole contractual business sort of deal, and you'll have to give them all your personal information. And that did not happen with BZ, or they would have gotten rid of him because he would have come up with a criminal history. I mean, it's pretty easy to find. So
all I'm saying is,
by the way, this has only been happening. BZ's only been a co-host for about a month. It's not like a.
But I would always say, if let's say certain other spaces want, let's say, real credentials, why not take you or Nuance or even Zach? I know you guys. I know how you operate. You would be awesome co-host because I know that you believe in objectivity and intellectual honesty. No, it's true, man, Prodigal. It's true.
I appreciate it, but like, I don't want to waste 24 hours a day. It's just like.
I'm just saying, name. I'm just saying. I know. I'm just saying that I respect you very much. I respect Zach and Nuance as well. Even though we might disagree on a lot of stuff, but I know that you value intellectual honesty above your own, let's say, sentiments. And that is really, really rare on Twitter. You can say, okay, I was wrong on that one, or maybe I looked at it the wrong way. Many people are not able to do that, name. That's my issue here. And you will always see that in those spaces. They can never overcome their own biases. And that's a huge issue then, actually.
Well, the weird thing is, if you hear some of these people speak, I will say this, like if you hear them speak, like, and I'd hardly go into it when they're not doing like a political space, they're like, it's like it's weird. I don't know, like their personalities. There's like something weird and like inauthentic about a lot of these people. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure
Well,
you
that's
guys have heard.
another thing. And Prodigal, you probably
Like
can
a lot of
speak to
these
this.
people
Probably because
sound
a
like
lot
they're
of them
just
Just so
are
not
you guys
bullshit
a
about
lot
know,
of them
movies
are
or
actual
sports
fucking
or.
frauds, like unironic frauds.
okay, but a lot of people that have been regular speakers on Mario's panel, I think Prodigal used to go on there too. Mario's not really the one, he's almost never the one reaching out and asking people to speak. It's all the people that work for him. So it's sort of
I
like the
mean,
show's running and Mario's not really doing it. He's doing his own
yeah.
business stuff with crypto or whatever the hell he's doing. And the Spaces is just a business he's trying to build, but it's pretty much being run in the background by other people. And
To be
anyone who's
fair,
been
BZ
a
did ask
speaker,
me. Yeah.
yeah, anyone who's been a speaker on his panel regularly would know that that Mario's not the one reaching out normally.
And you know how BZ got traction on Mario? It started out with J6 because he's a lawyer and he gave this legal input. And then obviously October 7th happened, and then he was like this arbiter of he's the objective Israeli. He has Israeli pass, so he's the objective,
Yeah,
nuanced
see,
Israeli.
Kaiser,
Yeah,
all of that's a
yeah.
lie. He's not
Exactly.
Israeli and he's not a
Exactly.
lawyer.
Yes. And that was how his shtick, so to speak. This is how he got traction, Very
He
smart
plays a lot
operator.
of characters,
Yeah.
and
He
by the
is, like I
way, he
said,
used to be liberal in the beginning, and he switched to more moderate to sort of because he figured out pretty quickly that this is mainly a conservative platform, especially a lot of these spaces. So he had to make that switch to gain sort of favor with a lot of people, right?
yeah, but what I'm saying is like a little times that I've heard him, not in like a Mario space or whatever. Like this is where like the gay and like that type of stuff like came out. Like his like personality, you kind of hear like a lot of these people's like real personality, not what they project in like a big space. It's
Yeah.
very.
Disavow your asset. It's cool. We got
What do
it.
you mean?
You're not with them. It's fine.
Fuck off.
I don't think he had any partners on here. I think he was a solo guy and just trying
I don't
to.
know. So
I don't know.
in one of the articles, there's an unnamed woman, and
I got a dick, I promise.
some have speculated that this unnamed woman is also on here and might still be on here. So I don't know.
Oh, he's still on here. By the way, this isn't the first time he's deactivated his account. So I
Yeah,
think earlier this year he was gone for a bit. And probably because someone went to him personally and was like, I know who you are, or whatever. And he got spooked. And then when it died down, he came back.
This was
But by the way,
Caroline's
my
time,
my
right?
bold prediction, and it's not really a bold prediction because this always happens. There's like a week or two of outrage, and then people just stop giving a shit, and then we allow them to still be
But
in spaces.
can I tell you why BZ actually is like why it's so easy for him to do this is because like Suleiman or somebody will have like on this like literally a fake rabbi who knows nothing about rabbinical law, and then he
Oh no,
comes on and
that
BZ's
rabbi is good. What are you talking about?
yeah, he's a fucking cocksucker. I don't know which one you're talking about, but anyways, no, he'll bring on a rabbi who's like an anti whatever, and I don't even know if he knows about Judaism at all. So then BZ will come on because he does know at least like a few years about like the history of Judaism and religion, and he talks circles around him because
No,
Mario.
it's like the ancient aliens rabbi. It's like the same type of shit.
Yeah, I mean, so it's this environment that allows somebody like BZ, who's not an expert really in anything, regarding this, to exist because the level of the bar is set so low, so he sounds like he's an expert compared to some of these people. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
well, we
that's
get
one
it.
I
You're
know
thing.
not with
exactly
them. We
what you
get it.
mean. It's kind of like when people bring up Monica Matthews to talk about Christianity.
No,
She
but one
knows the
thing
real
that
stuff.
Stealth came up on the space and said that anytime Judaism came up or they started speaking Hebrew, BZ would run off the stage and say he's got to go smoke, and he would sort of dodge the conversation,
Gotta
and
go.
that his knowledge of Judaism was very elementary, according to her. So my prediction, or my the way I view this is that basically BZ and Mike Benz basically know about the same amount of
Well,
Judaism. They're
okay,
both
so
fake
a
Jews.
couple
Well,
things.
compared
Mike
to
Benz
the
isn't
guy,
Jewish either, by the way.
A couple things. His last name and first name are Serbian, right? So you
There you
think
go.
Serbia? Okay, Serbia. Well, it's a Slavic country, so there'd be a lot of Jews there, right? No, not really. There's not a lot of Jews in Serbia at all. I think there was like 600. There's like 600 Jews in Serbia, and most of them died before the Holocaust. There's not a lot of ethnically Serbian or mixed Serbian, Ashkenazi, whatever. Like, it's just not really a thing. So it's like, we're not talking about Romania here, right? Like, this is Serbia.
right?
So the likelihood of him being Jewish, I mean, there's a lot of reason to believe he is. It seems like the journalist who was involved in two of these stories exposing him believes that he is actually Jewish. Apparently, he showed up to a court meeting with a yarmulke. Apparently, he has a menorah tattoo. Like, there's a lot of reason to believe he actually is, but it just doesn't make sense. I mean, there's not a lot of, like, he would be
You
one
know
of
where
two
this
top
started,
160
Luca,
Jews.
and everyone else? You know where this started, Zag? I remember this now. When October 7th happened, and BZ didn't start going in the Israeli spaces. It's very interesting, right? He
Well,
started
yeah, that's true.
co-hosting. Hold on, he started co-hosting with Mario, and then when he would pop into say Stealth Space, I remember that one that whole breaking video thing that Zaganol of Ariel. He be prior or after that, he started ripping into BZ's like, "What are you doing?" With Suleiman and Mario, and they were basically questioning him as even being a real Jew, pretty much. That's where this all started, where the
Breaking.
suspicions started. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, like, there's not a lot
Yeah,
of
but
Serbian
Luca,
Jews.
and don't get it wrong. I like you, Luca, but it could, I mean, the name doesn't tell you much. It can be a Croatian Jew.
Yeah.
I know
Hey,
people like
I,
him in Germany actually with the same kind of name.
Yeah, but he said
It,
you were a crypto Jew.
now, the
He
early
said you
No,
life
weren't really
check,
who?
they're
German
Me?
Catholic.
I think
Yeah.
he's a Jew.
What?
I mean, I personally think he's a
What?
Jew. I
I'm not a
yeah, a lot
Jew.
of people do. A lot of
Whoa,
What the
people.
fuck?
whoa,
no,
them's
but I
fighting
don't think he's
words. Them's fighting words.
no.
I'm just saying, dude. It's like there
Yeah,
are
but
not a
just
lot of Jewish. Like, if he was from any other country, right? If he was from like Romania, it would make sense. If he was from Poland, it would make sense. Serbia doesn't
your
really make
last
sense.
name,
Wait, who
your
are you talking
immigration.
about?
BZ. Turns out he's like a fake person.
It's up in the nest, Anna.
I don't
And
know.
Luca, a
Long
question to you, my
story.
friend, because we are all getting along really well right now. Harmony. Can we, let's say, can we let bygones be bygones without insulting each other in the future,
You know,
man?
you
I'm not
Because
tried
even.
this with Pekka the other
I haven't
day,
even
Kaiser,
acknowledged.
and then someone got doxxed. So
Thanks a lot, Kaiser.
I mean, I mean, your
It seems to be like a very one-sided
extension
feed.
of the olive branch is
Yeah,
definitely
you let in a
commendable,
fucking
but
Trojan horse. You
I don't
lost
know,
the
man.
war. Like, I don't know why you're giving orders right now. You have failed.
I
Yeah.
mean, I
Did
don't
we
like drama on
confirm
this
that this man
platform.
was a homosexual?
He's
Yes,
a
that's what
homosexual. I
the
confirm.
claim was. There was a guy
Yeah,
on there
very good kisser.
about to start crying because BZ was apparently what Prodigal was trying to exchange dick pics with the guy or whatever.
No, I said that
Oh my
he just
gosh.
sounded like he was violated, and
And
I was
everyone,
like,
Yeah.
but he
"What
was
do you
telling
do?
everyone else
Send
he
them
was
dick
married,
pics?"
and she
No,
Yeah,
was
it's
making
funny.
fun of him over
he was a
rings.
size queen. It's okay.
It's
We all
just
know
funny
this.
how everybody gets up there and they're like, "BZ took advantage of me financially. BZ stole my personal information." And this one guy gets up there and he's like, "I sucked his cock."
No,
It was
there was
pretty
like two
wild,
or
and
three
someone
people.
started throwing up laughing
Uh,
emojis, and they kicked him off the stage.
there was
God damn
two
it!
or three
I
people who
couldn't help
said the
myself. I
guy
was
hit on him. This is not like a one-time thing. He hit on men
All
he
men.
he he
constantly.
he put on a picture name. He posted a picture on Twitter with he has his nails painted. I mean, how do you know he's
And
not
you know
half a
what I
fag? You
think
know
to
what I mean?
me? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? What am I,
Dude, wow,
chopped
that's pretty
liver?
zoomer. He's painting his nails. That's crazy.
No, but he's like 40. He's not like it's no heterosexual man who's 40 paints his nails. I'm sorry, unless he's like into like death metal or
You
something
know,
like that.
you were like his prize. He had you on a fucking poster in his room. He was going after you last.
That's all right. I did
Yeah.
have to send. No, somebody did ask me if I was named like earlier. It wasn't him, but somebody did ask me. They're, oh yeah, like why do you like talk to certain people and put it this way? Like, are you even Jewish? Like, I mean, I've been questioned about that before. I had to send them a picture of me wearing a yarmulke. You know what I
We
mean?
know
So
you're Jewish boxing.
It's all right.
Yeah, trust me, we know.
Okay, so Luca,
You've
this
checked
man
out.
is
You're good.
indeed a
Oh, thank you.
homosexual.
Yeah, he's
What
cut.
happened on this video call?
He was
What?
having video calls apparently with everyone except
Yeah.
Luca.
Oh.
He was allegedly bookmarking all of
No, so like,
Caroline's
so
pictures.
this is the thing
Is this
about
why you're moving? Because you had a whole breakdown and you're like, I just got to get away.
what are
This
you talking? Why?
homosexual.
What?
I'm
I
just
don't
glad
know.
I wasn't involved in this bullshit.
Why
This
is
is
why is
crazy
Ant, why
shit.
is
Yeah, Dave,
Tanner
how do these
attacking
people
I
get
don't
me?
even
involved?
know this man.
I mean,
I mean, I've
Luca,
been
I
on a
have no
lot of
idea who this
spaces with him
is. I've never heard of
talking,
him.
but he's never
I
reached
don't
out
think
to
I
me.
was ever on
He
a
probably
space with
knows
him.
better.
By the way, his fucking name, that's like Donnie Darko. That's fucking cool,
hey,
actually.
Luca, is that where you in Costco getting, the big size of Depends? You know what I mean?
No, I have no
Oh
idea. Why
God,
are people saying shit I don't understand?
why are you doing this, Zag?
Oh shit.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, that was
What?
mean, Luca.
Anyway, what
I
were you
didn't even
saying,
get it.
Anna?
No one's explaining it to me.
Depends is like adult diapers, and it indicated,
Oh. Well, yeah. I get it now.
Yeah, I was wondering if he molested you via video call.
Wow. Christian woman, everybody.
Hey,
Yep.
Doc, what did you hear about this, Doc?
About Benny.
Doc, did he try to exchange dick pics
Oh,
with
so
you too?
you were on the first name basis with him.
Yeah, I sort of was. We talked to the DMs quite a bit back in the day, and looking back on it, Prodigal, I first encountered him in Mario Spaces, and we disagreed on almost everything. But then he sort of pretended to come around, and he says, "Hey, we should talk." And the DMs led to exchange of phone numbers, and I remember he shared a picture of him in his foyer that's as big as a Hilton hotel room, all marble.
Did he ever try to hit on you? Because there
So,
was
Doc, I
people
have
in
a
the other
question for
room
you.
No, I,
who said that. No.
BZ claimed to be, or he claimed to work at the Southern District of New York as a prosecutor or whatever.
Yeah.
right.
And there were a lot of legal discussions. So, was there any time that you sort of sniffed him out as not being a lawyer or having a legal
No, I
background?
think that he's had some legal training anyway, at least enough to, to debate foundational principles of law. I mean, I'd be interested in what Prodigal thinks about that as well. But
Apparently, everyone who was a
No, I didn't
lawyer,
interact with him. I don't think
apparently
so.
everybody who was a lawyer or in that field said that he knew what he was talking about, even though he wasn't.
yeah, I'd agree with that. More than a number of people who are attorneys or pose as attorneys on X. So, yeah, I think he probably was an attorney. I always sort of doubted the Southern District of New York story, and I agreed quite some time ago with a couple of people privately who we both thought that he was trained.
He was a college dropout. He didn't even go to law school.
So he never hit on you, Doc, not once.
No, and God, how disappointed am I now that I hear all that sexual activity was going on in the background for some of
Doc,
you.
did you have video
Congratulations
calls
for
with
that.
him? Because a lot of people that he communicated with, he'd do video calls.
Oh my god,
No,
I
I
don't
never
know
had
who
it.
this person is. Can we talk about someone that we all know? I just like literally
Anna,
don't know.
let her talking. Relax.
Who is this man?
You're the only person who doesn't
Honestly,
know who
Anna,
He's
Richard
it's
the
a
is.
Jewish
very, very
Jason Bourne.
small. He's historically had a very, very small account, like a few thousand followers, and he only gained a little bit of notoriety for being a co-host on Mario Space recently. So it's not anyone you get.
It's Liberty Sean that we're talking about here.
No.
No, Liberty
Oh.
Yeah.
Sean's the one that wrote the thread.
Oh, wait, but someone said they put him in the nest, so I was like trying to look for it, but that's all that came
Yeah,
up.
Yeah,
it's
but the weird,
so
Liberty
Liberty
Sean did
Sean
the
is
Well,
post.
it's
it's
Liberty
who the thread
Sean's
is
thread.
about,
He
Anna.
yeah, it's his thread.
It's Benjamin Z. He was this
yeah, the
guy.
weirdest thing about his personality, every single person that came up, he like would try to be the best friend of them, like everybody, even if they're
Yeah,
like,
we get it. You weren't doing an op with him. It's
I
fine.
will
Now,
say, even though Name is saying like he has historically run a pretty small account, he has done a very good job of making the most of every connection that he has made in these spaces and on the platform. I cannot describe why I was sketched out by his behavior, but he had connected with somebody who I've been friendly with on X. And I was just observing some of that behavior. And I reached out to that person to say, like, hey, I can't really explain why. I don't really know what's up with this guy. I think his behavior is sketchy. I don't know, like, to what end, but I would just caution you against how much you share with this person and how close you let them get to you.
I
Again,
think I think he's gone now, isn't he? I heard his account
Oh
was
yeah,
gone.
he's gone.
his account is gone. I found
Yeah.
a tweet where I could find like the tag, his at, and the account's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. But does
You know
anyone
what's
else
really
have
you know what's
any
really interesting about BZ is
what?
that what was really interesting about him is that his account appeared and started connecting with myself and others, in the political sphere, but well in advance of October 7th, by several weeks. And it was almost as
Wait,
if
say
he
that
So
again,
you
Doc.
let
You
this
were
snake
talking really bad
into
for
our
me.
home? Is what you're saying?
no, well, I'm sorry if I was
You're saying
breaking up.
he planned and carried out October 7th is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that consistent with my
This
my
bastard.
opinion that October 7th, the attack was known by Israel before the attack. There's been several
He's not
sources.
an Israeli.
No, I didn't say he was. I'm just saying that he was there. I believe,
Was he on the
planted here by some
paraglider?
Yeah, he's
intelligence.
he's
No,
lying.
he lied. He lied about all that. He's
All
just a
that's
dude
made
from
up.
yeah. He's just a
Yeah.
dude from Canada
Yeah,
that
well,
lives
that's
with his
that's what an
mom.
intelligence source who's been discovered would say and would put out there as well. So you don't
Oh,
really know.
He was activated, September 15th, I
I
guess,
think
right?
he was a professionally trained. There's no doubt
Doc, you
about
still
it.
drinking the
Doc,
Kool-Aid,
he's a
Doc?
professional con man.
Well,
That
then
good at the
then
story.
professional of some sort, but
it's
he
professional con man.
definitely had a lot of
He's been
skills,
arrested. If he was an intel guy, then he's an idiot because he's been arrested like 7 times.
and it keeps getting out. Huh, how
Good
about
point.
that?
Good point.
Yeah,
It
but he
is
gets arrested for
Canada.
bullshit,
Everybody
though. No,
gets
he gets
out.
arrested for misdemeanors, like small crimes. They're
People
nothing
raping
huge.
here are getting out. There's no law anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as
He
up on this
probably
story
never.
as you
You
guys
don't
are,
know
but
him because he was really hitting on men.
Wait, Doc. Doc, when did they get to you?
when, when did who get to?
I was gonna
Plenty
I
of
don't
people
know.
have gotten to
I
me,
don't know. You
Prodigal.
tell me, Doc. You tell me.
Doc, I'm gonna give I think you should just go under your real name because you keep posting pictures of yourself. So
Well, people know who I am. I've been. Someone went in the deep web and pulled up like speeding tickets, an actual
Doc,
physical copy of a speeding ticket
Doc.
going back to like 1987. So yeah, my name's out there if you're really curious. I don't really care, but Doc is how I'm known. The picture that I put back up, that's how I'm recognized, and I don't care, honestly. If I change my name, I'd have to change my all that shit, and it doesn't matter. So open book. I'm single now, so ladies, my
What happened, man?
all my digits are out there.
Did you just
Digital's been a bad
divorce?
influence
What's
on
going
you,
on?
huh?
It's been a great influence on me. What are you talking about? No, we're
Anna, you did a good job calling out the degeneracy of that calendar. I approve. Good work.
That little
Yeah,
back.
what's going on with that, Anna? How many conservative women are in that calendar?
Oh, I don't know the number, but basically,
Well, at
like I made
least
a
12.
comment. What?
There's at least 12, I assume.
I don't know. I
apparently
Yeah,
assume,
but
yeah.
just
your
just
profile
because you were
picture is
jealous you
calendar
didn't get
material.
asked, did you have to attack it?
That's so funny because like that's the argument that the women resort
That's what happened,
to
no?
discredit your like well, I wouldn't want to be in it. Um,
Well, you weren't asked, so we'd never know, would we?
well, prodigal, maybe I was.
Oh, counterpoint.
They didn't
You
axe you?
weren't. I was on the selection committee.
All right,
Better
so anyway,
counterpoint.
sorry, I had to move to two different places. I was gonna keep going with the story, but basically what happened is so I made a comment, I think on Bryson Gray said something about the one girl's picture. And by the way, I didn't really care, like I didn't think what this particular girl was wearing was that revealing at all. That wasn't my issue with it. I was commenting and I said like something about the calendar itself, how it's a grift, and it is a grift because like they're marketing a sexy calendar to fathers because there's literally a dad on the
But
back.
classy though.
Exactly, that's their argument.
It doesn't matter, Prodigal. It's still degenerate.
So Prodigal was just kidding, but like so the whole concept was weird to me, and I was pointing that out, and I was like, this is a grift. I'm sick and tired of it. Like, and it was mostly like the concept of the calendar. Like, I don't really have any personal things against the women in it. I didn't even know this woman named Josie until today. I didn't know she like what her name was or anything. And basically she took it personally, and she took a screenshot of somebody commented on my profile picture. They were acting like my profile picture was comparable to the calendar because there's like a little bit of cleavage showing, but it was obviously a stretch. No one like actually believed it, but all of her simps, of course, are supporting her. But
Did you see the DM link she had of you or no?
No, I didn't know about that. But
she called you like J-Lo trash. I can't believe she's stepping to me, this and that.
It's kind of, well, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not, but it's kind of believable because she's a very childish adult, I will say. She commented on she kept engaging with me and then running away. It was very weird. And I kept trying to reiterate, like, look, dude, I don't have a problem with you. Like, I don't even know you. I don't really think about you. I don't care about you, to be honest. But like, I have a problem with the calendar. But she kept coming for me, and so I obviously came for her. But like, clearly, like, I had the moral win there because like, it's true. The whole thing is weird. I think really what happened is like, she got a lot of backlash and probably regretted it for that reason. So, usually when you're confronted with like opposing positions, you just become more steadfast in your own. And I mean, it was a poor PR move on her behalf and all of the other women. But ultimately, I think the concept itself is what is so bizarre. And that's really what I was commenting on.
I was just surprised Hannah didn't like take your side publicly and like show you support.
Yeah, I was surprised too, Hannah. Why didn't you do that?
Yeah, Hannah. Yeah, Andy, why didn't you do that?
I actually
I mean, I commented on it that. Oh, I just said priceless conservatism is just as vile as radical leftism.
Hannah, you gotta unmute. Something
I mean, that's all felt by mostly peaceful Latinas, Prodigal's friends.
Andy
I
can't
have
be
no
mad at
idea
people.
who they
It's
are.
not
They
possible.
seem. I should have followed them.
But
I made one post about the calendar like 2 weeks
I
ago.
don't even know how I
and
followed them, to be honest with you. I've been
I
looking at the
don't have anything else
conversation,
to say
and they
about
seem
it.
crazy.
No, but that's the thing is like whatever you like, I said something very similar to it. I don't know why she came for me. It was really weird. By the way, Hannah, I was just kidding. I don't really care.
No, I know.
But like,
I'm just saying for the record, I actually did say something.
But that's the weird thing is like, I didn't really. I think what really did it is Samira tagged Bryson and I in something and said it was like it's Bryson and Anna versus these conservathoughts. And so I think she was like then able to be like, oh, this is the girl who's against me. And then she like came for me, but like without clearly understanding my argument because like I don't care about her. Like I actually.
Anna, all I'm saying is a lot of these girls stayed on the sidelines until you won and it was safe. And then they're like, oh, I agree with you, girl.
No, actually, that's not true. Mostly men. Groypers actually defended me. So I actually don't have a lot of credit to give to
They hate
many
women,
women.
so it's.
No, they're Christian, so they agree with my perspective on that. So there's overlap there, and to be fair, like they're completely right on that particular issue.
But
and
I
like,
mean, they're Christian, but like allegedly, didn't they pay some random girl to sleep with some dude to get dirt on him? Like, is that Christian?
They've
It
been.
is what it is.
Yeah, they
Like
were.
you whore out your women. Like that's just
I'm not familiar
Christian.
with like every single person in the group. I just know that like they came to my defense on this issue and they were right, and a lot of people did. I mean, most people know that can recognize that I'm right. It's mostly like Coomer boomers that were defending this other woman because like my audience is mostly like Gen Zers, I would say, at least on Twitter, not necessarily on my
Cougar
podcast.
Boomers? Is that a Cougar Boomers? Is that a
No,
thing?
Coomer, like
oh, I'm sorry.
guys who like watch porn, like, and I think, it was really interesting. I might do a show on this, like the difference between like conservatism in Gen Z versus boomers. Like boomers really screwed things up for Gen Z conservative men. They're far more conservative than boomer men. Boomer men are like degenerate, and they're all about like, well, the free market, like let's jerk off to, all these girls, like it's fine. Like what about whatever.
Clip it.
It's just
it's kind of that whole like
I'm a
like
boomer. I'm
the
like that.
remember that porn
there's
star
always
that went to CPAC and she was like yeah, we're like the rock and roll, drinking beer
Yeah.
conservatives. And it's like, yeah, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
Um, I
Yeah,
don't understand how the
Jen,
conversation got like
Zoomer
So
reignited
better.
because like we talked about the calendar
a
in a
long time
space
ago.
like
Yeah.
a week or two ago, and then all of a sudden everybody was like up in arms about it again.
Samira put
Um.
up a video.
So
Isn't
because
that
she.
what
everyone got
started
it for
it?
Christmas today, I think. But I just wish
Yes.
these people would like stop identifying as conservative. Like, go ahead and say like I
Exactly.
agree with conservative economics, or I agree with like
I'm
fiscal
under the
policy
impression
or
that, oh
whatever. But
shoot,
don't
I
say
can't hear Andy, can I?
just don't
Yeah,
say
you
that
he's
you're
talk.
he's
conservative.
talking. Yeah.
You don't
Sorry,
have
I'll drop.
conservative morals or
Yeah. No.
Yeah, but
ethics.
Exactly. That's my position too. Like, I don't have a problem that it exists. My mere position is that, like, isn't this a bit hypocritical? Like, conservatism is born out of Christianity. That at least in America it is. And so if that's going to be the truth, then we're supposed to represent the tenets of Christianity, the values of Christianity. Is it a value of Christianity to, sell pictures of women who are in bikinis, half naked? And obviously, they were trying to make the argument that, like, oh well, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, but like the intention is still that men will lust after these women. Like, you can't really escape that being the case, right? And they even admitted that. So it was just like, you can't
But
really.
Anna, what do you expect of these women? Like, I mean, this is like I agree with you. It's fundamental on the issue, but like, what do you
No,
expect of them?
I at the very least expect it to not be like low class and like really this is like Kid Rock level retarded shit. Like
Yeah.
honestly,
No, I mean it's
It's
kind of
no, but
naked, but like
It
I
was
would just
very
say
classy.
it simply shouldn't exist. Like, why is there even a company that's trying to market this as, like, I know they want to do this whole, like, create like a parallel like economy type of thing, but like the whole idea of being conservative is that, like, we actually don't want to jerk off to like pictures of half naked 23-year-olds. Like, that no one's married to. Like, that's actually degenerate
I just don't.
and disgusting.
I want conservatives to strive for excellence. I don't want them.
Yeah.
I don't want them being like.
I can't hear
Did he
Luca.
cut out?
I
Yeah,
think.
I think
He
he just
cut out.
disconnected.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
he
Anna,
got
you're sort of
bounced
like the
because
50
Caroline's
Cent of the
co-host.
right wing. You beef with
Oh
everything.
sorry
no!
guys.
Oh no! I need
Caroline,
to
he
keep
owes you
track
20
of all of
bucks.
this.
He owes you 20 bucks, Caroline.
Wait, Caroline, can you just make him, or can you, like, not be co-host and then make him a co-host so that you guys both don't have that
He's
issue?
back.
Oh, okay.
It's the same issue I have with like that Lady Ballers movie. It's like we don't actually like um advance conservatism by just like emulating the left, but making
Exactly.
it conservative.
Yeah, but wasn't
Yeah,
your biggest
but
issue, Hannah, that it wasn't funny? I mean, that was my big.
I didn't actually watch the movie. The preview was
I
enough for
didn't
me
either.
to see that it was like not going to be funny and also not going to be. But like, I don't think like chicks with dick jokes are like that's not conservative, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, some things, like, we're not really supposed to emulate. Like, you want to talk about a parallel economy, like, obviously social media platforms, that's fine. You know, whatever, anything else, like any sort of other, even beer companies, okay, that's fine. But like a calendar, did we really need that? Like, was anybody really asking for that, or was that just a grift? And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Just be honest with your intentions. You're not a
I saw a
conservative.
lot of I saw a lot of people arguing in your comments that the distinction was that these are sexy glamour shots versus like tranny stuff or pornographic stuff. I'm like that's just proving the point that this is not
Right, exactly.
conservative.
Like,
Like
it's still, like, you're still encouraging lust at the end of the day. Like what is
Yeah,
the point
I
of looking at a
agree.
sexy photo, other than to lust after the woman?
But how did Josie? My issue with a lot of the back and forth that's gone on the last few days was like, I haven't seen all of the pictures, but it's like, I don't actually have that big of an issue with Josie. I don't like the marketing of the calendar, as in like a sexy calendar. And then I've seen a few pictures that I'm like, okay, this is like not appropriate. But like,
Right.
I don't know that I have the biggest issue with like
Well, that's the thing with
her
Josie's.
pictures
That's
per
what I
se.
said.
Like,
She made
yeah.
it about herself. It was really weird. So
I
that's why
don't
I'm
think
saying.
that she made it about herself. Samira tweeted out a video where she's like, why do conservatives do this? The only picture that she shows, other than what is on the cover, is Josie's picture. And Josie is like November in the
Right, but
calendar.
then I commented, and I didn't even like watch the full video. I knew exactly what the calendar was, and I literally just said it was about the calendar. I was like, this is such a grift. Like, why this? It was clearly about the calendar. Like, I don't. And I even talked in a space
I
later
get that, but
where
the
I was like,
content that was posted was like, if that were posted about, if I were in Josie's shoes and I'm the only one really that is on the receiving end of all of these comments, I think it's pretty disingenuous to say, oh, look at this woman making it all about her. Like, the video
no,
literally makes it about her.
but Caroline, like, to be clear, I didn't post that video. That was
I
Samira, and
understand
I
that.
commented that, and
I
I
understand
made it
that, but I think you're
100% about the
expecting
calendar.
something of her that is unreasonable.
Well, I don't think
Well,
it's
in her
unreasonable
comments,
because
Anna explained it was about the calendar like
yeah,
multiple
exactly.
times.
I explained this. It's not like I ran with this "I hate Josie's outfit" type of thing. I made it very, very clear in the like this for hours all day that I had no issue with her outfit at all. And in fact, people were putting a side by look. Well, just one of the people in the comments put a side by side of like my picture and hers, and I made it very clear that my issue with the calendar was that it was done with the intention of, obviously eliciting lust from, dads. That's a weird concept for a quote conservative calendar because it's not conservative at all. And I said, look, I don't specifically have a problem with Josie's dress. I don't really care about it. Like, if out of context, obviously I wouldn't care that she's wearing that. Was the cross a little distasteful? Yeah, that was
I have a
distasteful because
question.
that it seemed to be mocking Christianity, knowing that it was
Yeah.
a sexy calendar. I did say that, but I was very clear that I didn't have a problem with Josie's outfit and that there were far worse pictures in that calendar. So, and she came after me like for a long time after I had clarified that.
So I have a question. So this is marketed towards conservative dads. I mean, does this make any sense to anybody? Like, if you're a conservative dad, would you really buy this or this calendar? Isn't it like
Oh,
antithetical?
and
And
here's the funniest
plus,
part, Clown. Here's the latest update on that. So she
hold
tried.
on. Plus, like, are you really going to get
Clown, she's answering a
conservatives to
question.
buy something like that? Isn't it like antithetical to all their beliefs, especially Christian conservatives?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's exactly like the issue I took with it. And she literally comments on my post about it, and she's like, um, the issue was with, let me give you a little grammar lesson. Like, there's an apostrophe, conservative dad's calendar, meaning like she was trying to make the argument that the company had nothing to do with the target audience. But the calendar itself has a picture of a dad with two kids on the back. Not to mention, like,
Yeah, I saw that.
it's pretty clear that
I
the
actually
intent.
went to conservativedad.com to see what was going on with this shit. And it is pretty hilarious. They are marketing to
Yeah,
conservative
they are.
dads.
And she was denying that. And she actually went through this whole song and dance. It was very immature. She was like, well, there's a beer company that uses a parrot as its logo. Does that mean that they're marketing parrots or their target audience is parrots? I was like, I'm not going to answer that question because that's disingenuous. I was like, just answer my question. Do you or do you not see this calendar? Forget what I used exactly, what words I used, but it was basically like, just answer the question: is this calendar meant to be marketed towards fathers, towards dads?
Did you wait? Hold on. Did
I
you?
just looked at this thing for the first time. This woman standing with, the tray and the apron, right? I don't know if this is that scandalous.
Zach,
I
we
can
literally
see.
just
It
went
really
over
isn't.
this. We
I
just
can.
went over that
Yeah, but
I
the
didn't have
cross
an
on the
issue with
top, it
the.
looks
But
like
can
it's in
you
it.
see how it seems unreasonable to her that she is the one specifically the target of this entire
Well,
discussion about
Oh, of
how
course, that's
hypocritical
I
crazy.
this is?
That's crazy.
considering that was like the picture that she was zooming in on, or Samira was, sure. But here's the thing, like I stated,
Showing leg is pretty racy.
right? No, but I stated like several times, I
What,
don't.
1952?
Okay,
No, I thought it was like a scene from The Exorcist. Like
I
my thing is, I'm
literally,
not Christian, but like they put the cross up there,
no,
kind
yeah,
of like
okay,
as a
so
That
shield.
cross
that
has been in her kitchen. Like,
I know, but
no,
like
but
Caroline,
Caroline, can you see how that would be offensive to Christians, knowing that this is supposed to be a sexy calendar and she puts a cross in the background? Like, you couldn't take it down.
if she were dressed in a way that communicated
But
more
but
along
she's
the
in it
lines of
doesn't
what you're
matter
saying,
because the
then I
calendar,
would agree.
but the calendar itself was, and let me be completely clear, going back to what Zag said, I made it very clear that I didn't have a problem with the way she was dressing. I agree that her one was certainly not like my issue at all with the calendar. The issue I took with the calendar was the idea of it. the concept that you're sexualizing young women and you're marketing it towards dads, and that's supposed to be, quote, conservative. That there's nothing conservative about
I
that.
feel like they're not even that young though, right? I mean,
No,
like
they're pretty young. Well, they're in their early 20s. I mean,
Well,
some of
here's
them
the
are.
thing,
I
Anna,
think the
that I
cover
tried to
is
argue.
Riley Gaines,
Yeah,
I
Riley
tried to
Gaines is
like
like
argue with
Riley
23.
in a bikini or something.
But the second part
but
of
she's a
it,
swimmer. She's supposed to be in like, swimwear. So
well, it was definitely like made out to be sexual. But anyways, the second part of what I was saying was the only thing I did think was a little distasteful, and this wasn't even my main gripe, just a little distasteful. Maybe you would have rethought this. Hey, you know what? You're going to be in like a sexy calendar. Maybe just take the cross down for like the photo shoot. It just seems a little bit like it
yeah,
could
I
be.
agree.
What if
I
there's
agree
like
with
but
Yeah,
that.
she's
there's like
not wearing any
spots on the
sexy
wall
clothing.
though, and
but that doesn't matter because the whole concept of the
Her
calendar is
her
to be sexy.
clothing was modest, but I would argue that the pose she was striking was not proprietorious
No,
or
but it's not
modest.
even that. It's like what,
it's
like Annis. I'm not even Christian,
almost
but
like a
like the cross.
Heisman
But she puts the
pose.
cross up as like an excuse to like. I mean, it's a weird one. I mean, I can see why it bothers Anna. I mean, to be
Yeah, I
honest,
mean, and again,
It
that
got
wasn't even
everyone
my.
talking about it. That's why she did it. It
this is
got the
fair.
whole
This is
city
also true.
talking about it.
May
Yeah,
may
it's
may I
marketing.
also
Someone's trying to
propose
make some
something
money
else?
off it, but is it really
Exactly.
that big a deal? I mean,
May
No,
may I
no.
also propose something else that nobody's brought up
I
yet that I brought
she
up
made
the
this
other
into a
day?
much
Yes.
bigger thing than I ever would have. Like I made one comment about the calendar on that video, that I didn't post. Samira posted. A lot of people made comments. It wasn't just me. I think what really kind of the reason why she went for me specifically was probably after when Samir tweeted out, like as far as like realizing that I was saying something, was when Samir tweeted out Bryson and Anna against conservative thoughts, and I think he saw that and was like, oh, okay, like she saw that and she was like, oh, okay, this must be like a girl that's like coming up against me or something. I think that's probably what went on, but I don't think
So
it would have like organically led to that direction because I literally made one comment, had no intention of like continuing the argument unless somebody like engaged with me on it.
I mean, that's not an unreasonable conclusion to come to. That if somebody puts out a tweet about you and tags other people that are then making new tweets about you and chiming in the replies, like that feels like a planned
Well, it's
thing.
personal.
It is, yeah. It's like y'all can pretend
Welcome to the world of
that
the
it's
NAFOs.
personal. Any like most reasonable people
Oh,
are
and
going to
brokers.
take
And
that
groypers.
personally.
I'm
I
confused
Yeah, I was
about
gonna say
understand
what. No,
groyper.
that
That's my.
I'm
I
confused. No, I'm
understand
confused
that
about like
people
what
are
your
Anna,
point
if
is.
you could, I'm speaking.
No, I
The
just didn't hear you, Caroline. Jeez, I'm not like trying to speak over you.
I understand
deep
It's
breath,
that
Boxing Day,
everybody.
everyone. Let's have a
Deep
good
breath.
time.
okay. I understand that this seems hypocritical on a few levels. I'm not actually disputing that. What I do have a problem with is that this feels like much to do about nothing, relatively. There was like a 5-hour space about this. Twitter
Then
has
let's not
blown
talk about
up.
it. You guys
Hold
asked
on.
me about it.
Twitter has blown up over this.
Yeah.
It just feels a little bit ridiculous. And the way that I've seen some people engage with Josie feels a little disingenuous. I think like that's the issue that I take with this. Like there are
I
definitely bigger
And
problems to
that's fine, Caroline.
tackle.
But I was asked about it. That's why I weighed in. But we don't have to talk about it. I don't really care.
Anna, may
why
I
the
propose something? Hold up, Andy. Hold up, Andy. Anna, may I propose something also that maybe that I tried to propose the other day that people just poo-pooed for some reason I don't understand it. Conservative nowadays doesn't always mean Christian conservative, or doesn't even have a connotation, especially in America anyway. It doesn't always have the connotation that there's going to be a religion behind it. So conservative values can be different to other people. So
Well,
maybe your conservative values or Christian or Catholic.
that's not
Pro-
necessarily like it doesn't really matter. Like conservative values are still derived from Christianity. Christianity came before
this is not
conservatism.
this is actually a fallacy that you're talking right now. It would make sense
Then
maybe
cover
back
up
in the
those
70s.
memories.
Hold on a second.
Nuance, stop interrupting. We're having a conversation here.
Maybe back in the 1700s, before this country became a melting pot, I would agree with you. Way back when it first started, but nowadays it isn't
Right, so
that,
that's
and
my point. That's
it
my
has
point.
been usurped and bastardized. So the idea that you
Right.
think that it's going after a
So
religious sect or a religious type of conservative, I think might be a little overstated, and they're just going after what is the bastardized version of a
no,
conservative in these days.
so yeah, that's like the argument that like a few people brought up already. So it's one that I of course that's always the argument they always bring up. But here's the reality: it is derived from Christianity, and I'm not talking about at this moment in time that it's currently being derived from Christianity. When you think about conservatism, the question becomes, what are you trying to conserve, right? Because you would
Some may
wait,
say
wait,
it's
no,
very
let me
easy.
just let me just finish. It usually it's
Okay, well,
the Constitution. You're
you're on
conserving the
the mic, and you're
Constitution.
not letting anyone else jump in here.
I
So
know.
please let
Come
someone else
on.
speak to the issue.
Well,
It's a
clown,
top.
clown, you brought up.
I've been
Oh,
trying to make a
wait a
comment
minute.
for 10
I'm
minutes.
dude.
Let's let
Let me
Anna
just finish.
speak.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
really.
Go ahead.
What the hell did that come from?
I'm
All right,
trying to
so
It's my
conserve
honest
women saying
impression.
dude.
all right. Well, anyways, Nuance. Thanks for your very important addition there. But
Nothing's more important than talking about this calendar.
I didn't bring it up. They brought it up. Jeez,
No, you just did a
guys,
5-hour space
seriously.
about it.
Let's just
I
hammer it
wasn't.
into oblivion, please.
Caroline, can you
Go
stop?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead,
What the
Anna.
hell is this about? Like, you guys brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
I did not
I
bring this
just
Well,
got
up.
I
it.
didn't bring
No,
it up.
Anna, let me. So
I'm
I
watching the
brought it
boys
up, and
play
I think
Fortnite right now.
And to be fair,
I
I did
think
not
the
participate in that space earlier, so I don't know what you're talking about. That I was in a 5-hour space.
Oh no, that's
hold
I
up.
never
This
said
this
you
is
were in a
actually
scheduled space. My mistake.
This is actually, I think this is actually a really important topic, the whole calendar thing, because it drives the issue that there's two
All
different
right.
types of conservatism in this country,
No,
and
it's a
it may
calendar
be
for a
that we
beer
can't
company.
form,
It's a calendar for who
and
cares? Don't buy it.
maybe
I
that
would
we
never
can't form a
suggest anybody buy it.
coalition.
Clearly, you guys want to talk about it because but I'm not the one who brought it up, so you can't blame that on me. That's just
That's not,
unfair.
no one cares
Literally,
about
no
that
one
point.
is
No one
blaming you
cares
for the
about that
fact that
point.
we're
Caroline, you
talking
literally
about
just spent
How
the
it
whole like
started
5
does not
minutes talking
matter.
about why are we
Let's
talking
end
about
it.
this. Like I don't. Like I'm responding to you guys because you gave your 2 cents and then I was going to give my 2 cents. That's how a conversation works. But
Okay,
if you
now
don't,
give your 5 cents.
Well, let me jump in here for a second. Let me give the
my
other
5
point.
cents, Caroline, that's really funny. Okay, I
Look, let me.
I know that you want to
Here.
side with all the degenerates, Caroline, but like I'm trying to bring up a valid point here.
No, I
Okay.
think that there's a proper way to
That was a straw man.
articulate your argument that is productive, and I don't think
Okay.
that that's always what
Well,
happens
I
on
don't
Twitter.
think that
That's all.
like you telling me that like if it's going to be brought up, then let's talk about it. But if not, it's not like let's just talk about it and then box me out of the conversation. That's not really fair.
You have not been boxed out of the conversation. You've spoken over almost every single person who's tried to respond to you.
That's not true at all. Clown
Why
just
am I
spoke.
getting a bunch of 100%?
You've been dominating the microphone.
Andy spoke.
80% of the conversation.
Do you
I
not
just
want to
don't
talk
see
about this?
myself
Somebody
masturbating
else
to these
brought it up. I was the
photos. This
subject
is
of
not
it.
a good
Fine
calendar.
We
not
got that
talking
point.
about this. I'm
I
fine
was the
talking
Move
about
subject
on.
it.
of the
It doesn't
issue, so of
matter.
course I'm going to talk more. People asked me about it when I entered the space.
Hey,
I didn't just
take
say let's
control,
talk about
dude.
this issue. There were plenty of people talking before I did.
Can I say
Let's
something?
let's all settle down. Come on. So
Come on, it's Christmas, guys.
Can you guys let Hannah
it's
speak?
now
She was going to say
It's
Boxing Day.
something.
Boxing
Ho,
Day.
It's now
ho, ho.
Boxing Day.
We need
It's
less
Boxing Day.
war and more peace, right, Zach?
We were trying
All
to
right, well,
Group
I'm
change
hug.
gonna
the
Everyone
leave
give a
because
subject
group
this
hug
from.
is
now. Come on.
All right, hold on. Okay, we were trying to change the subject from.
No, Anna's leaving.
Oh,
No.
well, okay. Anyway, we were trying to change the subject from BZ and the dick pic requests or whatever that was about, and this calendar came
Nice.
up, and here we go. So I guess we're off to a new topic now.
I can't wait till we see Lindsey Graham's dick pic requests. It's gonna be
Oh, I can
hilarious.
wait.
Okay, I don't know
Oh,
that there were ever
request. Yes,
explicitly dick
but
Yeah, it's
pics
gonna be
in
picture.
there.
hilarious.
I
Merry
never
Christmas
heard
with
that
that thought. Thanks a
specifically.
lot.
I bet most of the pictures of him are not going to be of the front.
Oh boy.
Fact.
Why are we thinking there are going to be dick pics of Lindsey Graham?
published in
No,
advance.
he will ask for them because that's
Wasn't the
what I
guy
feel like
who
he
just got
does.
outed in the Senate waiting for
Because
Lindsey
he's a
Graham for
senator, and
showers?
senators like to fuck.
Dianne Feinstein. Yeah.
God, I wish she
Whoa,
was still
whoa.
around. I never got my chance. The one that got away.
Dianne Feinstein was a wholesome woman. Please, come on.
She was beautiful.
She was a run of the mill whore.
She was
How
a
dare you?
buxom woman.
Once upon a time.
Imagine 20 years ago sitting in the same room as her and Nancy Pelosi, just being like, "Oh yeah, that's a calendar." People don't use the word
Firecracker dog.
the word or term buxom anymore.
Ooh, buxom is a good word.
Zoftig.
Oh, it's very softy.
What's a lip gloss?
What's a
Lip
lip
gloss
gloss?
company.
Buck
Buxom.
Or people
buxom
don't
lip
say
gloss.
voluptuous
It is.
anymore either. Voluptuous.
Voluptuous. I feel like people do use voluptuous a decent amount.
That's
Way
real
more than
Yeah, it means fat.
voluptuous.
way more
It
than
means
buxom.
fat. That's what it means.
What about curvy?
I think Rubenesque is the number one. Rubenesque.
Rubenesque is good, yeah.
Yeah, but then you
Curvy
think
is
of Dave
definitely the
Rubin,
new.
whatever. It's
Rubenesque is
more.
250 plus.
What about thick?
You hear thick all the time with the 2 or 3 C's.
Or,
Yeah, I say
or
thick
six,
with
you
two
know?
That's
C's.
gross.
I like Zoftig. That's always out of left field.
The Yiddish.
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's
Zoftig.
it's a Yiddish.
Zoftig is like a thick woman.
What about stout?
Uh,
Ew.
I'm a
Stout
little
implies
teapot.
like
Are you
height too,
imagining a
Going
man
right?
or a
stout.
woman? Let's be clear.
Sturdy.
You're talking
Stout
The
about.
sounds
fullback.
like you're saying that she's like sturdy.
Yeah,
Like
stout
Mrs.
sounds cute.
Doubtfire was stout.
When I think of stout, I think of that dude from my 60-day fiance, whatever, and he's got no neck, and he's just like a ball.
Yeah, he's
I
stout.
think, yeah. Someone posted a picture of him naked the other day,
Oh
censored, of
no.
course, but man, it looked so bad.
Wait, Caroline, I have a question. Maybe this will start a riot. Who knows? What age do you think is appropriate to allow girls to wear red lipstick?
18.
Never, because red lipstick isn't a good look.
Well, that's not an option.
I don't believe
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
for
wait
1
a minute.
minute.
Wait a minute. When did that
Wait,
happen? When did
no.
that
Here's the
change?
other
Who voted
question.
for that? Who
Who?
voted to say that red lipstick was not attractive?
It's
It's
not a
It's
good
not
look.
Yeah, I
conservative.
also don't agree with that,
Vote.
but
I just want a
yeah.
regardless.
poll
So
taken.
yeah, for boomers, like they think like Marilyn Monroe or something in red lipstick, and they think it's attractive. So
Depends on your coloring.
no, but here's the
Okay,
other
wait.
question, Hannah:
It does
is it
depend on your
Racist,
coloring.
publicly or
racist,
privately?
racist.
Like at
Michelle
home,
Pfeiffer
do you
on
have a
top of the
problem with them
piano
doing
in
it at
that
home?
movie with the two brothers
I can't
playing the
hear you,
piano.
Nuance. I'm trying to
All right,
answer your
kick this
question, but
fucking Santa guy. Get him out of here.
Okay, Hannah,
I second that.
the question was, what is the age that is appropriate for girls to wear red lipstick?
well, okay, so we've talked about my makeup rules for my daughters before, which is basically I let them wear makeup around the house, whatever they want for the most part, except red lipstick because I think it's too sexy. They're 10 and 12. Um, but my 12-year-old specifically is now petitioning to be allowed to wear some makeup out of the house, which is fine. I'll allow it, but not like red, but more red. And she specifically was like, ask Caroline what she thinks. And
Aww.
I said, okay, I will get input from Caroline, but Caroline doesn't make parenting decisions in
No,
this
I am not a
house.
parent. I'm not qualified to make parenting
No,
decisions,
but I will take
even if
your
I were.
opinion. But
I would say what what feels like a reasonable standard or like a reasonable level of appropriateness would be like special occasions. So like y'all have your New Year's party that you do.
Mm-hmm.
So like special occasions, but I would say probably like 14 or 16. Like girls
Yeah,
don't need to be
14.
wearing
Yeah, it's like the
girls
That's
same
don't
what I
need to
thing.
was
be
thinking
wearing red
too.
lipstick.
Right.
It's
Currently, they're
so
only
awkward.
allowed to wear like really any pigment of lipstick out when they go. Tony takes them out for Valentine's Day dinner, and that's like so far been the only time that they're really allowed to wear it out of the house at all, save for like a slightly tinted moisturizer, um, and like like a very light like gloss, but um I don't mind them wearing makeup around the house. They like it and that's fine. But I think proper makeup application is like a real skill for young ladies. But when I look at like other little girls at their like activities and stuff, like even their age, these children wear like real makeup. They're like contouring and they're 12.
That's disturbing. That's
It's way too much. It's
sexualizing children.
way too
Hey,
much.
Zach, what's
Okay,
the
if
what's
I
the
could,
Kremlin's official stance, Zach? Go ahead.
if I could just have you pass along my personal opinion, even if you don't pass
Hmm.
along what my recommendation would be. Um, if you're young and you don't need makeup, makeup ruins your skin. So you should avoid as much of it as you can. And red lipstick, in my humble opinion, is not the best look. So that's
I
just,
will pass that along and I'll let them know. Caroline said not yet. So
yes, let's go.
you took a gamble and it did not pay off.
I would
Are
say
they
red
listening right
lipstick.
now?
They really think that if Caroline was their mom, she would let them do anything. I don't know why they have this in their head, but they've convinced themselves that anything I say no to, Caroline would say yes.
It's because I have a
Johanna,
beige living room. They think because I have a beige and white
Yeah.
living room that that makes me like the coolest and I would let them do
It's so
anything.
funny
It's like
because
all lies.
there's so much that I'm like way less uptight about than you would be. I'm 100% sure. Just because I've had years and years of like being a boy mom, boy like before.
Yeah, you're a way cooler mom than like I ever could be.
Hannah,
But
I
the
didn't
girls,
wish you Merry Christmas, so it's a belated Merry Christmas from me to you.
oh, Merry Christmas, blood.
Anyhow, do we have a Mr. David Owenberry over here?
What's this?
We're
Uh,
not doxing people on the Space Bloods,
No,
so
we're not
you're
doxing
gone.
name. I'm just asking.
Nope. Even Doc, we're not going to do that. Okay, so hard rule, not happening.
It's what bird people call a dick move.
That was
Sorry,
actually kind of funny.
sorry.
I liked it.
Had enough drama for one day.
I
The
didn't
more the
even know what
better.
was
This is
going
what X
on.
is
That
all
went over
about,
my
Well,
head.
man.
we're not gonna, you don't come up here and try to dox people, right? It's just right, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, many people just don't listen though. So
Yeah,
yeah, well, I appreciate that. I mean, who wouldn't in my shoes? So
no
thanks.
problem, no problem.
Can we get back to disagreeing with people on the
You know, for
ideas and
having an
not
Yes, let's
American
fight
flag
again,
in your
philosophy?
please.
profile, you sure are a
Can
Nazi.
we start fighting about something?
Yeah.
What have you guys been fighting about?
Clown,
so
you're good at poking the bear.
somebody told me that 40 time is a better indicator of overall health and grip strength. Nuance, what's your take on that?
What is?
Your 40-yard dash time.
What? How is that an
I
indicator?
just made that up. I have no.
Okay.
Straight out of left field, Zag.
Are people still arguing about the?
I thought it was a good
Trying to
one.
stir up some controversy
Are
here.
people still arguing about the calendar? Is that still a thing?
Not
Yeah, who else
anymore.
is
Not
in the
after
Apparently,
you
it's a
calendar?
left.
big
I'm
deal.
actually curious. I wouldn't even call it a grift. I mean, I think it's really not a
Yeah, I
big
don't find a
deal.
problem with it.
I mean, it is what it is. But who else is in it?
They got Blair White and Dylan Mulvaney in it.
No way.
Dude, that would be funny.
Yeah.
Ew,
At first,
Blair
when I saw
White.
that one picture that was controversial,
No.
I'm like, "Is that Dylan?" But
That's a
no.
joke. He's joking,
Who's
folks.
in it, Nuance? I know you
Wait,
know.
who do you know is already in it? Who do you know?
All I know is Josie. That's it.
Oh, well,
Ashley
it's got
Sinclair's
Ashley
in it.
Sinclair is in it.
Redhead
Riley
Libertarian.
Gaines is in it.
Riley Gaines.
Who else? That's a
Kim
good question.
Klasick.
Oh yeah.
Ashley Sinclair. St. Clair.
Look, I looked at the rest of the pictures. By the way, I mean they're pretty tame
Yeah,
compared to
they
like
really are.
any other
I want to go
calendar I've
look. I
ever
haven't
seen.
seen them.
It's
I
not
mean,
about the pictures,
The
it's
people
about
said
the
they were like, "Oh my
marketing.
god, there's one in a bathtub," and I looked at it. It's the Ashley one. I was like, she's literally almost entirely covered up in soap bubbles.
Okay, but
Yeah,
that was
it's
the
the
one that everyone
marketing
had a
more than the
problem with was
specific
Ashley.
pictures.
I guess that one's like made like honestly, the cover that they're using that I always see with Riley Gaines, that's the one that's the most exposed from my understanding. But yeah.
But she's also a swimmer, so is that different than like her normal
Yeah, but you'd
uniform?
never see that in an Islamic country, so
No, I don't.
I don't know. If you're gonna go full degen, you need to go all in. I
It's
mean,
not. It's
they
not
should just
degenerate. It's a
like
pretty relatively tame calendar.
Well, some people
literally
are
all
making
the
that
girls
claim.
complaining about this have looked way sluttier at nightclubs. So I don't.
Yeah,
Not me.
exactly.
No,
And
no.
And I'm not a girl, and
Not
I'm
Yeah,
me.
you're
complaining
not the
about it,
one.
and
You're
I
not the
don't
one
go to
complaining
I
about the
nightclubs.
listen,
faces.
I don't approve of the calendar. I don't like the calendar. I
Oh,
think a
that's
way
fine,
bigger
but you're not doing
that's fine,
5 hour
Hannah.
spaces about it.
I think a way bigger deal has been made of the calendar than needs to be. But it's the marketing more than the pictures that I have an issue of. Like, I don't think conservative women, specifically moms, need to be taking sexy pictures that are clearly meant to titillate, even if they're not like just overtly
Yeah,
Or
provocative.
that's a
That's
buying
fine.
my
it
point
for
of
their
view.
That's a
men.
fine position.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
could we like
Free
end
speech.
the
What about free
conversation
speech?
there? Does
Who
there
cares?
need to be
Can
like
we
the
what?
norm? Could we end the conversation there to just say
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, it's like that's what I have a problem with.
But what
Yeah.
psychopath has a physical calendar nowadays instead of just using
Dude,
what's
this
on their
physical
computer?
Wait,
physical calendars are
what
pretty
if you're a
useful
It's the
actually.
single
return to
conservative
tradition.
dad?
Everyone wants like the old way of doing things because it's in vogue and it feels nice, and people hate the future, so they're trying to go back to the past as much as possible.
Well,
But
I'm eating
that's
3 pounds of
not good.
nacho cheese today,
They're
taking pictures of
embracing
baby
Caroline, just
elephants
Unabomber
by
FYI,
the end of the
ideology.
day.
we actually had this conversation in a
Like a
space like
Luddite?
2 weeks ago, and I said exactly what I just said. And a couple other people basically were like, "Yeah, I think so," and other people said, "I don't have a problem with it." And then we moved on. It was like a 10-minute segment.
Yeah, because that's what normal non-internet people do who are not like chronically online. It's just like, oh, what do you think about this? Okay, this is what I the fact that this has become like some big drama is so bizarre
I
and
blame Samira the
I mean,
Muslim.
it's pretty obvious why and what's happening, but we don't have to get into that.
could you explain for the class, Nuance?
No, no, I think
I
people know
think
what
it
I'm
could be a
saying.
little bit of jealousy, and I'm not.
I
Just
think
from what I see. But
it's pretty obvious. I don't need to
yeah.
point it out.
No, Clown got into it with Samira
Just
yesterday
DM
about
me.
it.
I don't understand what's happening. I never understand
Well,
anything.
you
You
know,
think
I
she's
don't
gonna put
want
that
to.
shit in writing?
I don't need to put it in writing.
Caroline, why would you say that?
I'm just looking out.
My DMs are a vault. Trust me.
That's what everyone says, Hannah.
I don't believe that actually.
And then
What?
when my
Yeah,
my
until it
DMs
isn't.
are
Yeah.
all personal, and then when someone's suddenly not my friend, they're on Spaces. Oh, he did this. He did
No, no,
that.
no.
Like, fine, post the DMs.
I've
Post.
ended associations with many people and still kept their DMs private.
Yeah,
Whatever. I don't
apparently
care that much.
you can't DM a woman on here, or it means you're trying to date them.
Yeah?
So
You
Obviously.
sent me that thread
In most
earlier and
cases.
I said to my husband, "Look at this man trying to date me." What a degenerate.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
I
but did he
know.
see Kaiser's DM?
No.
Kaiser.
It's just constant ooh la la, mamma mia.
Kaiser has never
Ooh la
sent me a dirty
la,
DM
so
for the
I
good.
predict
record.
stuttering incoming.
Kaiser, if he
Kaiser's
gets
never
any of
sent
these
me an
women off, they're
inappropriate
gonna
DM
post the
for the
DMs,
record.
man. But at least you're not BZ hitting on men.
I
That's
never
pretty
get any
embarrassing.
inappropriate DMs, actually. Kind of a bummer.
Wait, who said they got a DM like that from him? Who said that?
Doc, there was a guy on the Sean's space, and when everyone was airing their grievances and their personal stories about BZ, and he basically was everyone was like, oh, he tried to get me to write or asked, offered, for me to write a recommendation letter so you get into a school, or money, or Phenom's health records. And then one guy came up and had a breakdown. He's like, he asked for my dick pics or something to that thing. He was about to cry. And everyone's like, wait a minute,
It was not that
BZ's
explicit.
gay?
It was not that explicit.
It was
He was
pretty, Caroline, what do you remember of it? He was pretty shook up.
he was shook up,
Okay.
but he was not that specific in saying that there were like pictures exchanged. But he did say that there was like some gay flirtation going on for sure. And he was kind of
Whoa.
presenting it like, has anyone else experienced this? Because that was like he realized that was a new thing that he needed
Now
to
that
get
you
in the
mention it,
conversation.
See, here we go.
Ew.
Doc,
I'm telling you.
what do you have to share with the class?
What did he ask you
Nothing. I
for?
just, honestly, it's a little bit of a dark thought, but I left the church about a decade ago because the pastor, who I knew very, very well, molested a couple kids in my church that were the sons of an employee of mine who also went to the church. And looking back on how he approached me and my family, the way he tried to ingratiate himself, now that I look back at the progression of my relationship, quote unquote, relationship with BZ, yeah, I sort of, I sort of feel that now too. Maybe it's
What,
just
like
a
came
suggestion
back?
of it, but yeah, the seduction is the key term. It's a common emotion and plan in both
Did he
situations.
ever offer to fly out and meet you, Doc?
He did, actually. Now that
There
you
you
mention
go.
it,
There you
he
go,
did.
everyone.
What?
Yeah.
There you
No,
go.
at least.
It's a good thing you didn't take him up on that.
Well, I was, I was married at the time, so
I don't
not
think you
saying it
cared
would be
Whoa.
any
about that
different
then.
now.
Wait,
So now you're
what?
good, or
That was the gayest
Okay.
thing I've heard
This
all
is not.
day.
Is this recorded space? No, that's good.
No.
I don't see it talked about a lot, but there was a couple of reports that went around like last year, I think, about all of these like fishing expeditions for teenage boys to try and get them to send um like dick pics and stuff, I guess, and then like blackmail them with them. So like apparently this is like, I'm not saying the dude's not gay, but apparently this is something that happens more and more, like targeted at men as opposed to like women now.
Well, that is a way to blackmail a heterosexual male, at least publicly, is
Yeah.
with the threat to expose their true sexuality.
If anybody asked me for a dick pic, I'd just send them a picture of Joe Biden.
Just finished my calendar order. I would have never known about it if not for this space. Thank you so much for
How
bringing it
much
up.
is it?
It's a stupid amount of money. I think I paid 26 with shipping.
Waste of money.
Not quite, because I get to use it for content later.
By using it for content, you mean,
Wait, you got a license to
ew.
publish it when you bought it?
Yep.
Probably not.
License don't matter on here.
Okay, well, just saying.
Did you guys see
Post
There's
away.
music spaces every week where people broadcast other people's music and it never gets reported. People lift other content. It's a free for all.
Did you guys see Mario
yeah, it's
throw
the best.
the guy under the bus?
Yep.
Well, we had to. Mario's,
That was just good old
fighting off the
co-host.
accusations that he's
Damn. By
complicit
the
in all
way,
this.
Mario
Mr.
tipped
Fugazi himself.
Mario tipped Sean $500 or something. So I feel sort of dumb sitting on BZ's information for the last month.
Yeah, what kind of tip did you get?
Yeah, well,
Nothing.
I don't know. Sean might have said something about, let's just say, some Mario stuff, maybe
Sounds
related
like a
stuff
payoff.
up. I don't know. It's
Oh.
no, not no. Like I guess Sean says, stay tuned. So
Yeah, there's more
Let's
coming out, but
go.
I don't think he's gonna like throw Mario under the bus.
I think it's time to bring Wario back.
What else is coming out, Nuance? Apparently, by the way, did you guys remember uh, all the articles that came out on Mario, and then they were trying to find moles or whatever, and there was a recording between Catherine and I don't know who, but BZ apparently was the one that recorded that call with her and gave it to Mario. That's what came out on
wouldn't
that
be
space.
surprised. That's how someone like that establishes their value
Yep.
to like Mario, then gets into like the inner circle. So they'll do things like that and be like, "Whoa, this is a loyal soldier. They'll stick around." It's
It's
a
Pretty
like
fucking
getting
skeezy,
into the
boy.
inner
it's a
circle.
pretty
It's
easy.
skeezy.
Yep.
I've
Very
noticed.
typical.
I've noticed this actually from quite a few people who ended up turning out to be, you know, kind of like Fetty operation people.
Yep.
People
Or
need to get over
wannabes.
Mario.
There's a lot
Just
of
put out a better
wannabes
product.
You
running
want to be
around.
in my inner circle? Bring me some nerd ropes and maybe some Sour Patch Kids, okay?
Yeah,
That's all
some
it
of these
takes.
Nerd
accounts,
ropes.
some of the accounts that are known for just recording spaces constantly all the time, those are very sussy people. Beware.
They get so upset. They want to destroy others, but they're not willing to put in the time to build their own.
Hey, you guys talk about this Kevin Spacey, Tucker Carlson 30-second thing.
Yeah, what the fuck is that about? Why are all these Q-tards doing all this weird shit by circling like
Are you talking
pillows?
about the pillow?
The fuck is that about?
No,
The
Tucker
pillow.
was. No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Doc.
No, I was just going to say that the thing I was referencing was Tucker Carlson addressing someone off camera, asking where are the leading candidates, where are they coming from? Might you consider a return? Inferring it was, I don't know, someone who'd run for president in the past, maybe Al Gore. And camera flips to Kevin Spacey, who's in character from what is it, Game of Cards?
House of
House
Cards.
of Cards.
House of Cards, thank you. And so people are speculating,
House of Thrones.
House of Thrones. People are speculating, what this might be tipping toward. And the most common answer I've heard is the upcoming Julian Assange interview with Tucker.
Wait,
And then
isn't Julian Assange in jail, dude? Like he can't get an interview. They
I,
don't
I
they don't even
understand that he
allow
got
people near
one.
him.
Yeah, I understand that he got one. So I could be wrong though. I haven't deep dove into that question, but a couple of people that I sort of know were saying that they had heard that.
He's in Britain, correct? He's in Great
Yeah, he's
Britain.
in Belmarsh prison. It's near big prison.
Yeah, and I don't think they want to give they. It doesn't sound like they would want the British would want to give an interview out like that, especially being an ally of America. For some reason hates the guy because he tells the truth. I don't get it, but I don't think they would let him do that. I mean, I
Yeah,
would
like
like to see it
like
because
I haven't
I think
confirmed it, but
Assange
yeah.
is you know he's a great well I wouldn't say great, but he did great things to kind of shine a light on stuff, and I thought that's awesome, but I don't think that it's possible.
Okay, clown. The purple square is associated with Nambla, but I don't think
Ah,
that it has any actual like connection to the Tucker interview. Like that's just two people being weird.
okay, that makes a lot of sense then.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited. I bought a Ruger American like 6 months ago, and I haven't shot it yet, but I'm gonna go shoot it tomorrow. So I got that to look forward to.
What are you gonna
Wait,
shoot?
what?
Bottles and cans?
What'd you get?
I got a Ruger American 308 like 6 months ago, but I haven't had time to go take it out. So I'm gonna go take it out tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Nice.
Are you gonna who are you gonna go shooting at, Andy?
Oh, cactus in the desert on BLM
Are you
land.
gonna pull a Carl Malone and go hunting young Mexican girls?
I'm going.
Wait,
I'm
what?
going north. I'm going north of Lukesville, not anywhere like south of Tucson.
What
You
did
can't just
Carl
slip
Malone
that
do?
shit by. There's Zag
Carl
about Carl
Malone used to
Malone.
fuck with Kobe Bryant when he was on the Lakers, and he would tell Carl Malone, he would tell Kobe Bryant that he was gonna is like, because he would laugh at Malone and be like, "You dress like an idiot." He's like, "I'm dressed to go hunt young Mexican girls."
Oh my god.
And
Shut up.
Because Kobe Bryant's wife is
That's kind
like
of funny.
part Mexican, or Karl Malone thought she was, and would always like ogle her at the practices. Oh man, so yeah, I'm going to hunt young Mexican girls. He'd always wear a cowboy hat and cowboy boots and like
Yeah,
jeans and a cutoff.
Carl
It's a
Malone. Wow, he had
metaphor.
a Harley.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Malone was out of control. I believe he was a professional trucker for a minute. Was on WWF as well.
Oh, here we go. We got
Anybody
another
going to
space.
Thinking
shop?
about Dennis Rodman or Carl Malone was on there too?
Jimmy Kimmel. Hello there, I'm Carl Malone.
Oh, Carl
Didn't Carl
Malone.
Malone always speak in the first person?
Yeah,
Carl
I'm
Malone
Carl Malone.
always speaking of first person.
Yep.
Don't talk about Carl Lowe with Carl Lowe is right there.
There you go.
Hey
That
Uh,
was
It's
a
guys,
actually
good bell.
third person, just FYI.
hey
Third,
guys,
that's yeah.
We
Hannah,
got another space going with Anna Perez, Amir Khan, and boxing of all
I
people.
just put it up. I just put it up in the nest. Tucker is going to see Julian Assange. It's been confirmed. Many mainstream reports. I just put
Well, he's
Carl
put
already
it up
Malone
on there.
did
been there.
rape a young girl or something. There was
No,
the
that's Kobe Bryant.
no,
Listen
no,
out.
no name.
You're thinking
Excuse
about
me, name
Kobe.
redacted.
Carl Malone is not going to talk about
No,
or deny what Carl Malone
no
did.
name redacted. I believe he. Yeah, he. What do you call it? Had sex with a something about statutory rape or something to do with a girl who
The
was in
13-year
college.
old,
I can't
the
remember.
13-year old girl.
I don't know if she was underage. Um.
She was 13.
Oh, that's
Oh, so yeah, I just looked it up. Apparently, when Malone was 20, it's alleged that he fathered a child with a 13-year-old.
Carl Malone denies such allegations.
I don't know, man.
what you don't know as if it's you don't know if to believe it.
No, I mean, it's
I mean,
possibly
it was
true
Shreveport. It was Shreveport.
because these NBA players, Sean Kemp, I believe, holds the record. He's got like 8 kids with 8 different women. I mean,
Yeah,
these guys
Dwight.
leave the arena
They don't
and
call him
there's
the
like
Rain
a
Man for
line
nothing.
of women.
Yeah, Dwight
You know,
Howard, who's like
it's
uh,
true.
has like 5 kids from 5 different women or something. Yeah, these
I thought
NBA
he was
players.
gay. I thought he was gay.
Oh, the whole trans thing. I don't know, dude. All I know is that
He
he.
probably is.
He's bi.
He missed like
Don't
half the
call it
season.
Shreveport.
He's
What does it
trisexual.
go
It's not
by?
anything.
Yeah, what is
It's
it,
just
Hannah?
Shreveport. Shreveport.
Shree?
Shreveport it is, Hannah.
Shreveport. Just
Shreve.
forget the V.
Shreveport it is.
Shree. No, Shreveport.
Shreveport.
Shreeporn.
Yeah.
No, not
Shreveport. Just
porn.
take the V
Shreveport.
out.
God, these guys are still
Literally
talking
the
about
worst city
BZ.
in the
God
country, just
damn.
FYI.
Is it bad?
What?
I hate it there. It's awful. Shreveport.
Never heard of it.
It's terrible.
Isn't that
Terrible
flyover
place.
country?
Northern
I think that's
Louisiana.
where Mike Johnson is from. The speaker?
Well, I don't like him either, so that tracks.
Yeah, he is. Oh, wait, you don't like him?
No.
Oh.
Do you like him?
Dude, I don't even know who the fuck he is. He's NPC motherfucker name.
Whoa, dude. He's
Hmm.
a good man. He's a decent human.
But he's
He's
in
like,
Congress. How does that match up?
Hey, look,
No, my
he
NPC
friend,
woman
adopted
is a
a
he is not a
really,
good.
child.
really good
You know,
woman, and
He's a
she's in
good man.
Congress.
he's a good man.
My friends.
The
Any,
standards for a good man must be incredibly low then.
anybody gonna go to SHOT Show?
Where's SHOT Show? Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas.
Wait, what's going on in
That
Vegas?
sounds like fun,
SHOT
actually.
Show
I don't know
next
what the
When
month.
fuck.
is it?
Clown,
Next month,
clown,
January
come down.
23rd through 26th.
That might be fun to go to.
Sure.
Maybe I'll go to that.
Yeah, well,
Wait.
are you a part of the gun industry? Because you kind of have to be a part of the gun industry or know
Oh, it's
Oh,
someone.
not just
really?
a
Oh,
it's
shit, then
not
I'm
a
fine.
show. You
No,
gotta be like an
not.
FFL or something.
Well, you got to know someone who's kind of in it, and yeah. So, I'm
Well,
gonna.
we know you, so there you go.
I'm not in the gun industry. I have to find someone who is, and I'm gonna make
Brandon
that happen.
Herrera, aren't you friends with him?
I'm sure I could swing something like that, but I'm gonna try other avenues first. We'll see.
I shoot a lot of guns. Does that help?
I wish it did.
They were trying to prohibit gun shows in Pima County last year. I'm kind of surprised they didn't succeed.
It's illegal, I think, to ban gun shows. Actually,
Caroline, I thought you were wearing red lipstick in your profile picture. That's why I thought this whole red lipstick convo was quite strange.
no girls will be
Not
like,
wearing
even though it looks like lipstick,
your
it's
profile.
lip gloss.
What did
Caroline,
you
It's
say?
just a pink frost. Come on.
All I
we
heard
can't hear
was.
you.
Isn't lip gloss?
Wait, name, you can't hear me?
I can hear you
Name.
now. I can hear you.
Oh,
He can hear you.
name.
He can hear you.
We can hear.
You can't hear him.
Yeah, see,
We can hear
Caroline, your
each other.
connection's breaking up.
What? Can you hear me or not?
Yeah.
Can
Oh
hear you
my god.
now.
Nate can hear you.
I
Your
can hear you.
connection's horrible or something. It's fucked
Is
up.
this going to turn into a boomer space where we're going to
He's
resolve
in
tech
bed now and
issues?
about to fall asleep. That's what's going on.
I am
So
not
she
about to fall
obviously.
asleep.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah,
I'm
we can all
not
So
tell.
wait,
about
are
to
you
fall
We
wearing
know.
red
asleep.
lipstick or no? What color
No,
is that?
I'm not. I'm not wearing red lipstick in that
It's
picture.
lip gloss. It's different.
It's not
Oh,
lip
clown,
gloss
you know all
either.
about lip gloss? Yeah, clown. Don't you when you dress up in your clown outfit, don't you have to put like red lipstick on or something?
Joke's on you. I'm a cat. I'm an apex predator, not a clown. So figure that out. We don't wear lipstick. We don't go on water. We like to eat birds and squirrels. Sometimes lick ourselves, but never wear makeup. What are you talking about?
What does a cat know about lip gloss anyway?
Do
We
cats
know it's
even have
fun to
lips?
we
How
know
do
it's fun to
cats
bat off
fare
the
against
table.
raccoons? Just random question, not relevant to anything.
It's racist.
What do cats have
You're
against
racist.
raccoons? Well, it's probably their
No,
weird
how do
fingers.
they fare up against them? Like,
Oh, dude, cats kick the shit out of raccoons.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, dude,
I'd
cats are
like
way
to see
quicker than
that.
raccoons. Raccoons
You
are
got a
not that
YouTube
quick.
on that? I mean, I don't know.
Raccoons aren't that quick,
I'd like
dude.
to see
I'm
your
gonna
foot
YouTube
attack.
that right now.
I don't know.
They got
Raccoons have
hands. They got
opposable
opposable
thumbs.
thumbs. They'll fuck you
Yeah, they
up.
got the opposable thumbs, but they can't run for shit.
They can
Yeah, but they
climb.
got a right cross that'll knock you out.
Wait,
Oh,
I
that's
go
untrue. That's a
cat versus
fallacy.
raccoon, and then and I think I put like fight, and the first thing like in the search bar is fight to death.
How big
Oh
is a
shit!
raccoon? It's like about 60 pounds, right? Maybe 40 pounds. How big is it?
The raccoons are actually pretty big.
Like 25, 30 maybe. Maybe 40 at the most.
Lucy killed a raccoon.
You make a hat out of it?
No, I don't know what Tony did with it.
Ooh, I would have made like a wallet chain or something out of it, like something with the tail anyway, something
Daniel
cool.
Boone hat.
Daniel Boone hat? No, I mean like maybe back in the 1800s I would have done that. But we live in 2023 America. We can't be doing that shit.
Tip always comes back around, man.
I'm pretty sure he just threw it away.
Have any of you guys ever been to any of like the really big gun shows, like the NRA annual meeting or anything?
Oh, of course.
Trick question.
Are they pretty fun, or is it just too packed to enjoy anything?
Oh no, it's not too packed. No, I mean it's free for NRA members, so if you're close to one, definitely go. A lot of booths, a lot of cool stuff. Can connect with some cool people. I always enjoy it, and there's usually protests, typically, so I get footage and content.
Looks like they've done it in Houston the last 3 years. Are they doing it in Houston this May?
No, what do you mean? I don't think they did it in Houston the last 3 years. The annual meeting?
The annual meeting, it says the NRA show 2023 Houston, Houston,
Ask
Houston the
Tom
last 3 years.
Slocum.
No,
It's all Tom's doing.
no. I think that was the first one they did for a while because of COVID or something.
It says there were 66,000 people in Houston in May of 2022, and then 77,000 May of 2023. Is that not true?
uh hold on. It might have been wait, NRA annual meeting
Texas Oil and Gas.
two. No, so it was in Dallas. Wait, no, sorry. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, is this real? I guess the annual meeting is going to be in Dallas next year. Is that real?
Oh, dang. I'll go to Dallas for that. I like
Yeah,
Dallas.
sure. That'd be cool. Wait, where was it? 2022. So Houston. It might have been Houston. Wait, what was it? 2023 then? That was Houston. No, oh no, for this year, 2023, that was Indianapolis. 2023 was Indianapolis.
But 2024 is going to be in Dallas.
That's what it says. Yeah. Good choice. Good choice.
That might be something fun to. I'd rather go to that than like a conservative conference. That sounds pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, especially if there's protests. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Now, Nuance, are you a card carrying member of the NRA?
I'm a life member. Yeah.
I would love to see you asking the protesters to test their grip strength.
Oh, I probably will.
You should actually ask them to test their testosterone first.
I mean, why not?
Wasn't
Why
it?
not the protesters? It'll be the NRA people too. We'll compare and contrast.
Yeah.
We all know.
Wasn't it
What's
the
going on.
NRA protest where the guy was like getting winded while he was yelling? I think it was.
Winded while yelling. Probably.
He was like, "You're weak. You're weak. You need a gun because you're weak."
Oh,
And he was
you're
like
right,
this.
Hannah, though. And he
He
was
was
like,
like this
"You're
little
awake." And he was
twink.
like, but
It was like this little twink, and I think it was at an NRA protest.
In my video, like one of the guys I interviewed was like, "Why do you feel so safe that you don't need a gun right now?" And I was like, "Well, technically you don't know if I have one or not. So he's like, no, you don't. I know you don't. And then literally the next clip is me like in the convention being like, by the way, you can carry it. I have it on me right now. But at there's like a weird technical rule about that particular area where he was questioning me about carrying, where the city of Houston says you're not allowed to carry. Let's just say I don't think that law,
You can't confirm or deny whether or not you were.
Wait, why?
because it's Houston and they suck and they hate guns and that's how it goes.
Harris County. All right. Does anyone have any interesting plans for their what's it called? Servants' Day, Boxing Day.
That's not it, Zach.
What?
Well, that's what it
What's
was for in
Kwanzaa?
the UK. That's when all the help got to celebrate their Christmas.
Oh, well, you don't celebrate Kwanzaa?
Oh shit!
When is
Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa?
You guys know
Forgot
about the
my Kwanzaa
seven
candles. Damn it!
you guys know
That's
about the
not a
seven
thing.
principles, right?
I need to get my
Quantity,
dashiki.
Tomorrow. I don't know
Don't
about
be
self-determination,
racist.
boxing.
collective work and responsibility, cooperative
Clown,
economic
what are you doing for
purpose,
Kwanzaa?
creativity, and lots of faith. Kwanzaa, Umaja, it's a joyous celebration. Let's learn about the seven principles.
I'll tell you what I'm
Didn't
doing
It's a
that
for
guy like?
Kwanzaa.
communist bullshit holiday.
Nuance has a song for everything.
Didn't that guy like keep women captive or something?
Probably he's a scumbag commie.
I think he was gay too.
A
Clown, Kwanzaa's going to be
homosexual.
big in LA. What are you going to be doing?
I'm gonna be laying low. I'm kind of an albino cat, so you gotta lay low during Kwanzaa.
Yeah, black people generally like don't like cats too.
Whoa.
This is true.
They don't like water
You make them
either.
sound
What
terrible,
about
man.
the Black Panthers?
I listen. I'm just
Those are the
we're
only
speaking
cats that
from
are acceptable.
experience here.
They
No,
don't like white
I
cats.
don't care for cats much either.
I same,
You
but
watch your tongue.
Yeah, they're okay. Meh.
I think cat people are kind of weird, frankly. Especially
it's the
the dudes who
toxoplasmosis.
have cats.
Wow.
Kind of weird. Sorry, it is what it
No,
is.
I'm not
I agree
weird.
with
Come
Nuance
on.
on this.
No, no one would ever say you're weird. Of course not. No.
I totally agree with Nuance on this. I have a friend. He has 3 cats and he acts like a fucking chick. So there you go.
Yeah.
Cat
I guess
cat
it's the
dudes are
third.
always
I only have 2.
sensitive. Part of me
You
is
think I'm
sensitive.
sensitive, Hannah? What?
No, I'm just cat guys in general. They're very sensitive.
Yeah, they're very sensies.
Pretty much, yeah.
The ones I've known, at least.
I wonder if BZ
Typically
had
not a
cats.
man's man. Typically not a man's man.
The
Ouch.
one exception would be like one of my brothers has a cat. She's like the worst cat ever, though. She's like a killer cat. I worry that she's gonna like smother him in his sleep one day. So
You never see someone who can close a number 3 gripper and they're just like, oh, and this is my kitty cat. I bought him a month ago.
but that would be my brother though. Like, but he's like the
He
one
close a
exception.
number 3 gripper. I can't close a number 3
Oh,
gripper.
I mean, I don't know if he can close a number 3, but like, I don't know.
I,
He,
I, I showed Current and Luca this crazy feat of grip strength. It's the guy who's probably got the strongest grip in the world with the grippers, Carl Myersco, and he can close like a number 4. He's the first guy to certify on it with like the new certification in like 20 years or whatever. And he did jingle bells, like the clacking of the gripper with jingle bells with the number 3 gripper. It was wild.
Wait, like gripped it on Jingle Bells?
Yeah, so it goes dit 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 like he's gripping the number 3 and clacking the hand.
That's kind of gangster.
That's wild. Like I can I can make that sound with like a number 1. This guy's doing it with a number 3. It's wild. And people think it's impressive when I do it with a 1.
I need to order some more now. I'm gonna have like the whole collection eventually.
All right. Well, you got my link. Go use it.
I did. Did you get paid for it when I bought them like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago?
I could check.
Wait, you can't like dox me if I buy it through your link. You don't like see my name or anything, do you?
I don't think so.
Too late.
No, Amazon doesn't give you that much data. That's actually like
Yeah, but your
violation of
wish
their
lists
terms.
aren't secret typically.
Caroline, when are you gonna do another late night date night?
Well, I suppose I could do one on Thursday. I have a travel day on Wednesday. Tomorrow, I think I may be meeting up with one of our own. We'll see. I'll report back on that if that happens. But
Caroline?
this is someone I've already met before.
Okay.
What happened? What did I miss?
I said I may have plans with one of our own tomorrow. I said, but I'll update on that on
Charles?
Thursday.
Date plans
Charles.
or
No, not date wise, not at all.
is it BZ?
Hey, Nuance
Obviously.
Bro, Charles is in the Houston
My
area.
new GBF.
Wait, Andy, did you order December 3rd?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
2 items.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You just doxed yourself, Andy.
All right.
Yeah, don't dox his grip
Oh,
order.
did you get my wife's name?
No. I just got items that were but
Wife's
Okay,
name is Steve.
Steve. Yeah, that's her name.
someone got something November 27th. I don't know. I'm seeing
Was it a gripper? That might have been us.
I don't know. So I see a sport gripper,
Probably.
I see a trainer, and I see a number 1.
Do they make one for cats? Because I'll get one for cats.
Yeah, I was the
What
sport and
about
the
raccoon?
trainer, but I think I need to order up through probably I don't know the number 1 or the number 1.5 now. I don't know. The trainer's too easy.
Yeah, you need a goal gripper too. You need a gripper that you can like close, and like just kind of barely close, and then you want like a goal one. Yeah, you want it ready right there for you to like be like, all right, it's time. It's time to give this a shot. That's what I have. I have my 2.5 like wrapped up, ready to go. It's still in the packaging, just sitting there.
I
How
told the
many
kids I was
reps of
gonna.
the number 2 can you do?
It depends, like what we consider a rep, but I can do it a couple times. It depends. Like I gotta really be in tip top shape. If I'm sick and I'm under the like I can't even close it once. And if I don't hype myself properly, like you can't be relaxed. I can't be sitting here at the table right now and like do a number 2. And you got to do proper warm ups and all that. But the one I can do like whenever I want. Like that's no
How do
problem.
you warm it up?
You have to do the same way you warm up at the gym for any other lift. You start with the bar, and then you put like a 45 on each side, and then you do another 45 on each side, then you do another 45 on each side.
I told the kids I was gonna confiscate the grippers and all other workout gear if they didn't catch up on their schoolwork. So
That's not good. That's not good.
I I don't know. I don't have a lot to threaten them with, and like they
They were
really
up
got to
on their
catch
grippers,
up.
but not their schoolwork.
We've been a little lackadaisical lately, and it's not really a real threat, but it was like, okay, we got to get back on track, or I'm just gonna have to confiscate all this stuff.
So who's progressed the
Confiscate the
furthest on
grippers until they get back on their studies. Yeah.
the grippers?
Probably, uh, probably our 16-year-old. He's
What
like the most into it.
what can he close?
He can close the one now.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. He ordered a 1.5,
Ooh.
so yeah, getting up there. We've had to make a no grippers at the dinner table rule because they'll just
Oh, come on. Let them
Stop.
bring it let them bring it to the dinner table.
no, no. It annoys me.
I bring it
Stop,
like
Hannah.
Listen, my kids, they get obsessed with things, and it's fine. It doesn't bother me, but not at the dinner table.
at Amfest. I kept having people come up to me and they like put their hand out because they just want me to they're like give me the gripper. They all wanted to like try the gripper.
And you should hand him a gripper and be like, here you go.
I did.
What do I do if I come out to my car with a bunch of groceries and there is a gripper stuck in the handle to my car?
It's
You
raping
have to
you.
close it. That's just like my video. You have to close it so you assert dominance over the people who think like, oh, we're going to use this as an opportunity to sex traffic this person. No, you
Yeah,
close
what?
it. Say,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
you
close
want
it and call him a
this
faggot.
grip strength. This grip's going to be around your neck.
You close it and call him a faggot.
Yeah, you close it right in front of him and call him a faggot, and then say, "Get out of here."
But do I take it with me after the fact? Do
No, you
I take
throw
a
it
Yeah,
at
it's a
him.
free gripper.
photo?
It's not. It doesn't have like a tracking mechanism inside.
Okay.
No,
Have
that's
you
a good
ever
question,
nuance? Have you ever
Caroline. Like you
tried like
grip
the?
it and then you like throw it at their face and you're like, I gripped it. Here you go.
Yeah, yeah. If you could close it, you throw it at him and say, give me a number 3. This is bullshit."
Oh, Hannah, this is a good question. Do you think they let prisoners like if they got a gripper like present or something? Are they allowed to keep that in their cell?
No. So if
Because they
you're a
take the
federal,
weapon out of it.
if you're a federal inmate, you can probably get stuff like that. But most DOC inmates, I don't think you're allowed to get packages like that at all. There might be grippers
I
like
don't think
in
so,
the
Nuance, because there's metal in those, and they'll
Yeah,
just
yeah.
take it
well,
apart
they
and make
have
a shank.
workout gear. They may have grippers like in the weight room or something.
Have you ever tried the like York plate challenge with your grip?
Are you talking like the 245s or some shit?
Well, I think that's like pretty impossible unless you're like a strong man to do the 245s. But have you ever tried it with like I don't know 25s or 35s?
Um, I haven't tried like the two or anything like just two. I don't think I have access to York plates like that, but I do other stuff like with kind of smooth sided plates. I'll do plate curls. I'll grab like heavy plates and then I'll like almost like a steering wheel kind of just move them around a little bit till my hands can't hold them anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah. You just kind of, you hold them, but like imagine both of your hands together holding the plate at the top, pinching it, and then you just kind of like inch by inch move, and then you do it the other direction until you can't hold it anymore, and do that with a fairly heavy weight.
What fails first, your grip or your shoulders? Are you holding it at like a straight arm
No,
angle?
you can hold it straight arm, and so it doesn't affect your shoulders at all.
I want to buy more plates, but I want to get a leg press, like a 45-degree leg press for my garage next. Like that's my next big purchase, I think.
Damn.
Nice little home gym, Andy.
Yeah, that's I've probably invested at least, I don't know, probably close to $10,000 on a home gym now. I don't think I could ever go back to like a commercial gym again.
Dude, I really like those Pit Shark, like with the squat belts. I really like those machines for legs.
Like the
Those,
belt squat,
yeah,
like where you stand on a platform and you have the belt around and then kind of push up.
exactly. I love those.
Yeah, those are cool. I've looked at some of those too. They're not as expensive as like some other machines. Like getting a stack loaded lat pull down machine is so expensive. I have no idea why those are so expensive.
Yeah, just do weighted pull-ups.
But the getting like you can get cheap like cap plates, like I think they're like $45 a plate, so 90 for a pair. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
pretty nice.
It's fun when you can find one of those big warehouses like in your town that sells just weights, and they say, "Oh, it's like $1 a pound or whatever," and then you go down and you find all this cool stuff. And I found one of those super easy barbell curl bars, and I bought one of those with the little clamps on them, and then yeah, bought a few plates that I now use for either the super easy curl bar, or I bought a what's the thing? It's like a loading pin, so it's just vertical, and you put the plates on it, and I can attach with a carabiner like a like a Rolling Thunder uh, like grip thing, and you just load it up with weight and lift it, and it's hard. That's it.
Yeah, it's crazy how much all this stuff has gone up in price since the pandemic. Like it's probably twice as much to build a home gym now as before the pandemic.
True. We feel the same way though. Like we'll never go back to a commercial gym now that we have the home gym set up.
Oh, I love the actual gym with all the amenities. You know, they got the steam room. Oh, I love the steam room.
Well, that's I'm buying a steam sauna too this summer, so I'll have that. I won't need any amenities.
Fantastic. At least at Equinox, they had really nice showers. I miss those too.
I just got I got a stack loaded leg curl machine with I think it's got like a 240 pound stack on it. Got it for $150 off Craigslist. I was pretty happy with that purchase.
They also had really nice classes. I mean, when I used to go to the one I would go to in California, I went to yoga, and I'd go like 3 or 4 times a week. That was awesome.
What classes?
Yoga.
Yoga at the gym?
Yeah, they would have group classes. You could schedule yourself for one on the app, and yeah, I would do it like 3 or 4 times a week. It was nice.
I miss you.
I like doing spinning classes. Spinning, have you ever done spinning? That's like a really good workout.
What?
Spin's hard.
Spinning,
Oh, spin.
spinning.
Yeah,
It's
I've
fun.
I've done it before. It's not for me. Not for me.
It's a little uncomfortable, like everyone wearing spandex in there, but I was like the only guy with like basketball shorts on. But
Yeah, spin's a good workout, but oof, it depends.
I have a spinning bike. I don't really use it for like cardio. I just kind of warm up my legs on it before I squat.
There's another male on stage saying BZ invited him out to go hang out in New York and go to, quote, strip clubs.
What?
Yeah. Apparently, this guy spent all day and night DMing everyone in the world on Twitter, having video calls, trying to meet them in person, but no one met him in person.
Yeah, that's another telltale sign. I mean, I frankly don't really trust people who I can't verify that other people haven't met in person. Those people can be sussy agents potentially.
Yeah, but dude on dude is like a little weird, right? No?
What's weird?
What's that?
I mean, like a dude meeting another dude, like, is
Not at
kind of.
all. What are you talking about?
I
Shut
mean, we
up,
met
Neil. You know it
I'm
is.
Charles.
not.
Like,
What do you
That's
mean? I'm
different.
not joking.
you are, because,
I
like,
swear to God, I'm not joking. What are you talking about?
because how many dudes have you met? Like, oh, cool,
What?
let's bro out.
I had
Plenty.
lunch with
What are you
Charles.
talking
So
about?
did Nuance. But it wasn't like a gay thing. It was like, oh, you're in town. Let's go grab
I don't
lunch.
know if you, Bell. I don't know if you know this, but guys like we like to hang out too. I don't know what you like. What conception you have in your mind?
All right, maybe I have a weird conception. Maybe.
Men should only talk to those who they work with, I guess,
I
is the
typically would
expectation.
never meet anyone on Twitter.
Well, no, you meet them in real
Especially
life.
what?
You meet them in real life.
Yes.
You can't meet them really like on Twitter because that's a
Well,
digital.
yeah, you know what I mean. Smart ass. I certainly wouldn't respond to someone who said, "Hey, come fly out to New York and let's hang out." Nope.
How soon can I be there?
I don't date women on Twitter, Caroline. Sorry. No offense. I know what you're trying to do, Caroline. We know what you are.
We're on to
We know
you.
what you are.
Yeah, give me
When
the
were
We
you
know
whole
what you
activated?
are.
let's
We know
go.
what you
Let's hear
are.
it.
I'm not afraid of you or the network you're involved in. I've listened to that back and forth probably 6 times, and I just die laughing every time.
Okay, what back and forth was this?
The Charles and Mrs. G.
Oh,
That was
She
amazing.
Wait, is
tweeted
that a
something
recorded
today.
space?
She
No,
tweeted.
but I was recording it. It's
Oh,
fucking
I
hilarious.
want to hear this audio. Can you
Oh
send it
my
to me or
god.
something?
Dude, it's so funny. He was he was trolling her in my opinion, okay? But she responded, so he just kept going, you
Oh,
know?
I hate
I
it.
remember both of them being like, "I'm not scared of you." Well, I'm not scared of you.
And she's like, I'm going to record this. And Char goes, by the way, I hope you do. I hope you do. And we've been recording you for 6 weeks. We know everything you've been saying. If you guys are bored, I'll play it for you right now.
Oh, please do, because
Yeah,
I know.
play it.
All right, hold on.
All right, but nobody
Let's
else can
go.
talk because otherwise,
Let's
for whatever
go.
reason, names shit fucks up.
Hold on. It's really funny. Sorry. All right, here's the first one. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Charles, I don't want to come to your house.
Yeah, you're gonna come for me? Yeah, I'm not afraid.
No, what I said was my position is, Charles.
I mean, I do like it when women come for me. I'm not gonna lie, but
You know, you want Charles to come for you?
What I said was, Charles, you're not funny. I'm not playing.
Oh, well, I'm not afraid of
I
you
have
or intimidated by the
earache,
network you're a part of.
Me the fuck off.
I'm not afraid of you. You don't
I'm
scare
not afraid
me.
of you. I'm
Listen,
glad
we
you
know
should
what
be
you
afraid
are.
of me.
We know what
I'm
you
a
are.
harmless woman.
We know what you are. It's okay. but it needs to stop, right? So, like, a lot of you guys who are in these spaces that are pushing the Israeli narrative, I'm warning you. So if you guys want to have, if you want to have a career, if you don't want to be added to financial blacklists, which are coming for you, because you're a part of these disinformation and military operations against the American public, it's what you are. Listen, I don't want to be mean about it, but it is what you are. And like, you've been monitored. Listen, I don't want to be a jerk about this. This has been going on for about a month with you.
I mean, Charles is.
You got questions, Zach?
No, listen. I mean, Miss G, you're free to believe what you want to believe. I think it is interesting though. In the last 2 weeks, people have been asked if they support Bibi, yes or no. And a lot of people go, well, I'm not sure, maybe not.
This is a common technique, by the way. The Hasbara people use it to call them crazy or whatever. Yeah, sure, okay.
Charles.
Wait, what is the accusation?
He's saying I'm an Israeli op. You believe this shit?
Charles, am I an Israeli op?
I don't know. I haven't actually heard about you, actually.
Wait, hold on. I skipped one. Hold
I'm
on. Did I skip one? Here we go.
Yeah, you're playing that order. Yeah.
I'm telling you that you're on a list.
Let me get this on record.
Oh, so, please do. I mean, just to be very clear about it. And by the way, you've been recorded for the last 6 weeks in these spaces, just so you're aware.
Okay, great.
Like all of the conversations that you've had in all of these spaces, you've been recorded by an allied to U.S. intelligence service. So just to be very clear about this, just so you know that I know what you are, you're in trouble. And the question is, do you want to continue playing this game or not? It's up to you.
Okay, Charles. You
I'm not threatening you. And by the way,
twice.
You can come over anytime. I'm happy to meet you in the streets. I'm happy to have you, to photograph you and document who you are. And I'm happy to have you get registered under FARA as the Israeli influence agent that we know you are. No problem at all. Happy to do it.
Charles, you are so whacked.
Sure,
now I'm whacked. I had respect for you before you came to me.
Very simple. You are a disinformation agent in these spaces. It's what you are. Now you may do it. You may do it because you get money from them. You may do it.
Charles, where do we think Miss G is providing?
Oh, I mean, there's so many examples of her always siding with the Israeli cause or with the Likud cause. I don't want to be rude about it. I haven't listened to all, whatever. But, what's happening is there are people in these spaces like me and others who are tagging people and then forwarding it on to the British or forwarding it on to people in the U.S. government. And we're tagging you guys, just letting you know, like, that's what's going on. And what will happen is you'll be identified if you're not already identified. And then you'll be added to a financial blacklist for basically pushing disinformation and talking points. Kind of like what happened to Tommy Robinson.
What's the disinformation?
By the way, what happened to Tommy Robinson is an example of this, but there are other examples, right? Laura Loomer got debanked, right? There are many examples of people in these spaces.
Charles, I ain't got shit. Come after me. I ain't got shit.
Well, we'll see about that.
I don't.
Right? So I'm just letting you know, and I'm letting everybody who's in these spaces.
I mean, Charles, should we really be taking it this
we are taking it this seriously, just to be clear about it, because we're knowing that there are IDF task forces in these spaces that are pushing certain Likud lines. And what's happening is...
you seriously give me too much credit,
I'm just
Charles.
telling you,
I gotta tell you.
This is what's happening right now. You may not like this, but this is what's happening.
I don't really give a flying fuck. How about
and you're being documented. And there are many people who are in these spaces who are being tagged and documented. So you're not alone, Ms. G. Don't take it personally, right? But what's happening is we're identifying
I don't.
And we're recording it, and we're putting it into our databases, and we're doing the speech analytics. There's a really wonderful software tool that what they're doing is there's a software tool that basically identifies people from their voices, which is why it's kind of dumb to be anonymous in these spaces, just FYI.
I don't know, but I don't know if we should loop Miss G in with.
I'm just telling you, she's on the list. I didn't set up the list. It is what it is.
List. But you know what? You know what, Charles? Have at it. You got no proof. Like I said before, and I'll say it again, I am a woman who lives in New York City who has family that is in Israel, Beersheba. And I do not like what happened there. So personally, are you threatening me? Because
I'm not
let me hit
I'm
record.
telling you, I'm telling you that you're on a list.
Let me get this on record.
Oh, so, please do. I mean, just be. This is a common technique, by the way. The Hasbara people use it to call them crazy or whatever. Yeah, sure, okay.
Charles.
Wait, what is the accusation?
He's saying I'm an Israeli op. You believe
You are,
this
yeah.
shit?
Charles,
You are
am I an Israeli op?
I don't know. I haven't actually heard about you, actually, Caroline. You're not on the list that I have in front of me. Just to be honest with you, you're not on the list. So maybe you are. I don't know, but I haven't been told you are.
Kaiser on this
Does
list?
that mean I'm just doing a good job?
But Kaiser did work in the German military, didn't you, Kaiser?
Oh shit. Charles.
That's it. It's funny.
That was pretty funny. Yeah.
She was upset about it.
That was great.
She was pissed the other night.
She was laughing about it in the recording.
No, I know, but the next day
She came
was
back in
pissed.
and called people out for not defending her.
Because she's laughing while she's like, you assume that she knows, like, oh, it's Chuck, like he's doing his thing, and it's kind of
He
hilarious.
made her really uncomfortable.
It just came out of nowhere. He tried it with Prodigal the night before, and he's like, I find it very interesting that every time BB comes up, Prodigal deflects and starts talking about his slumlord project.
It's
I mean,
really interesting.
he's kind
It's
of right
really
about
interesting.
that. I've called Prodigal that out on that all the time. I'm like, Prodigal, it's very interesting how you always do whenever Israel comes up. He's like, no, I'm just saying, you know.
How did that go with Prodigal? I wasn't
Nothing.
here for that.
He just didn't give into it, and Charles moved on to Miss G the next night.
Yeah. Who knows? Prodigal could be an op. I don't know anybody who's actually met the guy.
I asked Chuck about how many people he thinks are knowingly assets versus like kind of just brainwashed into spouting propaganda or whatever. I mean, I'm sure we've all fallen victim to being the mouthpiece for one thing or another over the years.
What did he say?
He basically said there's a lot of he used the term fifth columnist, so I'm assuming that means like people that are not necessarily assets, but they're kind of working according to the Israeli government's wishes. I think that's what his answer kind of was.
Yeah, he basically said that he thinks me, Andy, and Zag are legit, and the rest
Obviously.
are questionable or authentic. I think that was the word, authentic.
I think in reality, there's more than you think.
Name, do you think that when you say that, do you think that they're like actually like volunteering for the Israeli intelligence operation, or do you think they're kind of tricked into it?
I think that these are Canadians or Americans that are that want to help. Okay. But then the other people that are just sort of going along, they're just going along like we would for anything else that we would, believe in, right? Or be passionate about. But I think he's just, trolling people. He was in a mood and, he didn't mean it. So.
Well, we know that there's 186,000 of them. Is that the correct number?
That's what they said. But again, these are all people. I don't think that they know what's going on the back end, and I don't even know who those people are. I mean, it's not bots or whatever, you know. And that's from the
Crazy
COVID
times.
days. It's pretty obvious, who is an asset or agent or
Yeah,
whatever. And come
obviously,
on,
Miss G. Like,
yeah,
obviously.
yeah, come on, yeah. That came out of left field. There's no way Miss G is doing anything other than giving people shit and fighting other people off of other people.
I thought him accusing Clown was pretty like random too. It was like Clown.
I wish I had that one because him and Clown got into a huge fight and they were basically threatening each other to beat the shit
Oh
out of each
no,
other.
Clown takes that as a source of pride that he's supposedly an Israeli asset. Like he thinks that's like hysterical. Like he's like, "Yep, absolutely, totally."
No, I
Like,
know, but it was just so random. It was like of all people, like
Well, like I said, he tried it with Prodigal the night before and he's just poking just to get a reaction, and Prodigal just kept blowing it off, and then it just kept talking over him, and then it just didn't work, and then tried it with our girl Miss G the next night, and it is what it is. But he's just joking. He knows who the bad apples really are. It's not Caroline or Miss G. Come on.
well, Caroline, he basically told her she's irrelevant.
yeah,
I
well,
don't know,
that's what a
Caroline.
Fed
You're
would
not on the list we
say.
have in front
So
of me.
like
We haven't
I
obviously.
guess
heard
that
from you
means
yet,
I'm doing a
Caroline.
good job.
Yeah. The most undercover of them all.
Or maybe I'm just doing a good job of staying out of trouble.
See,
All right, what do you think? 5 o'clock. Let's close the space.
Good night.
Thanks,
Good night,
Zach.
everyone.
Thanks, Zach. Night, everybody.
die.
Good night.
Night.